Welcome, everybody, to the sixth and final stream of the 50-hour Cavalcade of Flat Earth Destruction. I am joined by Raynard Wilson. Our interview already in progress while I needed to switch to the new stream before it hit 12 hours. Welcome back, Raynard.
It's a thrill to be here. And wait, am I the final act of the?
Oh no,
the Cavalcade?
I go another 6.5 hours.
Oh, okay, right, fine. The final interview of the Cavalcade, or the final
not
UK
even that.
interview.
I've got
No,
coming
oh my
up.
God, so I'm. You mean I'm not special?
Raynard, you are special.
That's a relief.
After you got
as
Peter Markley, Dave McKeegan, Cody Payne, and some other things as they come up. So,
did you have Creaky Blinder on this Cavalcade?
I did not. I think I asked him.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a Creaky Blinder fan.
Who's not?
Delivery.
He's amazing. But you know
Dan,
what?
I was looking forward to being the meat in the Dan sandwich. But it's not going to happen today, is it? So
people, contact Creaky in Discord and tell him that I need him on here this afternoon.
Yeah, could you? I think he's on Instagram. I think I don't know him personally. I just watch his show from a distance and admire his style. But like when I say we're not, it's not like we're enemies. But if I say we're not friends, only because we're unacquainted with one another, just through the medium of YouTube.
I think we get it. And it'd be cool. It'd be even, you know what I really like about him is, you know, I only speak English, right? I'm American. That's pretty common. And yet still I can understand somebody that speaks not English in Creaky. So that's really cool.
Well, I mean, they have, he's 100% real Welsh, and they have their own language and, and somehow when he talks in the language that I can't understand, I can understand him. Right? Well, I mean, are you comparing him to Mark Steele?
No. Mark Steele is no. What I was saying was that Creaky doesn't speak English, but he does. Right? That was the joke. I guess it wasn't funny enough.
I completely But you know what? I want to ask Creaky why he never does Mark Steele content, and he said that he would, except for the fact that the part of Wales where he lives is not actually that far away from Gateshead in the northeast of England. So he's rightfully worried that Mark Steele might one day show up at his door, and I don't think that's he seems like too good a man to have that fate. Whether I'm not suggesting violence might occur, but more that just one should never be forced to meet one's heroes. And
the fact that anybody might ever accuse Mark Steele of being someone's hero is very disappointing.
No, I'm only joking. He might. I think probably I'm the person who cares the most about Mark Steele, and unfortunately, I don't care about Mark Steele anymore. I mean, regular viewers of Mind of Steel may have noticed a distinct lack of Mark Steele content. That we no longer feature the Gateshead Gunman on Mind of Steel. The show that bears his name does not feature Mark Steele content pretty much ever these days. Except actually, the latest episode does have a tiny fraction of him in it.
Oh, that's cool. It's I love the irony of it, that it's a show named after Mark Steele, and you don't even cover Mark Steele because he's so insignificant now.
Well, so the thing is, right, he used to be really upset about, well, you and me mainly.
Oh, yeah, he hates us.
He would regularly make his sort of little communiques accusing us of really quite inhumane crimes, the sorts of things that would quite rightfully get a man locked up for the rest of his life. And these are the sorts of things that he would casually dash off, accusations like that, of course, without a shred of evidence, need I say.
Yeah.
But then something happened a few months ago, which was that Mark Steele stopped showing his face on TV. It's as if he became afraid to appear on camera. And now he's been kicked off pretty much. I think he's barely even on Rumble anymore. That's how persona non grata he is. He's only on Substack, which I think it has the sort of.
Wait, was he kicked off of Rumble?
I don't know. He's just sort of not really on it because he's still actually got a YouTube channel. He's got a YouTube channel called Lion Roars.
Yeah.
But nobody watches it. So Mark Steele had a lot of. He was in the public eye around sort of 2019, and in 2020 he was like still a big conspiracy fluff, but. In 2024, he will not. He makes videos, but they're all incredibly dull. They're basically, you know what? I think it could be embarrassment, but it could also be that he finally figured out how to use the screen recorder facility on his laptop. So his videos consist of him talking sort of randomly about some document that he may have been sent, and getting everything wrong as usual. But he never appears on the video. So. It's sort of also the fact is that nobody watches his videos anymore. So it was kind of fun to mock him when he was a leading conspiracy influencer, but now he's not. Now he literally has returned to the sort of the corner of the pub where his village idiot ideas were born. It seems a little bit wrong to mock the afflicted. But you know the idea in comedy of punching up versus punching down. As a comedian, we should punch up. We should. The small man should criticize the prime minister or the president. You know, the senator is the ripe target. His hypocrisy is someone we should be shooting down. But when you have somebody who is as diminished as Mark Steele, making a sort of vaguely sort of comedy adjacent presentation about him seems a little bit immoral now.
Well,
let's
not go too far. He deserves all the punching he receives. Yeah.
But would you kick a man when he's down? Do you?
Well, that man, yes. Others maybe not, but that man, 100%.
But I mean, the good news though is that there's no shortage of viable targets.
Exactly. It is. I like to say it's a target-rich environment.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I was very pleased that you played my Dave Murphy video. You know what? I felt a little bit peeved because while that video was going on, there was a flat Earth person making. I thought I'd get more urine engagement from the comment stream, but apparently there was some badly behaved. While you were, you know what? It was a case because you were attending to some bodily functions.
I was, in fact. I got rid of some bodily functions that Dave would have appreciated to receive. I think
he would have appreciated had you saved some of those fluids.
Yes,
for later consumption.
And then I did take the opportunity to bathe.
Just good. Okay, so that we can all be. I actually took a shower as well before coming on your stream, knowing that I feel like it's an important sign of respect to turn up well presented and hygienic. But actually, that brings me on to who I want to talk about because.
Before you do that, Zumi sent a little bit of artwork that Zumi did here. Put you in the ISS. So if you look, can you see the live stream?
Wait, I need to. You know, when the screen terminated, I need to. Wait, I'm not actually looking at the live stream. I got distracted by MCToon Live. That's the channel I need to be on. Do you know what? I'm going to have to watch this back. I can't see it now.
Okay.
Because I can't do. I literally.
It's okay. It's you in the ISS.
Okay.
There you go.
Somebody just actually we were watching the opening ceremonies of this stream this morning as we saw the fabulous SpaceX mission.
Oh yeah.
Now, by the way, I didn't see the end of it, so I'm assuming they landed successfully.
Everything was an absolute success. Yeah.
I saw up to the bit where the chopstick catch caught the booster, which was spectacular, something like something from a science fiction film.
Absolutely.
I did communicate to my friends, wow, today has been a historic moment. In fact, even my hatred for Elon Musk, I'm able to overcome it for just a few minutes to say that his company did a good thing. But
hey,
I
am an enthusiast for space exploration and for rockets and whether it's Bezos or Elon, I'm in.
It's such a shame it has to be him. I mean, look, okay, so my hands are not entirely clean. I do own one of his cars, which it's a fine car, and my defense is I bought it before Elon Musk's descent into clear madness began. However, had I been given the choice of vehicle today, I could buy. Well, it's a technically very good car, but the company is helmed by an insane person who espouses political beliefs that are incompatible with my own. Or I could buy any number of. I mean, right? There's 400 meters from my house. There is a BYD dealer. Do you know that brand?
No.
They're a Chinese manufacturer of electric vehicles. They sell more than Elon's company does. But I have now a sort of difficult. If I'm going to buy a car, I could buy the Muskmobile 2024 edition, or I could buy a vehicle made by a company from the People's Republic of China. Incidentally, though, the Elon car is also made in China. I don't know. What is there an ethical? What's the like? If I wanted an electric car, who do I buy from without the stank and taint of being associated with?
I don't think you're gonna. If you are making decisions about purchasing based on those criteria, it will and being consistent about it. It will dramatically change your entire life.
Well, something else has happened though, which is that the you know those sort of electrical bicycles that you can get now. They've now opened up in the area where I live,
Ooh.
so I can actually get around most of London without using any car. So I feel like I've gone back to my crusty roots.
Well, there you go.
I will eschew all kind of consumerism, and that might be the only way to. If I also become vegan, then I will finally. I'm not going to do that, but if I did, I would have finally. Anyway, so that's all irrelevant. I apologize to the audience for making you listen to that twaddle. I want to talk about who I am talking about on Mind of Steel, because there are some profoundly unsavory individuals who I think will entertain an audience at least as much, if not more, than Mark Steele. And I know, especially, I know there are a large number of Steele fans in this audience. Let's say that may be sort of in a state of disbelief that there could be somebody who is as profoundly preposterous, absurd, and as Britain's most ludicrous conspiracy theorist. But I think I've found one.
You have.
Yeah. Well, the Richard Vobes is his name, and he is a British conspiracy theory influencer. And the great thing about Richard Vobes is he produces sometimes 3 shows per day.
Wow.
And there's at least one show that contains opinion. And he just talks to camera and says things, but those things are often, well, not often, like without exception, so wildly ill-considered and wrong in just about everything he says, that it just provides this fertile territory for me to work with. There's never any shortage of material if Richard Vobes is my muse. And then he does these interviews almost every day. He brings on some kind of zany wackaloon or unsavory con man. Like he had, of course, we saw Pissy Dave. Am I allowed? Is that an acceptable language for
Pissy Dave? Absolutely.
Yeah, Pissy Dave. Okay. But if I was going to sort of do a chart of just how unsavory some of these individuals are, I would say Pissy Dave is somewhere in the middle, because we had Hope and Tivon. Those are those people who they sell shungite remedies.
Oh, yeah.
Are you familiar with? You're familiar with shungite, aren't you?
I've got. Hold on, I've got some here on my desk, I think.
That's a piece of coal on your desk.
Well, shungite. Oh, there it is. I went to a mine. Hold on. It's way back here. I went to a mine a couple years ago, and they sell rocks outside the mine. And so this was when we were doing more Mark Steele stuff. And yeah, there it is. There's the shungite. I'll share my camera to you so you can see.
Wow, it's an exciting piece of mineral, isn't it?
It's very unexciting.
I'm getting a bit hot under the collar just looking at
just a hunk of and it's it's carbon, and it's somewhat it's very conductive. Apparently, I've not tested it.
If you rub it on that piece of paper, does it make a mark?
It's shiny. So
it may be polished though.
It's polished, yeah. It does not make a mark.
Probably there's a layer of polymer preventing you from rubbing it in any interesting way. Well, I only mentioned shungite because, as we all know, shungite is just a relatively pure form of coal. Coal, as every high school chemistry graduate knows, is predominantly carbon, based on the decomposing forms of microorganisms that died millions of years ago. It is basically chemically identical to soot. It has absolutely no medically desirable properties, and yet Hope and Tivon are peddling their own bizarre nostrums and remedies and healing amulets based on, they claim, this material. Shungite that they claim they have. So now that's just one of the many grifters, wackaloons, ne'er-do-wells, conspiracy tards, and just awful people who Richard Vobes has on his channel. Richard Vobes' channel is basically just it's a hothouse. It's a showcase for all that is wrong in the conspiracy movement. So I feel like whereas I used to spend a lot of time researching, like trying to find examples of truly horrible conspiracy theory people. Now that I'm on the Vobes train, it just comes to me. It's just like, it's
a target-rich environment, and the target plops itself in your lap every day, and you're like, oh, there I go.
More votes.
Target.
And you know what? I don't know if Richard Vobes is watching, but I should thank him, because since I started doing Vobes content about 3 months ago, the sort of the traffic on my channel has doubled. People really hate Richard Vobes in a way that, this sounds astonishing, but they don't actually hate Mark Steele that much. I think Mark Steele is normally seen as he's a figure of contempt.
Yeah.
He's sort of despicable in a pathetic way. You can, I'm sure, when my son was sort of 16 and he may have been considering experimenting with some leisure pharmaceuticals, I pointed to Mark Steele and said, look, careful, because you could end up like that. And to the best of my knowledge, he's been scared straight, as they say, in certain police forces.
Mark Steele has value. Yes.
Now, whereas I feel like Richard Vobes as a figure inspires maybe more, it's a sort of disgust and loathing, and you can sort of see the company that he keeps. You can see his insincerity and just the way he's sort of dishonest about literally everything. And that's compounded by the way he presents himself. So I've heard people refer to his face as being punchable. Now, I hasten to add, that's something I'm repeating, but it's not something that I personally would advocate for, because I for violence, even against people as loathsome, dishonest, duplicitous, just downright awful as Richard Vobes. We can criticize him with our words, but let's reserve other means for in fact, let's not even consider all that other stuff. It's bad.
As much as we really would love to punch him in the face, please don't.
Yes. I don't. Let's be clear about that. You and I would not love to do that.
I'm using the large we.
I think we all collectively recognise that we're better off for living in a world where, however wrong and however much we disagree with Richard Vobes, neither you nor I would resort to punching him directly in the face, giving him a good old nose we would not do that. We would not do it just because we value a country, a civilization of law and order, one where you can say what you want without fear of being punched in the face. But funnily enough, it's one of the reasons why people actually hate Richard Vobes, because he doesn't seem to value the important things, what makes certain human civilizations great. The fact that we've built on the knowledge of thousands of years. We now know that the shape of our Earth, for example, because of work that was done 3,000 years ago by men who could barely even write. They were geniuses who, no doubt, they passed their wisdom on through other means, and we still have the treasures of their work. The thing that I find frustrating about Richard Vobes and Sasha Stone and Peace Officer Davey and Pissy Dave, all these people, is that they have such disdain for the learning that was hard won by civilization. They have utter loathing and contempt for the social structures that we have built over hundreds of years, how humanity has attempted to civilize itself by inventing democracy. And look, nobody likes paying taxes, but we all like the fact that you can go out in the street and not be shot by a bunch of random people. I mean,
that's a nice feature,
right? We like the fact that there are roads, and we like the fact that usually people abide to the speed limits, and these are all things that we have collectively as a species sort of domesticated ourselves. And we all understand, those of us who live in a city or a town, that we have become good neighbors to one another. If we aren't, we end up in maybe less than perfect circumstances. Not everybody is a civilized person. But what I've come to learn watching Richard Vobes and Peace Officer Pissy Dave, these people are fundamentally anarchists, but not in a sort of Sex Pistols kind of way, but in a way that literally they don't care about everything that has happened that may make sort of humanity special, and nor do they care about all the stuff that's happening in the future, the technological. They're happy to take little bits of it when it's useful. Like Richard Vobes will use, he'll use a computer and he'll stream and he'll benefit from it, but he kind of doesn't care about the work that it took to get us all there. And he'd quite happily see us bombed into the Stone Age if it vibed with his personal choices. And that's, I think, what is really that's what unites all of the flirts. If we're going to bring it back to Aristotle, what is a flirt? A flirt is somebody who, whether they believe in a cosmological flat Earth or not, is somebody who sort of rejects the scientific process. They reject our ways of learning about knowing how the thing works. They reject quite a lot of sort of civilization as well, because if we include the sovereign citizens as flirts, and I think they are, sovcits are political flirts. They're applying the same principles of flirtdom to their relationship with civic society, and with predictably bizarre results, because it's as wrong as if you tried to use flat Earth principles to navigate around the Earth, just as a man who attempts to use sovereign citizens principles to navigate the British or the American legal system. It always fails. It's just so damn wrong, and I think that is what binds us all of us, in this sort of, I include people like you, me, Creaky, Simon, Dan. I'm sure we could go on listing a whole bunch of other people. I personally have sort of delighted in being associated with these people, even if I don't know them all. Somebody says, okay, what is this guy talking about? Calder Vassold. I think am I too verbose? I should. Well,
you're a proper British and then a word that I'm looking for next, whatever
Yeah,
whatever word it is that I want to say next. You probably could put 14 words there.
Well, I could actually, though. I don't think I'm as verbose as Sasha Stone.
Oh my goodness!
And if you get a moment, I'd invite you to play the latest produced but as yet unreleased episode of Mind of Steel. It will go out in 5 weeks' time on my channel, but I'm happily to donate it to the Cavalcade. I brought Sasha Stone. He's a horrid little man, isn't he?
Oh, he's terrible.
I wonder if the audience remembers who he is, because it's been a long time since you or I have uttered his name.
They might not, because he's been a long time since I've touched him, or you have.
Yeah. So he got onto our radar about 4 years ago when he produced a YouTube documentary called 5G Apocalypse: The Extinction Event, and this was the thing that propelled Mark Steele out from the corner of the pub where the village idiots congregate. Sasha Stone featured Mark Steele as an expert on 5G and electronics, which is clearly preposterous, because we all know that Mark Steele is a former fence installer and pub bouncer whose only real claim to fame was recklessly and carelessly shooting a teenage girl in the face in the year 1993, for which he served 4 years in prison. That's literally his only qualification. But Sasha Stone saw fit to put this imbecilic ex-con as an expert in his feature-length film. As far as I know, the only feature film that Sasha made. So Sasha has always been somebody that I've absolutely loathed. But the thing about covering Sasha difficult is that he's so verbose. He just never stops. He'll never use one word where he could use 15 words. But they're not like me. My words, I hope, are eloquent and funny. His are just bullshit. That's all. Am I allowed to say that?
Okay.
I just did. Okay. But anyway, so he's got this new scam, and it's sort of simultaneously hilarious but also very stupid. And the thing about Sasha Stone's scams is they almost never let plausibility get in the way of making money.
No.
So we had the 5G apocalypse. He followed up 5G apocalypse with this thing called 5G BioShield.
Yeah, this is a jump drive, USB jump drive with a sticker on it.
It was a USB stick that he claimed had been...
Basically this, Yeah,
literally one of those. Claimed it had been infused with cosmic energies by Professor Lakey, which you had the privilege of...
I interviewed his lackey, Lakey's lackey, on here a while ago.
You never actually got Lakey? Okay.
I never got Lakey.
Completely unhinged. Okay, so Sasha Stone's newest grift is in the same category of just pure unassailable bonkersness. He is going to found a micronation in the heart of Tennessee. It's called New Earth, Tennessee.
Oh, that's right.
And he is selling early access to this community. And this process, this early access thing is called New Earth Golden Ticket. And you'll be wondering, well, how much does this early access cost? A mere $10,000. And what do you get for it? Well, that's the strange thing as well. From what I can tell, you don't really get anything. You get access to some kind of sovereign citizen training manual, and you get some kits. I think they're like, he's got this sort of Regenesis brand of health and wellness project. So I imagine you probably will receive some crystals, not unlike that shungite you had on your desk.
Yeah.
Things that make like new age hippie type people feel like cared for. But then you have 3 years to relocate your entire life to this community, which, as far as I'm aware, he hasn't yet bought the plot of land. So your time could run out before he even buys this community. So
the $10,000 gets you a ticket to enter, so that you may have the privilege of purchasing land there.
You'd have to acquire land
You still don't get the land. You just get the privilege of purchasing land, which no doubt he's going to want a premium for.
Now, just as an aside, Sasha Stone lives in a very nice part of West London, which is a sort of generally considered to be the more genteel of the sort of.
I thought he was
cardinal points of.
Off in an island.
No, he owns a resort in Ubud Valley, Bali, in Indonesia.
Bali,
I think.
yeah.
Bali, yeah. But he doesn't actually live there all the time. But he if you can check his details out. Everyone who searches for his name on Company's House can see where he lives. So it's not even a secret. I'm not going to dox him, even though I loathe the man. But that's just it's out there if you care about Sasha Stone. Now, that's not even the weirdest thing about Sasha Stone's latest scam, because if you think about it, right, if this was a place people wanted to live, if it was the sort of place that could sustain life, there would already be people there. Like most cities spring up because they're in proximity to the basic things that human life needs, like water or a way of generating energy. Maybe there was woodland or a source of coal or whatever it is that in ancient times brought. But this is rural Tennessee. This could be, maybe it's farmland, but maybe it's nothing.
It's probably if it's undeveloped.
Uncultivated land. So
it's probably rugged.
How are you going to get food? How are you going to get in and out? How are you going to get supplies there? What about the normal things you need to sustain? Like Tennessee can get cold in winter. They have real winters there, not like in London.
Well,
I know you're a man familiar with real winters.
Let's be honest, Tennessee in winter,
Oh, okay.
Not so. I don't know.
It's a seasonal place, right?
They get snow. They're in the mountains. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like in London. Like in London, it's kind of meh all year round. But in central USA, you guys have seasons. We don't really experience that quite so much in this part of Western Europe. But okay, so how because there's no gas supply, there's no pipeline that goes to this place that they haven't bought yet.
Yeah, well, multiple $10,000 tickets will purchase that kind of infrastructure if you sell enough.
A gas pipeline is going to be thousands of pounds per meter. So he would blow his entire budget putting down.
Yeah, I'd imagine. You can run things on LP tanks. That works.
If there were roads, you could tank. You could bring propane or diesel or something and have a private gen. That's a very expensive way of generating power. You could, in theory, you could maybe put down a series of pylons that would be cheaper than a gas pipeline, and you could bring electrical power in. But Sasha Stone isn't. That's not what Sasha Stone is proposing to do. In fact, it's the true flirt solution. He's teamed up with a Romanian charlatan called Bruno Mihalescu, who is one of those sort of free energy grifters. And Bruno Mihalescu has claimed to have invented a sort of free energy machine that if scaled up, he claims it's already working. Bruno Mihalescu, a man we've never heard of, has invented a machine that defies literally all of the laws of thermodynamics, or at least so Sasha Stone would like us to believe.
It's never the case. If anybody ever did successfully build a machine that was over unity, right, that output more energy than you put into it, they would not need to go tell people about it. No, the first thing you do is you'd run it and you'd hook it up to your home. Yeah, at least in the United States, you can do this. And if you generate more electricity than you use, you get a check from the power company. So you do that. You don't need to go sell it. Just go do that. Say, oh, hey, it worked. I don't need to sell it. I've made money.
You would buy a warehouse and you'd fill the warehouse with these machines.
You don't sell it.
Keep scaling up your thing, and you would be secretly generating all the energy that the Eastern Seaboard ever needed.
You become the energy company. You don't sell it to individuals to get rid of the. No, you become the energy company. If you really want to do it for altruistic reasons, then you sell it for significantly less.
you would be the Elon Musk of energy production, right? You would have you could monetize this. But even if you subscribe to these theories, these wacky theories about free energy being shut down, you just do it, and by the time let them try and shut you down, by the time you're already a billionaire. That would be the way it works. Now, of course, we know it's not true, but we can just keep piling the bizarreness of this grift on because Sasha Stone is telling his gullible nitwit supporters that the way they're going to feed this new community is by vertical greenhouse farming that is going to be energy fed by this free energy machine. Right? So you could imagine, if anyone is foolish enough to actually go there to buy this plot of land, right, they're going to be living in a muddy field or a rocky outcrop in the middle of an uninhabited place. Oh, sorry, there's one more layer of implausibility to it. Sasha Stone is telling everybody who signs up that they're going to be tax-free.
That's right.
Sasha Stone, he's not even American. He sounds British, but I think he was originally born in Rhodesia, which is now part of South Africa. Or maybe was it Zimbabwe? You know what?
I think Rhodesia sounds right. Yeah. I don't know.
It's not basically called that anymore, and it's now absorbed into an entirely different African country. And I don't know if he's still a citizen of that country, but he's basically promising these people that they will never have to pay tax because he's got some kind of magical way of disconnecting this plot of land in the middle of Tennessee from the rest of...
So it's not much different than Richard Vobes' video with Dave Murphy playing magic games with finances and stuff like that, right? The video we watched earlier was Pissy Dave saying, you don't need to pay off your mortgage. Instead, you send them this thing that will magically make them accept it, but never take money from you again.
Yeah, it's the same magic trick, isn't it, in both cases?
Yep.
And I think this speaks to what the fundamental truth of the sovereign citizen movement is. It's appealing to a desire to escape the responsibilities of adult life. And they are responsibilities like paying taxes, obeying the speed limit signs, licensing your car, having a driver's license from the DMV or the DVLA in the UK, right? These are the things we do, the boring things we have to do, because we'd all love to just buy a Ferrari and go out and drive as fast as we can, right? But we can't because there are rules and civilization and our need to be kind to our neighbor compels us not to do these things. But they don't care. It's all about a desire not to have to live by these restrictions, which they fundamentally reject, which I think is it's a childlike way of existing.
It is. I mean, everybody would love to not have to pay taxes. Yeah. And everybody would love to say, well, in my utopian view of how things would work, this is what we would do, and then everything would be different because
stop at that stoplight.
Yeah, because everybody has some idea, or not everybody, but a lot of people have some idea, well, this would be the utopian way to do government, right? But the reality is that's not going to happen. And if you want, you could, but you'd need to go purchase an island somewhere that doesn't have any, that would be then sovereign. You can't really expect to be sovereign on another sovereign country within it, right? That's a bit of a stretch, right? Like there's some of that happens. Native Americans get some sovereignty like that, but if that's not you, it's not in the cards for you. How's that going to happen? You can't just declare.
I mean, and that's also not Native American sovereignty was hard won through many years of just bloodshed and struggle to get that limited amount of sovereignty that they do have. Sasha Stone is just imagining he can sort of swan in and just give it away. Of course, but this is kind of like, let's go now dig into the sort of the quintessential horror of these people, because I don't think Sasha Stone actually believes what he's saying. And maybe neither does Richard Vobes. I think they both hit on the same business model, which is that, if you conduct yourself in a certain way, so Sasha Stone presents himself like a sort of robed prophet figure. He's the sort of, Eastern mystical John the Baptist. Richard Vobes has this. He also got a very eccentric presentation. He's a a dapper man. He wears cravats and a waistcoat, and sometimes with a short sleeve shirt. And he smokes a pipe, and he sounds like an English gent who makes these sort of very earnest pronouncements. These are appearances designed to signal who they want to be seen as. So Sasha Stone is the sort of he's a prophet himself. He's an Eastern mystical truth teller. He's a revealer of cosmic truth. But the way he talks is couched in the language of sort of hippie talk from the last 50 years. It's like, he's pure crystals and quantum this and Tesla that, chakras and meditation. And he's so fully absorbed this tradition. And so now he's basically made himself into this vehicle for selling hippy-dippy nonsense to people who are already primed for that. And I think Vobes is taking a slightly different track. There's a certain kind of Englishman who drives a white van and is frustrated by the just how difficult government is.
The white van.
The white van man, we call him sometimes.
Oh.
But there's a man. Take a look at sort of at Pissy Dave himself. He doesn't come across as a particularly posh sort of person. He's trying to make an appeal to be like an everyman. He's reaching out. He's trying to play on people's sympathies. He's recognized that people are having problems selling paying their mortgage, and the snake oil that he and Richard Vobes is selling is particularly tailored to these Middle English struggles. That the fact that the cost of living is higher, and that life is harder, and we're all increasingly disconnected from the people. We don't have maybe the sorts of easily accessible communities that once existed in British culture.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people for whom they don't have like this kind of the kind of community we're engaged in now. They never built those kinds of communities in the internet era, and so they're expressing anger and frustration, resentment that the world is harder to live in. And into that world pops people like Richard Vobes, who offer these sort of childishly simple solutions to the world's problems. Like, oh, you can't pay your mortgage? Well, maybe you don't have to. You're struggling with tax.
That video is his plan is how you lose your house.
It's absolutely, yeah. Anybody who follows Dave's advice will be rendered completely impoverished.
So Team Skeptic, I love watching his stuff, and he has covered some people in the United States doing the same thing, where some lady is at court and she's been following this template that somebody else told her to do, and now this somebody else lady is there to help defend her, like basically trying to act as her lawyer, but she's not a lawyer, so she can't act as a lawyer. But she's trying, and they're like trying to say magic words to get the judge to let them be the lawyer, but it doesn't work that way. And then she's refusing to pay her mortgage. The mortgage company is going through the process of repossessing the house and being very lenient. They're way slow in this repossession path, and still it's going to happen. And they're like, yep, you need to be out by this day, and the sheriff is going to come over and make you leave. And she's like, no, it's mine. Like, what did you do? You didn't pay the mortgage. I don't have to pay the mortgage.
I've got another episode I've just finished about literally such a person. So he's in the city of Coventry in the Midlands of the United Kingdom. It's a relatively deprived part of the world. People are not wealthy there, and a lot of people are struggling. And the clip that I found on the internet was made by this preposterous individual called Mark Bannerman, whose his whole thing is staging confrontations with authority figures. He's like one of those auditor types, but he occasionally does what he thinks of as human interest documentaries. But in this one, the man begins by saying, I haven't paid my mortgage for 2 years, but it wasn't because I didn't want to, it was because I had questions, and I said, when you answer all my questions, then I'll pay my mortgage. And in which world is that how it works?
That's not how it works.
He signed a loan agreement. The bank or building society, the lender, lent him money in order to buy that house with terms attached, and he'll say something like, he goes in a later scene of this video. He goes to the police, trying to report the bank for fraud, claiming that the bank...
with the contract he agreed to years ago and has
They didn't lend me money. They just used my signature to borrow against the trust that was established in my name when my birth certificate was... And the police officer is just wondering, what the hell is this guy talking about? Literally... nothing he says makes any kind of coherent sense. He tries to go to the court to hand over some kind of dossier of evidence he's found. And by this time, I don't even know if the courts are allowed to do this, but the security guard doesn't even let him in the building because they know that he's... And yet you have soft-sit influencers like Bannerman in this case, encouraging him, giving him coverage, telling him that he's right to pursue this ridiculous course of action. And if you watch the comments, there'll be people saying in all seriousness, yes, this is the kind of fraud we all need to be care about. You're a brave soul for having exposed this terrible fraud that we're dealing with.
Just to review, it's somebody that voluntarily borrowed money from a bank so that they could buy property, right? There's no fraud there. They signed their name to it. They knew what they were doing when they did it, and then at some time later they decided it was fraud. But of course, it's not. It's just
I don't want to pay my fraud anymore. I don't want to pay my mortgage anymore. The mortgage must be a fraud because somebody on the internet told me, or because it suits me not to pay this mortgage, and I've now found some kind of pretext for not doing what I didn't want to do. I think that's a big... I don't want to diminish the fact that people are struggling. If you live in Coventry, and that used to be an industrial part of the country, but over the last 30 years, Britain's industry has been on a quite tragic decline.
Yeah,
and maybe people just don't have the means to live how they thought they were going to live. I feel like that still doesn't justify any of this, because if you are in financial trouble, there are ways of saving yourself. You might not get to live the life you wanted to, but if this guy had acted in a sensible way previously, he might have preserved some of the savings in his property, and he might still have to sell the house, but he'd sell it on his terms and not just a five-sale auction.
Yeah, steal it basically is what they're trying to do.
He doesn't realize that in this moment of bizarre irony where he is trying to report the mortgage company for fraud, where if anyone in this situation is committing a fraud, it's this guy, because he's the one who thought he could get a house for free and not have to pay pay his obligation. It comes back to the same theme, doesn't it? This sort of childish desire to avoid the real obligations of life. That we all, living as an adult entails just doing stuff we don't want to do. And you know what? I'm so damn fortunate that the obligations of being an adult in my country are only just keeping to the speed limit and paying taxes. Because in some countries, you have to sign up and be in the army and get shot at, right? That's a reality of, some of the friends and families of the colleagues that
Yeah.
I work with in London, right? There are people who are, the stuff that they've got to do is truly, to be an adult in such times is terrifying. I get it, right? We have it easy, and yet people can't even handle that. Now, how much time have we got? Are we, who's on next? What's the...
Next is... Hold on a second. Well, I've got it here. Next is Peter Markley. So in about half an hour. So Peter Markley and I were on a debate last night against some moon landing deniers, and do you know what it means to beat a dead horse?
I'm familiar with this idiom.
That horse was like we were basically the French preparing a delicacy of some horse meat.
Yummy.
It was a ridiculous debate. Peter and I presented evidence, and one of them asked ChatGPT or some other AI at what temperature or pressure does aluminum sublimate, and it does sublimate at 10 to the negative 6 atmospheres, which is true, but he didn't know the rate at which it sublimates. So he thought that meant...
Neither do I, but...
So sublimation is where a solid goes to a gas directly. And like it happens, like ice actually does that. If you put ice on your car and drive, the parts where the wind blows, it will sublimate away in the winter. I don't know if, it doesn't really get cold enough there often, but here it happens.
In this country, we're familiar with the concept of that state of matter.
But like it can be in your windshield, and if it's off on the corner where your wipers don't get it and you just leave it there, you drive, and then for a while it's gone. Right? It sublimates. Anyway, so he's like, well, aluminum sublimates at 10 to the negative 6 torr. Okay, it does. How fast? Don't know. He thought that meant it would just dissolve into a poof of nothingness. That was his entire presentation.
I see. All right. So his belief was that the metals that the lunar lander were made of would simply dissolve into the non-atmosphere.
Just going, yeah. That was it. So it was ridiculous. Anyway, Peter and I were in that debate, and Peter's going to talk about robothemism.
Oh gosh, that sounds like some kind of traditional English form of nonsense.
Well, who is Robotham?
I'm going to take a wild guess. Was this someone associated with like Madame Blavatsky and the Church of Theosophy or something like that?
No.
Okay, I've got this one.
Robotham or Robotham, I've heard both, is the grand poobah of flat earthers, and he's one of you. He's a Brit.
God damn it!
From generally southern England. There, he's the one that started the flat Earth movement, the modern one, because it was done.
Well,
it basically didn't exist from, I don't know, ancient times until mid 1800s. And anyway, he's showing that the ancient people that thought that the Earth was flat had a dramatically different idea about how it worked than Robotham put forward. So.
Well, I had some Jehovah's Witnesses knocking at my door the other day. Now, I'm going to get into my own sort of religious beliefs, but I think you can have religious beliefs. I'm cool with that, but at least don't have your religious beliefs for the dumb reasons that these guys had. So one of them pointed to the Book of Job, in which there's a passage about the earth suspended by nothing, and she was saying to me, well, isn't that remarkable that the author of this book of the Bible knew that the earth was not suspended by something, and this book was written 3,000 years ago. she was under the impression that 300 years ago everyone believed the Earth was flat. I think no, that's not even like what would say it's at least 3,000 years ago that the nature of our local cosmos was known. Right? That this person, whoever was writing that book, was probably just recounting what was common knowledge at the time amongst learned people, literate people who maybe had access to the knowledge of Alexandria or other major cities. Perhaps some of it filtered to wherever that book was written, and they knew more than the average sheep herder.
Yeah. So they were trying to use the Bible as somehow evidence that the Earth was referring to the Earth being a globe.
It was more that because they were Jehovah's Witnesses, so they were engaged in door-to-door missionary work.
Well, of course.
And they were basically saying that the fact that this book of the Bible references a scientific fact.
I see.
Despite having been written, her belief was it was not commonly known until a relatively recent time period. I see. And therefore, if that fact is true, then how could they have known about this other than by a sort of divine inspiration?
The problem is flat earthers do the same thing, and they just reference a different verse.
Which one do they reference?
Isaiah 40:22 that says he sits above the circle of the earth. They say that. And that's their, it's a circle. Therefore flat.
I was more literate in the biblical text. I would have been able to come back at them with that. But
you could have been a flat earther too at the Jehovah's Witnesses. That would be a turnaround. You know what? If they knock on my door again, I'm going to come out. I'm going to be a flurf. I'm going to flurf them.
If you have some cameras,
to
seal your front door, can you install a Nest camera or?
I'm gonna bring them in.
Amazon Ring.
I'm gonna give them some beverages. I was gonna say I'm gonna give them coffee, but they're not Mormons. Mormons don't drink coffee.
No, I think Jehovah's Witnesses are fine to drink tea and coffee.
Yeah.
However, there's that new horror film starring the gentleman, the actor from Four Weddings and a Funeral, who's the English guy whose name I've always forgotten.
Hold on. Wait. What was the name of that movie?
I cannot remember the name of the movie or the name of the lead actor.
But you said four somethings and a.
It's the English actor who was the main man in Four Weddings and a Funeral. Was it Hugh Grant?
That movie, just for that movie we know as Five Funerals.
Okay, this is a family tradition.
Anyway, yes, Hugh Grant.
Yes, that's the man. It's a recently produced horror film in which Hugh Grant plays a sort of sweater-wearing, sort of avuncular type character to whom a pair of female Jehovah's Witness missionaries knock on their door, and then it becomes a sort of quite frightening body horror type film as these poor missionaries are tortured for the rest of the film. I wonder, right, if I wonder if this is going to inject into the popular culture a sort of a fear of door-to-door missionary work or
being the mission. Yeah.
Being the missionaries, yeah. But I imagine, though, it's probably more horrific when they approach either you or your or my house, because I feel like we're going to give them just a good old argument. And at the end, they always say, I'm going to do some research and I'll come back. And I always say to them, well, I know for a fact that you aren't, because they never do.
Yeah.
You will not come back. Even if you say that you're going to come back, the first thing you're going to do when you leave this house is agree with your partner, let's never go back there. And I don't mind. It's fine, but you can be honest with me. But I think It's a strange.
For some reason, I did nothing on Reddit to get this, but my automated Reddit email, rather than sending me flat Earth topic stuff, it has been sending me Jehovah's Witnesses escape links, like XJW. Escape. Yeah, it's like
that's
slash something slash XJW.
So someone's read it. The film follows two Mormon missionaries who come into a man's house in an attempt to convert him.
Oh, they're Mormons.
To find out that they've stepped into a living nightmare. I didn't realize they were Mormons, so I got the sect wrong. But offer them coffee. Yes, it's a bit of a change from the sort of relatively wholesome Book of Mormon, which apparently, despite being irreverent, many Mormons love as it sort of features them in not a terribly negative light. But I think this one is. There's some good comments, by the way.
So the Mormons are the victims, not the. And
the Mormons apparently are the victims.
Is Hugh Grant? Is Hugh Grant the bad guy?
Hugh Grant is the malevolent
bad
guy.
Goodness.
Who apparently is torturing. Do you know what? I've not seen that many of his acting works.
If that's the case,
full stop at Wonka.
If that's the case, how far has he fallen from I don't know, what was the rom-coms that he was on? Like he was the heartthrob.
He was the sort of in his sort of late 30s to early 40s, the leading man in a series of Richard Curtis rom-coms. But yeah, I feel. I don't know. I think.
Oh dear, he was born in 1960.
So how
1960. All right. So what was he in here? Let's see.
Someone can do mental arithmetic here. Right. Well, so nerd pedantic alert says Hugh Grant used to be the mother-in-law's darling, and he or she is disappointed. I'm not sure what the motives for that. Maybe nerd pedantic alert was. Insisted that his mother-in-law be not disappointed, but now that's the case. We're all.
Let's see. We've got. Is this? Oh, there. That was the wrong list. There. Okay, he was in. Let's see. What? 4 Weddings and a Funeral. 9 months. Notting Hill. I remember that. Bridget Jones. Bridget Jones' Diary. That was the
and possibly also the sequel to that.
The sequel.
The
yep.
Two sequels. I don't. Yep. I'm not. I shouldn't be talking about films because I'm not. I spend all my evenings making YouTube videos and not going out and appreciating.
Me too.
It's the most anti. Can I just? In fact, whilst we've got a few more minutes until you kick me off, MCToon, right? The life of an introvert is you can instead of going out and seeing people and having a healthy social life with friends, doing normal people things, what you can do is you can stay in and make videos for people you don't know, have never met, and only know you as a set of pixels on a screen. Because maybe, and you can take the ridiculous videos of people that you actually dislike and spend all of your waking hours wallowing in that stuff in order to impress people, ultimately to make a little number, the subscriber count of YouTube, go steadily upwards, but sometimes downwards as well. And now your emotional state is linked to this sort of digital value presented in the YouTube dashboard. I'm just going to offer that as maybe not a healthy model of life.
Well, I am not an introvert.
Yeah, I think
I when I do a live stream, I'm wired afterwards. And that's I can stay up late because I'm doing what an extrovert likes. So when I work,
actually being amongst people.
Yeah, I'm not in their presence, but I'm being an extrovert. My work is me and a computer usually, but I interact with the people at work, and so that's useful for that, for the extrovert part. But yeah, I mean, I coach ultimate frisbee. We do those things regularly. I'm busy. I do a lot, but yes, like you, at night when I have a chance, I'm
watching
a video, thinking about the next one I'm going to make, things like that.
I do that as well. Yeah. And, you know, and somebody, for example, might text me some just truly awful piece of behavior by like a profoundly unpalatable flirt. And I'm giddy with excitement, almost so much so that I've now started to neglect the people in my immediate vicinity.
Well,
the people who...
That we shan't do.
Yeah, we should, but I do. I think there's a sort of, maybe in a few years' time, the DSM will sort of catalogue our behavior as a form of psychological disorder, in which we're all compelled to perform to people that we don't know and maybe don't care about us, or at least not in the way that we might imagine that we... I think that's also one of the early shocks of being a YouTuber, when you do a thing and it doesn't get the response you think it's going to get. And like, oh my God, people don't care. People don't care about the thing they've made. Also, there was an element of that, because actually the thing you've just made is not good. That's the learning that you maybe get to.
You have to. There's a few things you have to do, you know, to not have it affect you, because the algorithm is you don't know. The algorithm is a mystery, a mysterious lady. You can make the video that you think is the best video you've ever done, and it's going to skyrocket. And then people are like, it was good. Right.
I settled for
but
that.
It does.
Right.
But no, it just gets the base number of views. Right. It's 10 out of 10 for your last videos. And then you can do a video where, like, I don't know. Okay, let me just phone one in quick. And then why do people care about that video? I have a video that's 800. It's 800,000 views, and I don't know why people care. I'm like, could I reproduce that secret sauce? I have no idea what the secret sauce is.
No idea why anything that works.
Yes.
And I still, it's a strange addiction though, and it keeps me out of trouble. Some people go to pubs and get drunk. I don't do that. I just spend too much money on camera and lighting equipment. And
how much was that light?
Well,
was it a lot? Is it too much you don't want to say?
The light was about £300. The diffuser a further 100 and something. That came with a little, and the light stand is £50.
Holy cow! You're up to near 500 for that light.
That's maybe a little bit more. I think what I've learned about YouTubing, lighting is always more important than cameras and lenses.
Oh yeah. So let me for reference. I'm pretty happy with this. Right here.
It's a tiny little ring light.
This is it. I have two of them. One on either.
Going around your camera?
No, I can't, because if it's on my camera, then you get the reflection off my glasses.
Yeah.
So that's why I have it over. I have it over here.
Do you think people want to know about our camera nerd stuff?
I don't know.
I don't think they do. I think it's like that's the way of darkness. It's the path that none should travel. What's saying? Okay, someone says otter. Lol, the color of the side of Reynard's headphones make it look like his earlobe fits through them. Well, funnily enough, they do. That's what me and Creaky Blinder have in common. Hugely distended earlobes. So that's why I keep them covered up at all times. He, not so much. He's obviously the out and proud earlobe department. Me, I know nothing but shame. That's the only emotion that rages through my head right now.
Okay, so
love the camera stuff. There's a camera nerd in the audience.
Borgamporia, yeah. Okay.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to get my favorite camera then. 1 second. Right.
Your favorite camera. While you do that.
Favorite. It lives in a box. Yeah. Zoomy Tomato. I want to know if your camera lives in a box. But there you go. It's an FX3. Sony fans will know what that means.
You're looking at me through a Sony, and I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
We all use so Zoomy Tomato. I want to know what do you use? What do you get? Hold on a sec. Sheep Go Quick says, being an introvert, staying at home and drinking whilst joining YouTube streams is much better and cheaper than going out and having to be. You see exactly. Social life. So having a social life is overrated. and all that stuff that MCToon does with Frisbee. I would never do that. I'll stay in, make some YouTube, and then I'll go out and have a run on myself, and then I'll retire to bed with me and the cats, and nobody to bother me. Okay, so Exolution says, Reynard, I suggest a few more sound tiles. Oh, yes. Do you know what? I agree with that person. I need more acoustic tiles. So I have these hexagonal tiles there. I have a few more on the other side of the room. And I have these, do you see at the top? Those circular acoustic baffles. Because I live in a relatively new built home without any carpet. So this room would be like, you might not remember, the very first video I ever made for MCToon, about now 3 years ago, it was so ineptly produced that I didn't realize using a microphone in this room, it would sound like an echo chamber.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
It was bad. You know, I've come a long way. You might not tell by my Zoom skills, but this is an attempt to actually contain the levels of echo. See what else the comments say. So Zumitara says, Zumitara recommends a better microphone. Yeah, you know, that's a good point as well, because Zumitara, while we're normally talking about gear, for Mind of Steel, I typically use these. These are Rode Wireless Pros, and I was using a DJI mic. I couldn't actually get it working on Zoom for some reason. But yes, I've been thinking about using a more traditional directional,
a larger one,
one that I can have on a mic stand, and that might be more effective. So there seems to be a big community here of people who are dissatisfied with my. So the Phantom says, I've been watching and regulating comments since at least 2020. This has nothing to do with microphone talk. Okay, Eva says, how do you know if a Finnish person is an extrovert? The answer is they stare at other people's shoes.
Instead of their own shoes.
Oh, I see. Instead of their... Brilliant.
Well, that's good.
Jeeves, are you in Finland? That's what we need to know.
All right, I got some. We got some other comments for you from the Beacon, who's not a fan. But first, the Beacon says, and I know you got thick skin, so you're good. He says, "Don't let the socialists." He says, "Don't let the socialists change our flag in Maine. They want to remove the 2 white guys from it. The guest knows what I'm talking about."
Oh, but do I?
So I had to look up the Maine flag. It's 2 guys on the Maine flag, and
I'm going to look it up now.
But I live in Minnesota. I don't know. Maybe I know because they just changed the flag in Minnesota.
Unless he thinks I'm one of the guys on the.
I don't think so.
I see. So the flag of Maine. It's actually it's a rather elaborate piece of vexillology. Is that what they call it? It's on the left, a man who seems to be wearing a sort of straw hat, a farmer's shirt, and he's carrying a scythe. On the right, a dapper fellow, maybe in naval attire. Oh, yes, he is. He's carrying an anchor. I mean, the Maine flag is, as flags go, completely preposterous. But
it's actually a little similar to the old Minnesota flag that had the Great Seal of Minnesota. It had a farmer. It had a Native American. It had they're plowing the field. And now it's it's 3 solid colors and a star, and it's about it. So it's kind of basic now. So there was a lot of people divided on whether or not it should change or not. Of course,
I just sort of feel with the Maine flag, it's that there's a cost of manufacturing a flag this complicated. It's got at least 4 different. It's got a light blue, a red, a bright red, a yellow, and 2 shades of green, and it's really intricate. I don't think the cost of making this flag is going to be too damn high, and
that's the old one.
I'm looking at the Maine flag.
Yeah, the old Maine flag. They want to change it maybe to a different one. I don't know.
Well, okay. So are there any other questions? You know what? I love it when people try to be a bit sort of bullshit me and try and, because when I get comments on Mind of Steel, I do occasionally get a few haters in the room, but they're also pathetically tongue-tied. They never really say what they mean, and they usually just give up. So if somebody has some, what would really be entertaining would be if there was a bunch of Sasha Stone fans in the room tonight who were offended by what I said and had something specific to say about what they disagree, either with what I've said tonight or what I've said on one of my shows. It just, they never offer specific complaints or feedback. It's more like that they'll just say, "Well, I think you're wrong about something." What's that something?
Let me further frustrate you by another comment from the Beacon, who says a bunch of Z's. Guest is effing weird and annoying. Then that's true. I said that you're one of my closest associates, and the Beacon says, "So I was just being honest." So I whatever. Different taste.
Maybe the Beacon. I'd like to see how interesting the Beacon is and what his or hers idea of or theirs. We should live in a possibly gender neutral world. What are they? What floats their boat?
We could find.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll see if I did look.
Do you know? Why did you decide to call this this evening and this 50-hour procession a cavalcade? So it's a particularly interesting word, isn't it?
No real reason.
Because it means a procession of horses, doesn't it?
Oh, the Beacon.
It comes from cheval.
I have no idea. I just picked a name.
I'm approving of it. It's
okay.
It has a literal meaning, doesn't it? Cavalcade.
Yes. Okay. So the Beacon has a thing that says "Beacon for Sovereignty," and then angry leftoid confronts trucker. Chinese classrooms prepare for war. Prisons National Guard boosters. Europeans fight. Man denied antibody treatment due to skin tone.
This is Beacon's web.
This is Beacon's channel, which is 748 subscribers. So Beacon does have some content here. So I sent you, I linked it to you. You can have a look at the Beacon at your leisure.
Oh, has he just donated some money to your cause?
He did again. Oh, I stand against democratic socialism and those who promote and advocate for it. So my channel is not political, and people get political sometimes. I'm like, leave it aside. We are from all across the political spectrum here, and we are the Venn diagram of where we sit merges on addressing flat earthers and other science deniers. That's where we sit. So wherever the rest of your Venn diagram, wherever you sit in it, who cares? Leave it aside. Yeah. We enjoy, we come together in enjoyment of messing with the flurfs.
I think for my own channel, I have political views that I don't, I did talk about disliking Elon Musk, but he's probably a political figure these days. But
he is, but like I said, I'm in it for the rockets, the freaking rockets, right? And for reference, my vehicle is a pickup with a gas engine.
Do you have a machine gun mounted on the back, though?
I do not have a machine gun mounted on it. I would love to have one on that.
Okay. But so yeah, I think likewise, Mind of Steel, I don't really engage with, because
I need to get moving pretty quickly here. So
okay.
So be terse.
Should we hand over to the next?
Well, let me see here. I've got a few more. Sergio Garcia Lovato says, "Flurfs are quoting Groucho Marx. Those are my principles, and if you don't like them, well, I have others." FDFE says, "Send Toon to Antarctica to take care of the Flurfs." Thank you, Craig.
Janet. I think I recognize PCJNet. No,
Oh yeah,
PJCNet.
PJCNet.
He's someone I think he watches Mind of Steel occasionally. So hello,
Yep.
thank you for watching this as well.
PJC is a flatty. He slums it over here with us at times.
That's
PJ,
okay.
not PJCNet. PJ gifted 5 memberships. Appreciate that. If you are the receiving side of that, then be sure to send your thanks. Slithery says we are go for catch, which is to the rocket launch that happened.
Reference.
Yes.
Brilliant.
David Brock. I say David Brock is a professor at the University of Alaska Anchorage. He says, as a college professor, my students' reaction is generally muted. My wife has received standing ovations from her students. So David teaches surveying.
Okay.
He's a
And what does his wife
surveyor.
teach?
I
Crystal healing.
don't know. No, I'm pretty sure she's pretty hard science, not fluffy stuff in this over in the corner there. Monkey in the Works is a member at Sheldon Cooper. Thank you very much for that. Roger that for $6.66 Canadian says hit you up on Friday.
Rolling in.
Yeah. Hit you up on Friday when I can contribute something worthwhile. Love you, bud. Bring us all home some flurf tears. Again, this
How
is...
many minutes do we have left before we... Because I have a question for you, which is because I understand you're going to make a film about those specific flurf tears, right? Are you bringing some camera gear or... What's the filming arrangements?
I have not set for sure. I mean, it's my phone. It's my P1000. I might bring another camera to get some video. I probably should get a proper camera with a nice mic on the top.
Are you the only... who are the other non-flurfs who are going to be in attendance?
So Dave McKeegan, who's a Brit as well. He is a camera guy. That's his thing.
Yes, I know his stuff. Yeah, he's a quite gifted photographer.
Absolutely. Will Duffy, who's a pastor and a financial guy, so not familiar with that stuff. Critical Think, who is another YouTuber, but he's an engineer. That's his background. So he doesn't have the videos that he makes aren't particularly like fancy. And then potentially a producer for a podcast. So
I'm just wondering, because if there's a chance of just sort of sharing some of the material so that each of you will be able to create your own video recollections.
Oh, certainly. Yeah. So other than the flatties, the rest of us, certainly we can exchange things and make together some sort of a better version of everything.
I'm so excited to see it.
I sent the link I sent you was incorrect. I'm sending it to Peter Markley is where it's supposed to be going.
That's the next step.
So all right. So I sent you the Beacons link. So you can go have a look there.
I'm going to have an exciting time watching the Beacons angry truck driver video. And Peter's here. So I think this might be my cue to disappear and transition from interaction to passive consumption mode.
All right. Well, hey, Rainer, thank you very much for joining. It's been fun.
Thank you for having me on the Cavalcade, and may your horses all be beautiful prancing ponies. See you later. And Peter, over to you, sir.
All right. All right, there we go. How you doing, Peter? Have you recovered from the debate that we had yesterday?
Yes. Have you?
Who hasn't recovered?
Kyle or Rasa?
Yeah. Rasa is such a strange guy. Like you want to like him.
Yes, he is.
Right? I don't appreciate the stolen academic valor or whatever. There isn't really, you can't say stolen valor when it's academic, but he's not really a doctor. The school that he says gave him his he called it a PhD. It's not even that, but it's a naturopathic thing. So,
Ooh.
He didn't have a residency somewhere. He didn't, it's not a medical doctor thing. you know.
Well, and it doesn't matter what one's qualifications academically are if you can't understand basic physics, algebra, and like high school stuff, like
Yeah.
like
Well,
I was an art major in college and I know this stuff.
Yeah. Well, he said when he was at the University of Portland, he said that he majored in, he said he had he actually claimed 2 degrees, but I believe that he did not actually graduate from there. I'm not certain, but I don't think he actually graduated from the University of Portland. But he said it was astrophysics or something like that. It's a degree, a program that doesn't exist at that university.
Oh boy.
And he said that he was courted by NASA to go work for them, which, listening to what he said at different times, was actually probably there was a job recruiter there that's like, hey, everybody, NASA's hiring. We're looking. I don't think it was like a job offer. So,
Yeah.
but he seems to, he's a genteel guy. But Kyle, on the other hand, is just a top left all the way. So, and
in our interactions, I didn't find him as toxic as half the flirts that I interact with on TikTok.
No, he's a different kind of flurf, right? So
he was actually raising his hand to talk, which like that almost made me feel like a bad guy when I was interrupting him.
But then he's just so blatantly wrong, and he thought that his argument was so incredibly good. He asked ChatGPT, and that was it. It was his.
Oh boy. I was reviewing the live stream just this morning and saw that my GIFs were like totally glitching out. And that was very disappointing to me. So I fixed it in a clip I uploaded of our opening statements.
Okay.
Just to state that for your audience if you go to my channel. And
so what were they in your presentation as they came through? They weren't coming through well?
At least in the recording of the live stream that I looked at this morning, the GIFs were totally broken, which sort of made me sad. Like it was, it felt like it undercut my point, but
there's so much going on that I'm trying to focus on, right? I'm running a live stream. I'm producing the live stream. I'm monitoring the chat.
Yeah.
I'm interacting in a debate. So some of the stuff that isn't as critical, like I already watched your video, so I knew it was going through my head, and you said the same things as you said in the video you sent me. So I'm like, check. Got that covered. So
yeah, and in the draft I sent you, it was fine because I think it wasn't coming through Zoom.
Yeah.
Like my computer had enough resources to record the screen while running the GIFs, but not apparently to pass it on through Zoom. I don't know those things, but yeah. Anyway, I fixed it in post in my re-upload. Anyway, so but that's not what I'm here to talk about, is it?
No, your take on this is absolutely amazing. Before this, I put out a poll. I want to close the poll. So a guy named Racist Ronnie, I'm guessing he's racist, was trying to engage people on some some orthogonal content topics, and then he tried to insult everybody by saying everybody here is either a mod, like he gave percentages, mod 90-some%, bot 4%, viewer 1%. So I did a poll: are you a viewer? 71%. Mod 16%, bot, and only 9% are bots. Well, he said 4. Correction, it's 9%, and 3% are racist Ronnie out of 256 votes.
Oh man, I'm sure that some of your viewers are trolling by pressing bot or racist Ronnie.
Of course.
I put viewer because I didn't know what else to put, but
you're a mod here, aren't you? Pretty sure.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go.
Sorry, I voted wrong.
It's okay.
I'm not a very good mod though. I'm not here very often, and I don't
Well,
don't provide much benefit.
If you notice, my chat is heavily toward mods, and I basically tell all the mods never mod anybody. So it's a bit of a weird thing, right? If I recognize your name and you're not, and you don't say things that are dumb, then you're probably going to become a mod.
All right.
Right. But
good standard.
Yeah, that's the standard. And if you say something particularly good, you might become a mod too. And really, the thing is, unless somebody goes there, mods don't need to do anything except enjoy being a mod. So, right. See, now Jim on the Coast is a bot and a mod. There we go.
All right.
Awesome. Javardo is also. Hold on. People are commenting. Are you trying? Are you trying to? Anyway, okay. Your take. Just a second. While he's talking, I'll get this. I love your take on what you're about to present. It is genius how you've taken.
Thank you.
And you've made this into. You've given a name for people that think that instead of the straw man that they put on themselves. So, all right, go ahead with what you've got.
All right, so I guess I have some graphics that I could share if I should maybe share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me dump Zoom to another window so that I can not get the infinite mirror. Hold on, shoot. All right. Are we? No, that is the infinite. Okay.
We got it. We got the infinite mirror.
Yes. Sorry. All right. So are you seeing this now? On my website, petermarkley.com, there's a tab debunking flat earth. And first graphic I have here under robothemism does not equal default. Right here, you see, this might be familiar to some of your audience, this meme that flat earthers throw around. I think they've been using this since like 2015 or something.
Oh, forever,
like
yeah.
That. Yeah. But I fact checked it, and it is like anywhere that there is any conclusive answer, it's completely wrong. So the key thing here that I hone in on, the key difference between ancient cosmologies that were flat Earth and modern flat Earth, modern flurfdom, the key difference is, where does the sun go at night? Does it go underneath the flat Earth, which would create universal nighttime and universal daytime? Or does it go too far away to see in this, the Earth is a clock face kind of concept? That is a diverging point that I like. As the more I've studied it, the more I've realized how utterly important that junction is. Epistemologically, ideologically, historically, scientifically, philosophically, every way that you can imagine that it would make a difference in someone's ideas and worldview, this makes a big difference. And it seems to be the starting point for all of those differences between ancient cosmologies and modern flurfs. So I did some pretty extensive research, did my best to be as thorough as possible to find all ancient cultures where I could find any conclusive answer on where they thought the sun went at night. And if it was observational, and by that I mean, they saw that. And okay, so maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. This all started with Samuel Rowbotham in 1865, right? In his book, Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe, he said, although the sun is at all times above and parallel to the Earth's surface, he appears to sink below the horizon. This arises from a simple and everywhere visible law of perspective. And even his diagram he got wrong. Like, this is not perspective. He had to rig the situation by putting a hill right here for the sun to set behind.
Yeah.
And also, like,
well, no, they call that perspective ramp. And I don't know if Robotham said that, but flat earthers today call that perspective ramp.
they've come up with all kinds of new terminology, but you can see that their ideas today have barely changed from this. And this was completely new when Samuel Robotham drew this diagram and wrote this book.
He invented it.
He invented it. No one had ever said this or done this before. Because it doesn't work. It's complete nonsense. This is flurfspective right here. The origin of flurfspective. Because ancient people weren't stupid. They could look at the sunset just like we can today, and they could clearly see, oh, it goes below eye level. It doesn't get too far away to see. It's not perspective. It's not the same as when a bird flies over your head and gets smaller as it gets farther away. That doesn't happen with the sun. Ancient people knew that. So Samuel Robotham was the world's first sunset denier, as far as I'm concerned. I call it Robothamism. That's the more neutral term, but the real term is sunset denier. And so every modern flat earther I have ever heard or seen is a Robothamist, and therefore also a sunset denier. So ancient cosmologies, they believed the sun went below the flat earth, and that's how, because of that, they believed in universal nighttime and universal daytime. Pretty simple. And this is not debatable either. So like in the Epic of Gilgamesh, there's this tunnel under the earth called the Road of the Sun. In Egyptian cosmology, there's like an entire portion of their religious practice centers around the idea that the sun god Ra traveled under the earth in the underworld every night and was reborn in the east every morning. In Aztec cosmology, the earth goddess Tlaltecutli swallowed the sun every evening and vomited it again in the morning. In the Book of Enoch, there's these portals in the east and west sides of the firmament that the sun entered and exited. So at night, it was just gone. It was outside the firmament. You know, none of that agrees with the Robothamist sunset-denying model. You know, all of this agrees with the basic observational fact that when the sun sets, it's going, like, outside our earthly realm in some sense, like, down below us or through the firmament to outside somewhere we can't see it anymore. It's not just too far away to see. I don't know if I'm communicating that clearly, but so I researched this as extensively as I could, and the evidence was overwhelming. No ancient culture believed what Samuel Robotham believed. Their cosmologies were all based on observation. It was because ancient people weren't stupid.
Yeah.
But modern flat earthers, I don't believe that they're all stupid, but I do believe that they have very heavy cognitive cognitive bias that's based in denialism. So they are denying sunset. They are denying the evidence of their own eyes and then labeling it as science or, you know, observation, which is just catastrophically dishonest. So anyway, there's a few scraps that you can find of ancient people saying things vaguely similar or possibly similar to Samuel Robotham, like this one from Chinese literature.
So that's too small to read, but so maybe read it.
Oh yeah,
for us.
I could also. It is like a person carrying a torch. When he walks away, the light becomes fainter and fainter until it is extinguished. When the sun sets, it is the same. It's literally one source, one little blip on the radar from one piece of literature, and this is like Chinese cosmology, especially, like evolved several times over the centuries, and some of it was like almost. I saw one source saying that they thought the Earth bulged upward slightly in the middle to account for time differences. So it's like clearly this was a patchwork, and the same is true of this guy Anaximenes. He had a similar idea, but like that, I think he was somewhere around a contemporary with Pythagoras. And clearly, Pythagoras' idea caught on a lot better than Anaximenes.
Yeah.
So there's a few scraps.
So I think it's worth noting for the Chinese, especially that we tend to lump Chinese into China, but we don't do that for Europe. Europe is a smaller geographical area than China, so similarly. There's lots of different groups in China that we just kind of lump together.
Yeah.
But they're not. So yeah, they have, it, I don't know how much they know. They probably have a whole lot better understanding of their different disparate cultures than we do.
Yeah. Oh, and I have to shout out a flat earther for actually bringing Anaximenes to my attention. The rest of this I found myself, but this one I actually did get from a flurf. So thank you for that. I think his name was Godis on TikTok. Anyway, I probably pronounced that wrong, but yeah. So I also addressed the we see too far argument on this page, but that's not what I'm here to talk about today, unless you guys want me to. I'm sure you've got tons of people who have addressed that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, so these are a few scraps that we can give them. Like, it's not Rowbotham's idea. I say it was completely new, that he invented it, because I know he did not get it from anyone prior to him. Like, there were a few blips on the radar, but they did not catch on. There is no connective tissue from those earlier sources to him. So he thought of it himself, and it caught on today from him. So all the flurfs that are running around today with these ideas, they got it from him. So as far as like tracing the history of ideas, he's the father of it. And also, it's worth noting that these were minorities. In every culture where these ideas appeared, the idea was the minority idea. So like, again, going back to this deceptive meme, it's just wrong. All of these cultures were non-Robothamist. They knew the sun set at night. And they knew that that meant either universal nighttime and daytime or a globe. So that's why when among other reasons, obviously, that when the world started becoming more connected, like under Alexander the Great, for example, people started realizing that time differences meant a curved Earth surface.
Yeah.
There were obviously other evidences, like I think Aristotle cited the Earth's shadow on the moon during eclipses and things like that. But yeah.
When you think of it, we don't have anything. If you were before the internet, you were raised, but think about the people that have been raised since the smartphone, right? They have no concept of not being able to communicate with somebody anywhere in the world at any time of the day instantly. Right? You don't write a letter and send it in the mail. You don't have to make an expensive long distance phone call. You can get on Facebook, tap, 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 talk to somebody anywhere in the world instantly. Mm-hmm. But to all of these people here, in order to get to a place where the sun sets just an hour later, you have to use your feet or an animal to get there, and it takes a good amount of time. Mm-hmm. And in that amount of time, if you don't have a timepiece that's accurate, you won't have any idea that it has shifted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how it's the idea that the Earth was flat stuck around for so long is like this. It requires a lot of detail in your observations, and you have to be looking for it. You know, people aren't just going to notice, oh, gee, in the time that it took me to make this 3-day journey, we just gained 1 hour. Like that's not something they would notice. You know, that they weren't even keeping track of time sub-hourly. I think the word minute comes from a piece of an hour being referred to as minute. It's 1 degree of minuteness of time. And that's why seconds are called seconds, because those are the second degree of minuteness. I read that in Calculus Made Easy by Sylvanus P. Thompson. I think that's where I got that.
Interesting.
When I read that, I was like, whoa, nobody ever told me that. But yeah, it does sort of put into perspective, like, the timekeeping in ancient times. You know, in the Bible, it says it refers to things by, you know, the 4th hour or the 5th hour. It doesn't say, like, you know, 4:21 p.m. That's not a thing. That was not a thing in the 1st century.
Yeah, they had the, you know, the 1st or 2nd watch and things like that. Like, it wasn't even divided into hours. Very, you know, depending on culture and region.
Yeah. So this is the branching point, I think, and the more you look down each branch, the more you realize they are nothing alike.
Yeah.
So from this point, Samuel Robotham, once you ingest his idea, you become a sunset denier, you become a science denier, and basically this becomes a religion. Even if you start out as a Christian, for let's say, who believes in the Bible, if you start thinking the Bible is a flat earth book, and by flat earth in your mind it means this little you know, clock face earth where the sun goes in a circle and never sets, then you're already off the deep end, because not only is there no scripture to support that, but now suddenly you are doing things that the Bible actually condemns, like calling people liars, you know, public figures like astronauts or, you know, leaders of countries, things like that. Any expert that you happen to disagree with, and we see these behaviors manifesting, it becomes a cult. And it's not just like we've said that a few times, I think, at different times, because we observe the behaviors, but it's like it makes so much sense if you look at it from this historical point of view. This is the departure point, and once you go down this path, the farther you go, the worse it becomes.
Yeah.
I don't want to take up the whole hour just monologuing.
No, keep going.
Well, I think this was mostly like what I had to present.
Okay.
So
I'm very interested in the research you did there. That's on the screen here. What generated this chart here? The things that you read, because you spent a good deal of time, and we were talking a little bit as you were looking into this. Yeah. I remember.
I have a slightly more detailed version of it. Actually, if I go open image in new tab,
because your webpage has like the.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, there you go. That one there where you have a couple selections.
This is basically just where a visual representation of what I put below here.
Okay, I see.
Best scraps for Robothamism. This is just a visual representation of that, so that I could use this in a slideshow for a debate.
I see. Okay. And you have, oh, thank you. You have three examples in your inconclusive there. So one was the torch one. Is that on the screen here?
The torch quote from China. Yeah. And there was one
there
here.
it is.
And
okay.
honestly, some of these I was having trouble understanding what I was reading, because I am not a historian or an ethnographer or anything, not an anthropologist, any kind of person who would really be familiar with how to interpret these texts or what some of these things are that they're referring to. So I was just doing my best. And it was very unclear to me, like these quotes from the Hindu texts, for example, or the Persian texts. Like, they sort of sound like they could be describing a robothemist model.
Yeah.
But they could also not be. It's so difficult.
This is probably, I mean, this is the crux right here that of these things. Could Robotham have gotten any? Probably not. The answer, right? Gotten any influence from these places, and it's easy for us to get these documents now. But could somebody in England in the mid 1800s or early 1800s get these things? Well, I would be surprised if they were even translated into English by this time, right?
Right. So none of these to have learned how to read Chinese or Persian.
Yeah, or obtained a translation of it, one or the other, which you probably could look up to see if there was a translation available when Robotham came up with his idea. So we're probably safe to say no.
But the thing is, even if there was an English translation available at the time, somewhere in an English-speaking country,
could he have had
Robotham's biography, he was not doing this kind of research. This was not even on his radar, as far as I can tell. No. He started out with the conclusion in mind. And then he did his Bedford level experiment, and that was good enough for him. That was, time to wrap it up and go home and write the book and start lecturing. That was his process, as far as I can tell. He did not care what ancient people said.
That's true.
I don't think.
Yeah. So, all right, Clive Wells, or Sleeve Wells, as is sometimes said by Mallory, says that Toon used to pronounce Robotham correctly. He's fallen back to a mispronunciation. So we talked about this.
Yes.
We both want to pronounce it correctly. And we have heard, both of us have gotten conflicting answers on the correct way to pronounce it.
Yes.
Even from Brits, right? Because we're American, and so if somebody comes to America, they're going to get called the name that Americans call name, right? So Michelson Morley or Michelson Morley. Was it Albert Michelson or Albert Michelson? He was in America. He was born in Prussia, but moved here as a child, and so spent his whole life here. And in America at the time, very likely people called him Michelson. That Michelson instead of, the Michael, right? That Machael, right? Which also is not spelled phonetically. But there is, if you wanted to be pronounced as Michelson, it'd be just like M-I-K or M-I-C-K. I don't know. I mean, there's different ways that you could do that. But I think it was Michelson is what he was pronounced for his life. Yeah. So what was Robotham or Robotham? How did his friends, and what would you say if you talked to him? How would he introduce himself? I don't know. I want to say it the right way.
Yeah, in my 2019 video, where the first content I ever made where I used the name, I said Robotham, and you can go back and look if you want to. But then I heard somebody say Robotham, and I was like, oh shoot, am I pronouncing it wrong? And then I got stuck on that and started using that in more content. And then I heard somebody say, oh, it's actually Robotham, and I'm like, shoot. I can't win. English orthography is terrible. We need a spelling reform, but that's another conversation.
My daughter talks about it all the time on how to pronounce things, and of course that's part of the fun that we have with the name of our cats and dogs, because they're spelled unusually on purpose, just to be a little silly. So, all right. Well, here, Monkey in the Works says, how would you pronounce, and now here's a word that I don't know if I'm going to pronounce it correctly. Wimondham. Wimondham. Wow.
Wimondham.
All right. Let me
guess Wimondham.
Somebody asked me, do I read super? I've got a fly buzzing around me here.
Well, the thing is, in English, DH is not a typical blend. So unless you're like transliterating from another language like Elvish, so it wouldn't be women them, unless it was appearing in a Tolkien work and I was suspecting it was a transliteration.
All right, let me read a couple things here. Mr. Toffee says mods suck just like Star Wars. I'm missing that reference. Oh, because Star Wars sucks? Oh, come on. Come on. You can't. People. All right, the Beacon, who had some disparaging words for my previous guest because of political stuff. We don't do politics here. The Beacon says, go enjoy Antarctica. Thanks for being chill. Today is day 1 of quitting smoking. Love that. That's great news. Also, I knew you secretly or openly push back against Democrat socialists too. Socialism through immigration. Yeah, I'm not of that. I'm not a fan of that. But a lot of what I do here is to get away from the political garbage that as soon as we leave this sphere right now in October 2024 in America.
Oh boy.
Please,
totally inundated.
Please. I'm so happy to not have it happening right here. It has to. It goes. We're gonna. Yes. Not now. And yes, Cody. Yes, Cody. I have been watching Angela Collier. I just realized I might have just sounded so. All right, you know, Cody. So, I was in a live stream. Something was happening, and then Cody messaged me the next day or something. Says, "Do you watch Angela Collier?" I'm like, well, of course. She's a brilliant physicist. Makes extremely easy to understand physics videos on YouTube. Who would not? But she has certain mannerisms, and he's like, he had identified that I had picked up some of those because I had been saying, so I think I just might have just channeled that a little bit. So, anyway, Colon says, bring me back a snow cone, but not a yellow one. Mark Beiser upgraded his membership to Einstein too. So
what about a flat snow cone?
So we can't even pee on the snow. You know that it doesn't go away. It never.
Oh my goodness.
Thaws. Think about that.
Oh my goodness.
It doesn't go away. So whatever you put there stays there. So part of the deal is you don't leave trash behind. And that's why when people say, can we give just a one-way ticket to Oakley? You can't leave trash behind.
Oh. Oh boy.
Peter's too nice.
It's not that I don't agree. It's just that I don't know.
On principle, you're not allowed to, and you haven't had enough interactions with Oakley yet to not say "oh" when that's said.
That's perhaps by design. I saw the thing last night about dearth or potato. I was rocking with laughter on that. I'm sorry. And the thing is,
Dave doesn't know. Dave McKeegan doesn't know. He's gonna get to do it. So
oh boy.
everybody,
Okay.
shh.
All right.
I don't know if he's here. Nobody tell him. We're gonna get into it in. Okay, Dark Star 4400 says perspective, bendy light rays that explain uncomfortable observations.
Yeah.
Now, all right. So exposing Ma's tricks is a flatty. He's a good guy. Lives out in the Seattle area, and he says, "Please tell why Jesus is the crisscross."
That's I don't know what that means.
Your expression is all you need. Thank you very much.
I don't know what that means.
Exposing Ma's tricks. Icy Spin says, is it pronounced dearth or potato? Still not sure. The Wolfpack says, Toon, please tell Peter if everyone has ever said he looks like young Jim Cornette. It's uncanny.
I saw that scrolled by a minute ago. I had literally had to Google who that was. I have never heard of him. So no, nobody ever told me that, but all
right. Everybody right now is Googling Jim Cornette. Young, wait, it's gotta be young. Okay. I wouldn't have identified it, but I'll give you that. I'll go with it. I'll go with it. All right, and one more. Here we got Bob. This says MCToon is going to Antarctica this December to destroy the flat Earth. But he needs your help to get there. Give now using the links to your right. Thank you, Bob, very much for that. Okay. All right, I interrupted. Where were we? Let's pick it up.
I'm not sure where we were.
I don't either. We had talked about whether or not Robotham. Yeah. Our distraction was talking about how to pronounce it.
When in doubt, call them sunset deniers.
There you go. Let's do this. I'll call him
sunset denier.
I'll say Robotham. You say Robotham.
Okay.
So half the people can get mad at me. Half the other half can get mad at you. Everybody's happy.
Sounds good.
The words weather modification is censored in chat. It's not. It shouldn't be. Says the beacon. But yeah, weather modification is silly. Anyway, so we had been talking about whether or not Robotham had been able to been influenced by any of those other ancient works, and that they were not in English, probably not in English at the time, and even more likely, even if they had been, he couldn't have been influenced by them because he probably didn't have access to them, didn't look at them. So,
well, and even so, having somebody throw a ball from like 1000 BC and having one man catch it from the 1800s doesn't really count as there being a culture having a cosmology that aligned with these concepts.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't count, so the meme is still wrong by like 10 different layers or in 10 different ways. It's anyway.
Yeah.
But
the really important thing is when they post that meme of the cosmologies, for the most part, and especially they're really laying into the Abrahamic ones, because that's almost always who they are, right? That are posting these. They specifically did not have anything similar to Robotham in their position, because it's the canon of the Bible is rather vague. Right?
On cosmology, yeah.
So if they're going to do anything and they're going to stick to just the Bible, well, it's vague in how it might work. right? So if you accept every single translation interpretation that they put forward, none of them tell you anything about how it works.
No.
Right?
That's very true.
To do that, you need to go to the Book of Enoch. Well, the Book of Enoch is not canon, but okay, some of them then, it's weird. These people that would never say Enoch is canon, now say Enoch is canon because it fits their cosmology?
Or they say, oh, I like it. It's good reading. We should read it. But I don't think it's on the level
They
of scripture.
they could not have read it. Enoch is wacky. It is. Have you read the Silmarillion?
I have, yes.
I have an old copy. It's got a nice map in the inside cover.
Yeah.
It's an interesting book, but it's wacky. It's out there. They're disconnected stories. They don't make sense. Some of them, you're like, yeah, he was just playing around with stuff.
Oh, wait a minute.
I've read it twice. I've read it twice.
Are we gonna be ragging on Tolkien here?
No, I love it. I love Tolkien. I love the Silmarillion, but some of these things in the Silmarillion are a bit disconnected. I don't know. That was what I got.
They're compatible canonically, I think.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can agree on that. Yes, they are.
But
not relevant.
Here's a story here.
Yes.
Here's a story here. They're compatible with each other, but they're not related to each other, right?
Yeah, and that's why they call it a legendarium. It's like a container of canon that's supposed to be able to fit a lot of different little things all coexisting in a giant mythology.
Yeah. Anyway, so I see Enoch similarly. I've read it. Again, it was a lawn mowing read. If I ever am listening to a book that's kind of long and it's not winter, it's a good chance that it has intersected mowing the lawn.
Oh, okay.
That's how it's a lawn mowing read. So I have this one here. Why does E equals MC squared and why does it matter by Brian Cox? I've read this while mowing the lawn. Right? I didn't read the paper version. I listened to the audiobook.
Yeah.
Same for Enoch, the Book of Enoch, the whole thing, all whatever. But I have a paper copy of Enoch too. I was actually looking for it. It's somewhere in my pile. And yeah, it's disconnected. It's weird. It doesn't. But the very specific thing in chapters like 72, it does give some mechanics of how they say that the sun works.
Yes, and people like Michael Heiser directly sourced that as their info on what they thought the Bible authors thought about how the world works, because it's not in the Bible.
Yeah,
the Bible authors didn't say directly. So
the problem is that like chapter 72 was written after Jesus. Not contemporary, as far as I know, not contemporary with the Old Testament authors, where most of the cosmology is from Old Testament. You got Genesis, Isaiah, and a smattering of other places. Job, Job being the oldest book. Certainly, Enoch 72, or the third portion of it was a third author after Jesus. So it wasn't. We don't know. Really, this connection between them was Enoch set, the third part written as a response to that? I don't know.
Yeah. Just since we're on this subject, as a footnote, I kind of want to plug my biblical cosmology video. Can I put a link to that?
Sure. Send it to me on Facebook Messenger, and I'll put it in the master notes. Or let's see, is Kenji? Are you kicking around here, Kenji? He can add it if you put it in the chat here too.
Oh, the chat with him.
Yeah, either way, put it in the chat with him, and if he doesn't grab it, I'll pick it up.
Okay.
Oh, there he goes. He's here. All right, Ken, you know where to find it. Add it to the page, and I'll make sure I'm logged out of that page.
Yeah, so that just to warn everybody, I am a young Earth creationist. I made that video from a young Earth creationist perspective, which plays a small role in the video at the beginning. So don't be triggered. That's not the main point. The main point is simply you can't draw cosmology from the Bible. That's the main point.
And I agree with that, but certainly there are people that disagree. And so, like, my point in when, like, the presentation I gave at Will's church and the video I did about a year ago is similar. And my position on this, right? It's personal interpretation. Who gets to pick what that means? Is that what people who wrote it thought? Yeah, probably. Is that, but can a Bible literalist actually say this was God communicating something to people? That is pure interpretation.
Yeah, well, personally, I see it as God's providential and inspiration, like divine inspiration process, that if those people believed in a flat earth, it did not make it into the text of Scripture. You know, that might be how God chose to inspire the words, that he simply blocked that wrong idea from getting into the text. Without the human author even necessarily being conscious of that, they wouldn't have to be. It doesn't matter. What matters is the text that they wrote under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, according to my belief. And of course, if they did believe in a flat earth, we know without a shadow of a doubt, at least in my mind, it was not a robothemist flat earth. It would have been an ancient flat earth with a universal nighttime and daytime.
Yeah.
So it's like there's just no way that it works for modern flat earth at all.
And man, Flatzoid was super offended.
Oh boy.
He was so deeply offended that you said he was a robotomist. See, I'm pronouncing it. I'm sticking with it. He was so offended by that, but that is what, that's his map. That's what he thinks it is.
He acts like just because I invented the term that I'm not allowed to communicate with it. Like he could just block the communication. Nope, I reject your term.
But the reality is that a robotomist is a person that agrees with Robotom about the way that the sun works. That's what it is.
Yes.
That's the definition of it. And so if Flatzoid doesn't like that moniker and he doesn't want to be a robotomist, then he would have to not be in agreement with Robotom about how the sun works.
Right. That's why I'm starting to lean toward, like, maybe it communicates better and cuts past the BS better if I just call them sunset deniers. I mean, I know it's less diplomatic, but at the same time, I'm getting cranky.
Talk amongst yourselves. Peter, go ahead and say something. My wife is going to say something to me. So
Okay, sorry. I'm reading, and yet you are a young Earth creationist, a Bible-based position. Well, I explained that in my video that I sent about biblical cosmology, why I think that young Earth creationism has a stronger basis in Scripture than any kind of flat Earth cosmology, or any cosmology at all. So, yeah, I think there's a very strong difference there exegetically. And I do explain in my video why. That's the only part where I, talk about young Earth creationism in the video.
all right. She's my wife's gonna go meet my sister and get some honey.
All right.
So that means I have to Venmo. So
Somebody also said, why would anyone state they are a science and history denier if you want to then convince other people of your arguments? I'm not sure if I understand that.
Well, I think they're saying that they're equating young Earth creationism with science and history denialism.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. I know that that's what most people think, and I don't have a comeback. I'm not trying to push young Earth creationism. I'm not going to argue that. If you feel like that utterly discredits every word out of my mouth on every other subject, then that would make me a little bit sad, but I can't do anything about it. So
I think that's a fair stance on it, right? We're not everybody is going to agree on everything.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm, if you think about this, and I see people that kind of, as they get more extreme into things, they start playing with this idea, and I see it with flat earthers a lot. They start playing with, well, you can't, frequent a store, you can't go to a business, or you can't, listen to music from a band, or you can't whatever from somebody who doesn't agree with you on this vertical, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And you living your life like that is one, not possible to be consistent. But number two, it goes down a road that's really a difficult road to follow if you tried to be consistent, right? So if you're like,
it's
well,
like putting yourself in a cage.
Yeah. So I'm not going to go to a store, right, from that's run by a company that the ownership or the fundamentals of the store don't agree with my vertical on this, right? Okay, so you can do that with the store, maybe to some extent, right? You could say my grocery store is going to have to, the place where I get my groceries. But wait a second, you might need to get milk from a farmer that doesn't agree with you politically. You might purchase an avocado from a farmer that doesn't agree with you socially. Oh no! Well, now what? Which ways are you going to slice it? You wind up with what do I do? You're paralyzed now if you actually try to be consistent.
Yeah.
So I say, don't do that, right? Of course, then there's the other things of, okay, there's a couple really important things to everybody, right? Whatever is that really, really important thing that's peak.
Yeah, I'm currently avoiding any kind of like debating or engagement with Caleb on TikTok, KK Caleb, Flat Earth Caleb, because someone told me that he said some frankly verbally abusive things to certain Jews that were on his stream or something.
He is very open about how much of a fan he is of Mustache Man.
Yes.
So that's different though. I mean, you're not frequenting his establishment. That's different. Right.
No, but it's like we all have to draw a line somewhere.
Yes.
And we have to be careful where we draw that line, because nobody's going to be 100% happy with where we draw that line.
Everybody draws their own line.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. Let it slide. You know what happens when it rains? What does a cow do when it rains? They just stand there. The water rolls off their back. So be a cow.
I like that.
Let's see. All right. Racist Ronnie's been... Racist Ronnie was pushing the lines there. Yeah. I'm not going to read that. I don't even... Look, Ronnie, your name says it all. That kind of stuff. Go somewhere else and be that person. If you want to be here, we have a kind of a topic we're covering. Read the room. All right. Dim Mac, he's reading the room, right? He's as crazy as a box of frogs, and we love him for it. Yeah, and racist Ronnie went past the line, so and he was checking to see where the line was. He found it.
Kind of a consequential test.
Yeah. I mean, he wanted to. I think he's like, all right, I'm going to see where that line is. I'm just going to go boom, 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 boom. There it is. You got it. Okay. What do we? Oh my goodness. This is going
stick
fast.
Around as a viewer, at least for a little bit, with Dave McKeegan, because that's going to be fun. I'm sure.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're going to do DRP round 2.
Dave McKeegan's content. I haven't interacted with him yet, though.
All right. I'm going to send him the link. I'm going to run.
Get to say hi before I go.
I'll run to the bathroom and play a little a video while that happens. So, all right,
all right.
That one of the things that I've found is I need to remember where I communicate with people. You know that? Like Dave McKeegan and I, it's on Discord.
Okay.
You're on Discord. You're on Facebook Messenger. Either is fine. Blitz, Discord.
Yep.
Or TikTok, but I don't do a whole lot of TikTok. So,
right.
If I need to talk to Globey McGlobeface, it's TikTok or email. I have to remember all of these things.
Yeah. Such is the landscape of
It
modern
is.
internet.
Yeah. All right. None of your business says, I think I sent your guest, Professor Dave's primer on evolution. Scientific literacy is important, and it appears to be severely lacking in U.S. religious populations. You're preaching to the choir. I'm the evidence I've looked at for the age of the earth and things like that leads me to follow the evidence that it's old. But Peter and I are good friends. That's not going to change.
Thank you.
Anyway, I sent that to Dave. So you stick around, Peter. I'm going to play because I got to hit the bathroom here. And do I hear extra noises? I do. All right. I hear Dave in the background, but I'll mute him and myself and while this plays here. Let's see. I think I got this coming. I added a whole bunch, so I now have to hunt farther to find. There it is. Okay, here we go. And of course, that one for some reason hangs a bit.
Yo.
There we go.
Yo, listen up, it's your boy Birch in the his house. Plan so slick, gonna make your pockets dizzouse. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirt H in the his house. That's the boy's house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets dizzouse. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. But turn up, that's the line I'm preaching. Sell my app is what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocket in a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo,
Dave
Dave
Weiss
Weiss
is
is
a
a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about the thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about the thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy to make that green. I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. Titrh, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
All right, everybody. Thank you. I hope you appreciate that truth telling that we just got from Dave Weiss. All right, we've got Dave McKeegan and Peter. Are you still here? Oh, you are. Okay. All right. So we got Peter and Dave. Dave, Peter's a fan. He just wanted to say hi for a little bit. But we've. Oh, hold on.
Material around these days.
That's true.
You missed the fanboy moment between them. You were muted, but it's okay. I experienced it. It was amazing. It's touching. So some people were asking, and maybe we can cover this, about what type of cameras and footage we might be looking to get there. But we have there's a game show we're going to do here, Dave.
I need to break some bad news to you, unfortunately. But I bring a peace offering. I was watching the stream this morning when you and Craig were playing it.
Oh, no.
But I only caught a bit of it, and then I had to go and do something else. So I paused it, and then I thought I'll go watch it later. So I watched it back this afternoon, and then I saw you say about you wanting to play with me. I thought I've shot myself in the foot. So I've made you a little present as a peace offering.
Okay.
I don't know whether you want to. Do you want me to send it to you first, or do you just want me to share it straight to the screen now?
Well, I have no idea, but I trust you, so share it straight to the screen.
Okay, let's see where I can get this up. Okay.
That is beautiful.
That's great. There's nothing to do but laugh.
It works so well.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I surprised myself putting that one together.
All right. So the problem is, of course, now I've got to find somebody that's not seen it in order to play the game D or P with. Maybe Creaky has not seen, and we can get him in here. All right, you got to send me that. I'll put it into the. I'll add it to the video for this song.
I was actually thinking of making my own too. Not exactly like that, but if I make one, I'll send it to you. And
Absolutely.
you can see.
I'll update the video. But you know what? We do need to at least watch the intro video, even if we can't, if we're not going to play the game. So, all right,
Oh yeah, it's definitely worth a watch.
You, I can pipe you the audio, but I can't easily pipe you the video, so you have to watch it and listen potentially on the YouTube stream. So here we go.
Pick it up. Is it dirt? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it dirt or a potato? Check it out. Dirt or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Dirt or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on! Yo, can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt for a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt for potato, let's go. Skank it up. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dirt or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dirt or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it dirt or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, rude boys. On the garden patch or a silly trick, will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guessing flow.
Well, if you know the story, one of those was a concert I was at. The one of the hardcore dance pit. I was at that concert.
Very nice.
So, anyway, Peter, anything else?
No, I was just thinking I should probably give you and McKeegan some space here and
All right. That's
let
good
the
to
programming move on.
good to talk, Peter. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you so much. This was a delight.
All right, Dave.
Pete.
So, man, too bad the cat was let out of the bag. I figured you might have been watching, but I'd been watching the chat. You didn't say anything, but
No, well, it was like I don't know, 6, 7 in the morning, some stupid time. So I just happened to be sort of I got up for something, and I threw it on in the background, and then I was too busy crying with laughter, to be honest, to put anything in the chat, and then I had to go offline, and I thought I'll catch up with that later, and then it was only afterwards I thought, oh shit, I wasn't meant to see that.
Anyway, well, we still got to see the song, the video for it. So, the question earlier was, what are we going to do? What, for filming while we're there? And did you watch the conversation I had with Landon Knoll?
The interview you did a few weeks back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I watched that. I watched that one. So got some ideas from him.
Okay. He specifically said, don't bring a zoom camera that has a telescoping lens. And so I will be bringing the zoom camera that has the longest telescoping lens possible, the P1000.
You mean that one?
Yes. Can you just for the audience? I don't know if there's no way they can properly, respect how much it's. Is that your zoom lens, or are you just happy to see me?
I wasn't expecting it to be quite so big. That's what she said. When I took it out the box, I thought, okay, that's a bit more substantial than I was expecting. So, but yeah, I won't be taking that one with me. I've got some of my other lenses I'll be taking.
Yeah, you've got the right one. So I will be bringing mine because I've taken photographs of the sun through the solar filter that I have with that same camera. So I'll do that there. Because it's a 1-to-1 comparison, the very same camera with the very same everything, so plus they love that camera. So if it comes from that camera, it is gospel to them. So Astro Kate, that's an amazing camera. It's not. It's very much not.
Yeah, I surprised myself. I took it out the other night. I thought, I'm just going to try and see what kind of photos that I can get of the stars and how hard is it to get them in focus. And that was when I surprised myself and realized that the P1000 is garbage for it.
Yeah.
Getting them in focus is pretty easy, but it doesn't let you do more than about a half a second shutter, which is utterly useless for taking photos of the night sky. So, well, yeah, I can't get why they're obsessed with it, but
getting that in focus is easy, but step one is the hard step for the flat earthers. Flipping the switch from autofocus to manual focus, right? AF does not mean like she's hot AF. That's not what AF means. It's autofocus. You don't want it on autofocus. MF doesn't mean that either. It's manual focus. Oh, we see Rusty. I see Rusty's foot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's hiding.
He's lounging.
Spin the camera around here. Come on, people want to see.
There he is. Hi, Rusty. Look at that. What is the camera that we're looking at you through?
So this is a Sony A6400 that is just, this one stays just for shooting these videos set up on the desk, and then I've got somewhere up here my A74 is what I usually use for the videos on the chair. So that'll be going to Antarctica with me, along with my older A7 III, which I was going to use for photographing the sun, because a load of people have said, you know, be mindful of potentially damaging. So that's pretty much a surplus camera now anyway. So I'll use that for the sun, and I'll use the newer one for general purpose. And then I've also gone and bought a Insta360, so
that's
that we can get
the
some...
same one Will has.
Yeah, so Will's looking at doing actual filming video, whereas I think I'm going to set mine up to do 2-second time lapses, and I've then bought a solar panel to go with that, because admittedly I bought the solar panel before I'd found out about us having a different location to be able to film in, but just in case we need a power supply for it, that should hopefully keep everything running.
It turns out we may be doing the filming of the sun for 24 hours, not right at the camp, but a bit away from it, where there's a generator. So that's what the potentially better thing is that can happen. So I don't know if there's a generator, does that mean that we're gonna have like an extension cord out there, or we need to bring our own extension cord? That we don't know, because if it's right next to the building and if we don't have a long extension cord, well, the building will be in the way of the sun. So, and flat earthers will think that the sun set while it was behind the building, because they lack object permanence.
They lack a lot of things.
All right. Oh, I need to. All right. Can you talk a little bit? I have to send the Venmo here to my wife.
Yeah. Well, if anybody's got any questions or anything they want to know in particular, or I could just get Rusty back up and he can do the talking.
One thing
time lapses
that's cool is to show off your set there, right? Because we only see what we see in the video.
Yeah, right? I can. Hang on, let me pull the camera up 1 second. Hello. You're not going to be able to hear me through this because the microphone's attached to the desk.
All right.
But so this is the office space, usually the tripod where the camera would be facing that way, and then the desk is next to it, and then I just have the camera placed on the between, so I can close the monitors up when I'm not filming, and I can open them up when I need to, and then for lighting I've got the softbox up here that's on a swing arm, so I can just bring that over when I need to.
All right, turn it around so we know that you're not on the NASA set. Can you do?
I'm not on the NASA set. I'm in a dump.
You're in a what?
I'm in a dump. There's just mess in that corner. So
I
have a little acoustic curtain that I pull over to try and keep the
that's cool.
down.
That's pretty cool.
Yes, it's been a slow progression trying to build this space up, because I've made so many changes to it over the years of doing YouTube videos, and I tend to get quite lazy with a minimal maintenance setup. I used to have, because I've got like 3 lights around, and I'd sometimes forget to turn on one at the back or whatever, so I've got them all wired into a smart plug that I can just ask my smart device to turn the studio on, and then all the lights will come on as needed. The only thing I seem to forget these days is to check whether the globe in the background's stuck to the ceiling of the base or not.
Well, I have 2 of those, and I think it's stashed behind there. My house is not level, and you can't tell by looking, because 2 degrees out of level we can't see. But yeah, nothing in my house is level, and this is the most unlevel room of the house. So that dresser behind me is leaning back by a lot. So that thing that you have there, that globe thing, it doesn't work on that shelf there.
Don't lie to us, Toon. That cannot be the case, because all flat earthers know that anything in the distance, you have to be able to see it leaning back.
Yeah. And I haven't.
Why is Chicago not lounging?
I haven't used that yet, right? But when a flat earther does bring that up, because they don't tend to bring it up in debates as much, I think it goes in phases, right? They have their arguments du jour, and that's not the argument du jour. But how much is that leaning back? It's 170 miles worth of lean back is what that is.
Well, I keep getting a couple of people who bring that up in comments at times, and I'll generally say, it's Chicago's less than a degree good luck seeing that. And then I've actually been online and found some photos of the tower at Pisa, but taken from a perspective where it's leaning away from the camera.
Mm-hmm. Bet you can't tell.
But no, but I've not got round to using that particular argument yet.
It really shows their apologies. I'm eating. I can't not eat. I'm either sleeping or on camera for 50 hours. Well, I did shower. I was not on camera there either. You're welcome.
Not on this platform anyway.
Yeah, that was it. And no, it shows their inability to really understand the thing that they're trying to argue. It's not difficult to figure out how much it should be leaning away, right? 69 miles, 1 degree. And I've asked them, I don't know if I've ever once got a flat earther to actually answer that question. How much on the globe should it be leaning away? They don't know.
No,
So.
they're I think there's probably some of the top flat earthers that have worked it out and then thought, yeah, that's not really a good argument to put forward. We'll not mention that.
Yeah.
But the rest of them don't think about it, and then if the flat earth priests don't say it, then the other ones don't think to question it.
Yep. So we've got, let's see. I forgot. It's a Japanese. The Japanese one here. Is it Mr. Karem? Here, I'll retranslate. Says the default language is Welsh, by the way. Mr. Karem says, if I were going to Antarctica, I'd only take a Leica M with a Noctura lens and a Leica Q as a backup with me. Now, I don't know what those are, really.
Expensive.
Oh. That's what they are.
Yeah. Pretty much. That's the sum of them. Yeah, they're kind of sort of Hasselblad-esque.
Oh, okay.
So yes, I wish I could take them with me, but unfortunately, I'd have to be able to afford them first.
Ah, okay. So, one of your earlier videos, you talked about Hasselblad.
Yeah, that was some of the Apollo videos because they used Hasselblads. And then the video that I did, last video that I did actually, addressing the Concorde photo. And it turned out when I'd reached out to Adrian, the photographer, he said he'd actually used a Hasselblad camera for the photo.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you don't have experience with Hasselblad.
No, not personally.
Okay. It was so you had covered that what was his name? That guy that did say he had used a Hasselblad.
Oh, Gary Funk.
Gary Funk, yeah. Who, by the way, is an absolute nutcase because Gary Fong sells. What's this? He sells. I'll switch to my other camera. These. Hold on. Upper camera. Right here. Shungite to protect you from 5G and wireless. This is a rock. It's conductive. It's basically coal or soot. And they're like, you get that, you put that near your wireless router, and then you won't get, the evil, killing, deadly radiation from it. How? Never mind how, but he sells it and you can buy it from him. Seriously.
Yeah. First rule of Do Your Own Research Club is don't ask questions.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like, oh, somebody said it, somebody else said it, another guy said it. I don't need to do anything else. No. Okay, so the question is what type of that this person was asking, what type of things are we going to look to document? I haven't put a lot of thought into what might be the video, the documentary. Have you?
No. So my personally, from my standpoint, is obviously point one. Does the sun set? Kind of spoiler alert, no, it won't. But my thinking with the 360 camera is to get a good time lapse of the sun right the way around. The camera that I'm going to take, the A7 III that I'm going to take with the telephoto lens, I want close-up shots of the sun with a filter over the front of it, pretty much much like you're doing, so that we can see what the sunspots are looking like at that time, how they're orientated on the sun, and also taking images throughout the day so that we can see the actual size of the sun to ensure that it is staying the same size all the way round. And then the other camera really just to sort of capture photos and videos while we're there, just sort of handheld documentary type footage. But yeah, I've not, other than that, I'm not really sure. I mean, that is sort of the point of going, and it's not like there's much else to do there.
That's true. I was thinking I might bring I have a Sony A6000, I think, here. I might bring that. It's just got the kit lens, and then get a microphone on it, with the fuzzy thing. The what's it, wind something? What do you call it?
Oh yeah, I can't remember how they go. Sometimes not wind socks. That's for the planes.
These things.
Yeah, dead cats.
Dead cat?
They quite often get called dead cats because they look like dead cats.
Oh, all right.
Well, I think they do anyway.
Yeah, so that is probably, if I bring something other than my phone, of course, I'll probably bring that camera. Though I do have another Panasonic I could bring potentially. So.
Yeah, I was mindful of what to bring and how much to bring, given the luggage limitations and everything as well. I've still got some clothing and that to buy, so I'm not too sure where I'll be at in terms of how much gear I've got to pack. But I did contribute towards the plane ticket myself to upgrade to get more baggage allowance, just to make sure that I was covered for everything.
Yeah, I'm figuring I'll have to bring two bags. Because the 360-degree camera, you got to put on a tripod of some sort. What were you thinking for a tripod?
So I've got my main tripod, which is pretty heavy duty that I'll probably put the telephoto lens on just to try and keep it as stable as possible. And then I have got a smaller compact travel tripod that I'm thinking I'll probably put the 360 on that.
Yeah, that's not very heavy.
No, there's no weight to it at all. So it's really more just to keep it off the floor, basically.
Yeah. And then batteries don't last long in cold. So I think that 360 does have a USB port that you can power off of a brick. So you might want to test it if you have a brick.
Yeah, I've got that one that I was going to take with me, which is a 2200 milliamp hour one. So I figured solar panel into this, that into the
there you go
into the 360.
Can that charge and feed at the same time?
Which this?
Yeah. You got to test it because they don't all do that.
I'll double check, and if not, I'll find one that does.
Yeah, I have a. Hold on a second. Some people are bickering a little bit here. All right, Catherine. I don't know. Catherine, behave. I have the I forgot the brand, but I have a 30,000 amp hour one that does charge at the same time, in and out at the same time. So I was looking at, I have 3 of them. One doesn't work so well, so I bring at least 2 and probably the solar, pick up a solar panel. All right, I did. My wife is texting me, so all right. I don't know. I'm getting pretty anxious. For the longest time I was like, I'm not going. And then I thought about it more. I'm like, should I try? So anyway, I'm on the way. I saw that you kicked over a little bit, a lot bit. Thank you very much for that. On the GoFundMe.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But really would like to see you come along.
Yeah,
just because it'd be funny to see how Austin reacts.
He cried. He basically just cried when I said I'm going.
Well, do you know what? I was because you'd obviously said you were going and told them you were going before they'd signed it, and I was surprised that they still agreed to go after that. I thought that would have been a deal breaker for him, but
I talked to Will because this is his thing, and I'm like, I don't want to ruin anything if I say this, because it was after the deadline, the first deadline. I said to Will, I don't want to mess this up. If what I do causes Austin not to go, then I don't want to. He's like, no, just do it. Just go. It's good. So, I knew that it could affect his decision as well, and I want him to go. I'm not excited about being near such a horrible racist. Did you see on Friday? I had that link to a Twitter space he had.
I briefly opened it, and I think I got about 10 seconds into it, and I thought, this is going to go places I don't want to be listening to.
Yep, it did. And then, of course, he wasn't as bad as Brother Nathaniel, but he's hanging around with Brother Nathaniel, and man. So anyway, I want him to go because the flat earthers think that he's their darling. And so if he goes, says, yes, the sun was up the whole time circling, then they can't say, well, Jaren's been a shill since the movie, and who's this other Lisbeth? We don't know her. So
I think they'll throw them all under the bus anyway. There's that many different factions of flat Earth. They're going to ostracize both of them.
Oh yeah, they'll kick him under the bus, and so they all need to know, right? They're definitely going into this knowing full well that by agreeing to go, there's even at least at some level a tacit acknowledgement that if the sun is up for 24 hours. That's it for flat Earth. That's toast, right? So,
I think a telltale for me as well is the reactions of everyone who's turned it down.
that
Oakley and Vice and Sargent, and because none of them have tried to come up with any, I say, valid excuse. But yeah, it's understandable if you couldn't go. It's fairly close to Christmas. I know Simon Dan said he wouldn't want to take it because he wouldn't want to be away from his family. It was an aspect that plagued with me before I agreed to go. I had to sit down with my missus and sort of talk it through with her and see how she felt before I actually agreed to go. None of the flat earthers have even suggested that as a reason. They've just out and out said, I'm not going because XYZ, it's not relevant or whatever.
yeah.
It's like you'd only do that if you knew what the outcome was going to be.
Yeah. Dubé's answer, Oakley, Dearth. I mean, very over-the-top responses from them that really inform everybody else who's watching of a lot. Dean's response was much more subdued, so fine for that. I have zero respect for him, but at least his response wasn't, I don't know exactly, what he said, but it wasn't this ridiculous kind of answer. Mark Sargent, stupid, right? He tries to be like the genteel guy, right? The kind of soft-spoken flat earther, but he's a turd. He is.
Well, he said he's coming for me, apparently. It's only taken him 2 bleeding years of me making videos before he's announcing that he's coming after me for it, so I can't wait to see what he's got.
He's coming after you?
Well, because the video that Will put out showing where Sargent had turned it down, he was on a stream at the time and he brought it up and he said he wasn't going to justify it really by talking about it. And then someone questioned and said, about me being the photographer who's going, and then he was Sargent said something along the lines of, "Oh, we're going to be tackling his claims or whatever." Like, I've been doing this for 2 years. It's taken you this long.
It's he's the ultimate soft denialist, right? His stance is always just this denialist, not having any like factual stuff. So when he said for years, dozens of times, take a picture of the horizon, put it on your screen, put a straight edge next to it. If it's curved, I'll quit flat Earth tomorrow. I have dozens of times him saying that. I did that, and his response wasn't doing what he said he would do. His response was to send a Neil deGrasse Tyson video.
Well, that was that was one of the things about the Concorde photo that always got me, was the fact that like most of the photos that you put up that show a curved horizon, there's no reference within the photo to tell you it's not fisheye. So they can just say, it's a fisheye lens. The Concorde photo gives a clear clue because the Concorde's not distorted either. But then they throw all the arguments of it's below the horizon, so therefore the distortion's only affecting the horizon and not the Concorde. The Concorde's in the middle and they've cut it. So when I then went and bought that book, and it had, I don't remember what page it was on now.
The uncropped photo?
No, that one where the Concorde's above the horizon. It's like there's no lens on the planet, unless you've got levels of pincushion distortion that I've never seen in my life, that no lens I know of is able to produce. There's no way that horizon could be an optical distortion. It has to be curved, or it would have also curved the Concorde. But yeah, none of them want to address that one. Level Earth Observer's response was to publicly comment saying that he wouldn't respond to it because he would deem it as bullying.
What? He's such a...
The demonstrable realist doesn't want to explain demonstrable reality. But no,
All right,
fun.
sorry, I have to set a flag here. Hold on, there we go. Set a flag. Elio, somebody sent me a thing that Elio was faking, that they think that maybe he has a different background that he's claiming, but I don't know. I don't care. He's obviously just being this ridiculous denialist. And you know, his whole shtick is somehow imagining that a crane would have to somehow swing wildly while the Earth moves. And like, I mean, it's basically an IQ test. If you don't understand second grade science, then you'll believe him. And if you do understand better than second grade science, you'll say, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Yeah, he's utterly clueless. But yeah, I've had a couple of run-ins with him. He really pissed me off the other week because I'd referenced basically, if you do any video that includes a soundbite of him and you utter the words flat earth at some point, he just takes it that you're bunging him in with flat earthers and he's not a flat earther, and he basically threatened to do a Cheswick on my channel and copyright strike everything because he's not a flat earther. So I just asked him, what's the difference? Name me one difference between what his level Earth is versus what flat earthers say. Couldn't give me one. All I've ever heard him say is he doesn't believe the Earth is flat because he acknowledges that mountains and valleys exist. I was like, there's no flat earther that thinks the Earth is smooth.
Well, there's
yet the description of...
There's no other person, there's no non-flat earther that thinks flat earthers don't believe in mountains.
No. And if you read the description on his own channel, what he's put about the globe, he says there cannot be curvature. It's like,
Oh,
show me a shape of the Earth that's not flat, that doesn't have curvature.
yeah, that's a flat earther. So when I say flat earther, my definition for flat earther includes people that think that the Earth has no curvature.
Well, yeah, I mean,
There you go.
Flatzoid the other week, because he's basically been trying to dismiss the whole Antarctica trip, and he said he doesn't claim a model. The Flatzoid doesn't claim the Earth is flat or any particular model for it. He's had debates with FTFE trying to argue there's accurate flat Earth maps, and suddenly now it's being put to the test. I'm not making any claims about it.
Yeah, they run away. That's so funny.
But,
well, he said before it's really got solidified what the final experiment was about, I think Will had done a super chat or something. Will had been going around doing super chats during different things, asking flat earthers for commitments, tacitly, like, what would you say if the sun never set in Antarctica? And they're like, oh yeah. Well, so I think it was on Modern Day Debate or Jaron, and there was a super chat came in to Flatzoid. If the sun doesn't set in Antarctica, would you say the Earth is not flat? He said, yep. So that video, I have that video. That's going to be used.
yeah, I have to give credit to Will. He laid the groundwork for this so beautifully.
He did. He certainly did. All right. So speaking of experiments and things to do there, here, I don't know if you've seen my my compass. Flat earthers don't understand how magnetism works. So I'll show you what I got here. This is my I just got it. It's a dip compass. So you can see the red points north, and apparently flat earthers think that the blue points nowhere. Because compasses only point north. So blue is pointing nowhere. The rest of us know it's pointing south. Anyway, so this compass, which you set it so that is in this axis right here, because then you rotate it and it dips, and so now it's angled. You can't see from above the angle that it's at, so I'll just grab it and then I'll turn it back. So while it's vertical, this is the angle that it gets, and so it's marked on here so you can measure the angle. So now here in Minnesota where I am, it dips north down at this angle. And when you're on the other side of, as you go farther south, right, this angle will get more and more towards zero, and then you continue south, and then the south end of the magnet will tip down as you get closer to the south magnetic pole. But now flat earthers almost universally say that the north pole is the only magnet right here, that there's north here, and that, right, you've seen them do this. I have a magnet under the table here, so we've got the red pointing there, so I can move this around, and they're like, oh, that's how it works. And like, it never points south. It's still pointing south, right? But that can't be the case because the south magnetic pole is actually here. So I'm flipping the magnet now. So this is what has to happen on flat Earth too, right? But
flat earthers can't even decide where the South Pole is.
Oh, they don't know. Yeah. But then the other impact of that is that when we're here, what would the compass dip be? Because we're on the opposite side from where the south magnetic pole is, whether they acknowledge the south magnetic pole or not. The dip compass for flat Earth has to have north end of it still dipping south or dipping down, but by just a little, instead of the south end dipping by a lot. So they won't understand that. That's the problem. They can't appreciate the fine things in life.
No, they're missing out on so much.
So have you gotten all of your cold weather gear, or most of it? Or?
No, I've already got. I already own some I own the thermal base layers already, but the mid and outer layers, there's some bits that I probably should get some higher rated stuff for, just to make sure I don't freeze. So
yeah, I need to. I live in Minnesota. I have what I have, but it's not going to be. It's not going to be good enough because you're here, you're in the house, you go out to the car, you're cold for 5-6 minutes, and then the car warms up, and then you walk into your next place. So I don't go ice fishing, and I don't go snowmobiling, and if I go skiing, I do have a snow pants, but they're beat up and old, and I can't bring them. They're too bad.
Yeah. No, I'm like that. It's like, I mean, I spend some time out in the winter. Kids have got activities that are all outdoors, so once it gets really cold, you're standing around watching them, and it's wind's getting through and stuff. So
just standing there, yeah. What, do your kids do sports outside in the winter?
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, they don't. Cold doesn't bother them. The eldest one's doing football all the time, so he's constantly running around. We come off in snow with dripping sweat, and our middle one's taking up football now as well, so she's going to be doing that come the winter as well. So yeah, I'm well prepared for standing in the cold, but standing in minus 20 degrees might be a bit of a stretch for me at the moment.
Or multiple hours. That's the other thing. Like it's not just a game a soccer game, right? You said football. So you're confusing us Americans.
Yeah, I say it correctly.
It's not just that, because it's 2, 3, 4 hours. If we're going to be filming the sun, we want to plan to get 24 hours full of coverage. You can't not be there for 24 hours and get 24 hours of coverage somehow. Somebody has to be there.
Especially if we're not at the camp. That's thrown a sort of another one into it. Initially, I thought if we're at the camp, you can set it up outside, you can go into the tents, you can go do whatever. But I think it's something like 5 kilometers, they said, away that this other location is.
Yeah.
And it's going to be their staff obviously taking us to it. So I don't know what the deal is as to... They're not going to be hanging around with us. Presumably, they're just going to drop us off at the location and say, we'll be back for you later.
Yeah. And then what? Yeah. So I really liked the idea of being at the camp. Go there, come back, right? Go do something, come back and check on the things, make sure they're working well. But if we're going to be 5 kilometers away, then we can't do that. I mean, it's nice that we'll have potentially power and stuff like that. I don't know. Is there a building? Can we go inside the building? I don't know, but
it said some form of shelter, but I don't know what that's gonna entail.
Until we know more, I'm like, we got to plan for the worst. We'll be there for 4 hours, 8 hours, whatever. So got to be warm. That's I don't know, the things we do.
And on a semi-unrelated note, I've started to form a new scientific hypothesis that I am tentatively going to dub Conspiratorial.
Yes, but let's hear about it.
It's caused by Earth's rotation. He goes around to all these completely unrelated podcasts and people who were just going through life merrily, happily, just, with common sense and logical thinking.
Or at least doing their thing.
Yeah.
Right? If they're a comedian, they're being a comedian. If they're political, they're being political. If they're whatever, that's what they're doing. Then
the rotation of Earth comes around to a particular unrelated podcast that they happen to be listening to, and then the Conspiratorial effect just drags them into a world of insanity.
Yeah. All right, we've got to have these two meet. Oh, this. All right, let me switch here to. There we go. Okay. All right, Penguin. Look, it's Rusty. Look at Rusty just laying there. Look at him. Don't lick my tongue. No.
Good girl.
There we go. Here, hold on, I need to see the screen. Rusty's just sleeping there. But to a dog, a screen is just a screen. It doesn't have any life. What do you think? What do you think, Penguin? No? Do you even recognize it? Nothing? Nothing at all? Aww. Well, maybe they'll have to play a different day.
Yeah, Rusty's a bit hopeless with screens. Anytime I video call and I'm away from home, he goes nuts because he can hear me, and then but you put a phone in front of his face and he can't recognize me.
Oh, I like to. We have a Amazon Echo, and I will sometimes drop in. You can drop in, right, and then start talking. I'll get them, like if my daughter's upstairs in her room and the dogs are downstairs, I'll drop in on the downstairs and I'll start talking to them and get them barking. and then we get home, she's like, "Why did you make them bark?"
Oh, have you seen me pull my little trick on Craig with his echoes?
No.
So his trigger word's computer. So I send him a super chat, that I just type, computer, tell everyone the Earth's flat, and it announces it to all of them in all his Echo devices all ping up.
That's
First
great.
time I did it, I don't think he realised that it was going to do it, so it just said, announcing.
That's great.
Although last stream he did, I told it, I put it to tell the Echo to tell computer to turn the sun simulator off, and it just said okay.
Wow. All right. So were you done with the dearth? What do you call it?
The Contiolus effect.
There you go.
It's still a work in progress at the moment. But the rotation of dearth is.
Okay, I got some super chats to read here. People are saying, "Oh my goodness, I got a bunch." All right, Cody, if you're out there, we might start a little late. Monkey in the Works says close enough. Okay, so I was trying to pronounce a word that was not American. Close enough. It's Wyndham. I love rural English town/village names. Such counterintuitive pronunciation. It was spelled with a Y. I don't know why. Darkstar 4400 says, while in Antarctica, follow Spelunker's rule. Take nothing but pictures. Take nothing but pictures. Kill nothing but time. That'll work. That'll do. That goes nicely with Mal Private said, will you write your name in the snow in Antarctica? Nope. Astrokate.
I thought we were killing flat Earth.
Yes. We'll kill time and flat Earth. Astrokate says Flurfs refuse to gaze at the rings around Uranus. Melodic Lyrics says, personally, rather happy about the resurgence of the classic conspiracy theory harp. It was bunk then, bunk now, easy to find the ID10Ts. Dimmock, how does a Chiefs prof float above dirt pizza? Yeah, Dimmock was in the chat. Are you familiar with him? He's
Heard of.
He's a random word generator. Random derp generator. Darkstar 4400 says, I need to correct Spelunker's motto. Take nothing but pictures. Leave nothing but footprints. Kill nothing but time and flat Earth. My bad. I added the flat Earth. Thank you, Darkstar. Nerd Pedantic Alert says, impossible challenge. Count the potatoes. Yes. A collection of potatoes and dearths. Or potatoes, which somebody thought was hate speech, but I don't think face look like potato is a protected class. So, Darkstar 4400 again says potatoes, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Is that from like a song? I don't know.
Not familiar with it.
All right, Icy Spin says, who has more power banks? I have 3 of those 3,000 milliamp hour power banks.
I've got 3 different power banks, but probably only one that's worth taking. The other ones are fairly small.
And the hand warmers to keep them warm, because you get about half the power if they're cold. So we go to Fleet Farm and there's just bins of these hand warmers. So I'll bring a bunch of them. Icy Spin. Oh, that was Icy Spin's comment right there. All right. The OG Kenji says, Dave McKeegan, is it true that you're really Dominic Monaghan?
I can neither confirm nor deny that, but I've no idea who it is.
All right, now everybody's Googling Dominic Monaghan.
I get loads of people saying that they really like seeing me in Lost, but I don't know if that's the same person or...
Oh, it is! Oh! Oh, it's you! That's you! That's you! That's you! Hold on. Oh my gosh. It is. I'm sorry. All right, hold on. You're going to love it. Here you go. I'll send it to I sent it to you in Discord. That is it. All right. Right? All right, poll. I'm doing a poll. Too many names. All right, and I'll link it. Oh no, I've got it on screen. There you go. Is this Dave, or is this Dominic Monet? All right, that's not enough pictures of him. We need more pictures of him. You see there, that's an older version of him there. Right, yeah, it's a current version. All right, I'm saying yeah. Look how dapper Dominic is there. All right. All right, I'm sorry, Dominic. That was I mean Dave. Okay.
Well, as long as you don't try turning it into a game.
Yeah. Is it Dave or Dominic? It's a Rubik's. Oh, so Stephen Jarvis gifted a membership. Thank you. Stephen, it's a Rubik's, says, here's a few shield dollars. You know why? They know. Okay. I think this might be something for us. The grumpy old mechanic says, give more attention to previous TFEs. The Ronald Amundsen expedition, or the hundreds who have skied to the South Pole. That's a good point that we should really cover. That we're not doing anything new, other than bringing a flat earther with to a place they say you can't go.
Yeah, that's the crux of it. Is we're not treading new ground apart from that a flat earth is going to be there and we get to witness it.
Yeah. And forever, flat earthers will then not be able to say anything. But it's not really, and this people get confused about this. You can't uncult the culted, right? Flat Earth is a cult. They have a religion. They're not going to give up the religion easily. So some might, but for the most part, they're committed. They're going to die flat earthers. A lot of them.
I think there will be long term. I think there will. I don't think there'll be anything immediately, but I think it'll be kind of like Ranty with that Blackpool photo. There'll be a lot of them, not the people who stream regularly, like Flatsoid and Oakley and that, but the people who watch them.
Oh, yeah.
When they don't have an answer for why there is a 24-hour sun, and there's flat earthers, or probably then ex-flat earthers, who say, I was there, I saw it, and they can't put an explanation for it, it's going to make people start doubting things. Anyone who's on the fence who hasn't fallen down the rabbit hole yet, it'll probably bring them back. And I think once a lot of those channels lose what little audience they have now, they're probably going to give it up. I think Flatsoid will carry on. I think he's
a one-trick pony.
Mindset. Yeah, I think it's with him. It's because he's convinced himself that the Bible says that the Bible means the Earth is flat, and he dare not question the Bible. Then he's going to keep pounding his head against that rock for as long as he can. But Oakley, I think once the money dries up for him, he'll just give it up and go on to something else.
Yeah. I mean, he's been trying hard to set up his position to be able to survive what he knows is coming, right? There's a definite split, right? There's the ones that know which way it's going to go, and they're scared of it. And so they're already hedging their bets. They're saying the things that they need to say now to hopefully keep their audience later, right? Oh, it doesn't.
I think that's what Jaron and Austin are doing.
Maybe Austin, But
yeah, probably not Jaren.
definitely Dearth, definitely Oakley. You know, do the things in the sky determine what shape the ground is? Absolutely 100%.
Yes.
But they say no, and their faithful flock will follow them. The other is, and I'm amazed at this, but this is the only position that I think is the honestest, more honest, I don't know, of them, is for them to say, to stick with them saying it will set. Right? Because they've been saying that. So for them to start not saying that, to change it, shows massive dishonesty. So like we're surprised. But that Aloha from Florida guy, he just did a video recently saying the sun's going to set. Okay, good. Then what when it doesn't? Right? Well, once they've staked that claim, at least they can, they've had the courage to stake their claim. And I'll give them that. They're going to be disappointed. And so then what's the question? What are they going to do then? Will they pivot, or will they say, oh, okay, nail it? But
that's for as much as they bang on about the scientific method. Usually the whole point of a scientific method is you form a prediction based off what you've previously thought, and then if you test it and you don't get the answer, then you look to change. Whereas they're already sort of trying to adapt their claim before it's actually been put to the test.
Yeah. Be bold. Make a prediction. Here's what... And we know they can't. Like, what time will the sun set? They can't tell you what time the sun set here. But they don't know. The time the sun will set is the time that timeanddate.com says it will, based on the globe geometry.
Yeah.
So they can't even do it here. They're already... they're already done. So...
No. I put it in. I think it was one of your videos I commented on, actually, about the patented now flat Earth bike that only works by backpedaling, because that's what they're all doing.
Absolutely. All right. Kuiper is a new member at Newton. Tim Davidson is let's see. Okay, is this remake Toon? Wait, is in this remake Toon is McCready Dave, is Jules. Okay, Toon is McCready, Dave is Jules, and Austin is the Thing. I don't recognize those references other than is this one of the Thing movies franchise?
Yeah, it must be one of the Things. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look it up if I need to know the Antarctic lore. Jaya Cat, the Catstrotsnot says 3 of mine are in football. Yes, soccer. Three of Jaya's kids are in soccer. Steven Jarvis says Dave and MCToon. Who's MCToon? He's the Scottish one.
That's Irish, but okay.
We went over this in DMs. I'm not Scottish or Irish. It's Seamus O'Toole. That's my Irish cousin. Anyway, Dave and MCToon, what's the time zone in Antarctica? So where we're going, you know where it is, right? Our time zone?
Yeah, they're on. It sticks with. Does it stick with? It sticks with Chile time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's
it's
UTC -3. So no daylight savings. Adam Johnson says I've had problems eating potatoes today. And Lord Illuminous Pooh says people ask where I get my money from. I sell solar powered flashlights and glow in the dark sunglasses. Very nice.
I'm gonna have nightmares about potatoes because of you two.
So should I publish that video or should I keep it for just when I play the game?
I hold it off for a little bit longer. There's probably a few people who've not had chance to see it all.
Yeah.
To see it yet.
See if I can get a few people to play the game.
Yeah. And feel free to use that picture as a thumbnail.
I might put it into the song, into the video for it. So there were a couple spots where almost every time in the song where the lyrics "dearth" or "potato" were said, I put pictures, but not every time. I was a bit rushing. So let's see. Astrocate says the fact that a racist and anti-Semite like Whitsitt get a free ticket to Antarctica and MCToon doesn't is a crime.
I was calling for McFlatty to get a ticket. I was appalled at Will that he disqualified him.
Did you see his video entry? It was amazingly dumb. I can't believe that Will even acknowledged that it existed.
Yeah. I need to reach out to him and see if I can borrow the P1 million to take it with us.
I can hook you up if you want. I can probably, but I have a feeling that the optics aren't as impressive as he says they are.
I've just had a thought though, because we've been told that they're taking us to a location outside of the camp with shelter and power outlets. Could it be McFlatty's experimentalization shed?
Oh my gosh. McFlatty really, he keeps asking. He wants to go. I'm like, dude, no, you can't. Like, he's like, I'll go in your checked baggage. Like, you can't. I'm not going to lug you through the airport. I'm like, I'll chuck you down the stairs. But his mom then gets mad at me. She's like, you can't. Right? Since the other times that you did that and the other times that your kids did that.
It's one too many concussions.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, I've kept you longer than I said I would, and I've got Cody in the wings here. I hope he's kicking around. I don't know. We set this time up, and anyway, thank you for coming. Anything to say here as there's Cody. Good.
No, I mean, it's I just, I hope that we get the sufficient funds for you to come along, because it'd be great to have you there for sure. If you can't make it, or maybe even if you can, I think I might have to put Etherically Displaced on as my ringtone.
Yeah.
And hope that somebody phones me while I'm there. I am now struggling as to whether Etherically Displaced or Dearth or Potato is my new favourite song. Maybe put together a mashup.
That'd be good.
Unintended.
All right. Question for Dave: who's your second and third most favorite channel? Number one being Gavin Hardcastle. I don't know who Gavin Hardcastle is.
Really? Well, you and Craig are the two that I don't get time to watch much these days. So usually it's if I'm at my computer, I'm editing, and if you guys are live streaming, then I'll be watching it in the background. Yeah, I don't really get much time to watch these days.
Well, that's the right answer. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, it was you two that got me into this mess in the first place.
Was it really like?
So it was Craig that initially got me. I already knew about Flat Earth. People like all the Flat Earthers will go, oh, it's a failed photographer. He's suddenly jumped on Flat Earth. I was arguing Flat Earth. I found old posts off Facebook where I was arguing in like 2018, 2017. But I always kept it off YouTube because I wanted to keep it just photography. And then I started delving into the moon landings from the photo side of things. And then it was one night I was just editing away, and I was trying to come up with. In fact, it was a video about fisheye versus rectilinear lenses, and I went on YouTube, and it just YouTube's feed offered me one of Craig's live debates, and I'm like, a live debate about flat Earth? I was like, I know I've had arguments with people, but surely like an actual live debate. And I think I watched about 20 minutes of it, and by that point, after I then removed my head from the desk, I was like, oh dear God. So I thought maybe I'll do a video about that, and that was when I then did the Horizon video, because I thought the stupidest thing is the fact that as much as like Mark Sargent goes, show me a curved horizon, even a flat Earth would be a curved horizon if their limited distance is a thing. So their own argument contradicts their own claims.
Yeah.
So I did the video about that, and then it just sort of spiraled up from there. But from once I'd watched Craig's one, it was then I'd made a comment in that video that I'd been watching a flat Earth debate, but I couldn't remember the name of the channel because I hadn't paid that much attention to it, and loads of people were commenting going, it's either FTFE or MCToon. So I went on yours as well to see, and I was like, oh no, it's FTFT, but then it kept prompting you as well. So, and I thought, oh shit, this is a gold mine of material.
That's it, you're done. Well, so Lubo wanted to clarify, it was what's your favorite photography channels, and second and third. So I'm out. I'm not a photography channel.
I even the photography kind of I don't watch them much anymore. I used to watch Jared Polin, Peter McKinnon, Matty Hapoya, and whoever the one that Petapixel now employ, Chris Nichols, him, the reviewers. I tend to generally watch reviews about stuff. It was more the actual gear rather than the people going photographing. Oh, James Popsy as well, or James Popsy, however he pronounces it. I met him a couple of years ago at a camera show. Bumped into him. He was a good guy. So I still watch some of his videos because he's lives around my sort of region, so I recognize a lot of the places he goes to shoot. He's been to Antarctica as well.
No, he hasn't. That's not possible.
Well, he's been on a boat on the edge of it. I think he managed to slip past the naval blockade.
All right. Well, Dave, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you. I think if we do it right, we'll meet up in Santiago.
Fingers crossed, and well, until then we have work to do, you and I, anyway, don't we?
We do. I might be a little tired tonight after this is done, so
I think I can let you off with that.
All right. Oh my gosh. All right, we'll see it later. I've sent the link to Cody, who can pop in whenever he's ready. All right, I have a message from, I can't even say it, from Jaren's Microdick that says, your take, Dave's still here, your take on the allegations against me. Well, the claim is that it's the opposite. So I would suspect that the person who owns that account has a first name of Jake. All right. Greetings. All right. Cody, say hi to Dave. Dave, Cody.
Hi, Cody.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
All right. I can kick you out, or you can hang around as long as you want, Dave. Whatever. I don't care.
I'm not in a rush, but I don't want to tread on anyone's toes.
Oh, no. So. All right. What time is it there? We're at 11 p.m. Is that right?
I'm not. Yeah. Well, I'm not in too much of a rush. If I come off now, I'll just be sat watching anyway.
All right. Well, Cody. Let's see, Cody. What were we going to talk about?
Well, I had a kind of a video that I wanted to talk about a little bit that I thought would be kind of a fun change of pace.
All right.
It's a Space Odyssey video. I don't recognize his voice well enough to tell. I don't think it's Alan. It's a guy with like a southern accent. Who's that?
A southern accent from one of the space audit guys?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, if we hear him, I might recognize.
So how do you want to do it? Do you want to play? Because I have a PowerPoint pulled up, and I have all the timestamps here. I can share my screen.
Yeah, you can share your PowerPoint.
If I can find it. There we go.
There we go.
Can
all
you
right.
see that?
How do we know that quantum mechanics is right? A response to space odyssey. Yeah, I see that.
Okay, cool. So, as a brief introduction, I am Cody Payne. I am studying quantum optics as a PhD student. So, I like being a lurker in the wings of flat Earth stuff, but flat Earth isn't exactly my niche. Astronomy isn't my niche. Quantum mechanics is my niche. So I felt like it would be fun to kind of come on and chat about this a little bit. So I found a video where one of our...
where they're getting quantum mechanics wrong.
Well...
Or right?
So, no, well, a little bit right, mostly wrong. Here, I'll pull the video. Is that streaming? Is that going through?
I see. Are you playing something? I don't hear anything or see anything different than what you had before.
Oh, okay. I opened the link, so I guess it's not sharing.
Oh, yeah. It didn't open it in. It's not in PowerPoint.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not used to doing this. Because I can just talk about these points individually, to kind of summarize it as opposed to playing it, but I don't know if that's going to be more boring for everyone. What do you think? I'll leave it to your.
Well, it'd be good to hear them say it.
Yeah, I agree. What if can I send you this link and you can pull it up?
Yes.
Okay, let me do that. So let me stop my shit real quick. And I will grab this link.
How are you on quantum, Dave?
Shite.
So remember, I mentioned earlier that somebody identified that I had a little bit of a pickup from something that Angela Collier said. That's Cody right there. He's the one that's like, you've been watching Angela Collier do science videos. I'm like, yep.
Honestly, I thought I was just imagining it, but I was actually kind of surprised when you confirmed that I was right.
Oh yeah, I've listened to almost everything that she's done. So
yeah, she's a great YouTuber. She's very, very good.
And she does a good job of just rambling and have it be, a really good presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, I got your link there. Let me.
Because timestamps, or we can just kind of pause as we want to discuss things.
Yeah. All right. I'll get it up on screen, and then you can tell me where to go. So let me update the scene here. So we get, all right. There's that. I need to add in so we can see you guys. Do you want me to share to you, or is it mostly just audio?
It's mostly,
I can share it to you. I'll share it to you.
Yeah, share it to me. Why not?
Okay.
Okay, first jump to 201. 201 through 224 is my first time. So this is going to be a little bit like scattershot, but when we actually go into, and I'll start talking about my PowerPoint, I have kind of vision, but there's just a couple things I want to individually respond to, and so we can kind of go forward from there. So how's that sound?
Yep. All right.
You can see right here, if you are shooting the idea of photon particles through the double slit, you would end up with two dots or two bands as shown here. But when you do the experiment in real life, you don't see the two bands of these photon projectile particles.
So you can go ahead and pause.
Okay.
So, of course, that's kind of the point. The fact that you two bands and you sometimes see the interference pattern is what we mean when we talk about wave particle duality. That's what we mean when we say a wave photon is kind of a wave and kind of a particle. So he kind of misses the point when he says, well, the photon theory says that you should see these two bands, but what we actually see is the interference pattern, because that's the point.
Weird.
And of course, this is what he's showing right now is completely classical. Like, you can treat this completely classically. You don't need quantum mechanics at all. And that it kind of goes for the entire experiment. Like, everything he tries to say is debunking quantum mechanics. Everything he tries to talk about in terms of the double slit experiment, he's talking about like what he did, this classical version of it, which could be understood perfectly well without quantum mechanics.
So who did he do this, or is he just finding somebody else's treatment of this experiment?
I'm pretty sure he did this. Yeah, he in the first little bit of the video, he talks about like, I bought this from Amazon. And he actually says some correct things. So that's why the first kind of dumb thing is 2 minutes into the video.
I see. Okay. Clive Wells says, I made a 1 hour, 40-minute video going over the quantum mechanics of the double slit experiment.
I want to check that out, actually. That's great.
There you go. All right. Keep going or
next, jump to 316.
Okay.
Well, he says something dumb in 316. It's very essential, but
okay. Talk about.
It's just
sure, it's weird, but it's because it's wrong, not because
that's. I mean, this is something I'm going to get into later. Quantum mechanics is not weird when you. I mean, it is. It's a different way of looking at it, but it's not like magic. It's not this completely mystical, like uncomprehensible, magical thing that you just can't understand, and like that. And so that means it's wrong. Like, there's obviously, in terms of the math, there's a very coherent, very logical structure to it. But more than that, you can understand it physically, and I want to get into that in a little bit. You can understand it on a physical point of view. You just have to be willing to accept certain things. We'll talk about it later, but it's dumb when people say, well, quantum mechanics is so weird, it's so magical that it can't be right, because, I don't know, it's a non sequitur to begin with, but it's just a dumb thing to say. It shows that you don't really understand the topic in general. So that's all I wanted to say about that.
All right. I had to let the puppy out. That's all.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so jump to 335 really quick. I'll kind of go fast with these next couple ones.
Okay.
Now is add more noise to this environment to try to decohere this quantum state superposition.
Pulls out this
photons.
heat gun.
And why would I do this? This
electromagnetic
quantum computing.
So that's not true. That's not what.
That's
not what. I mean, I guess you could.
What? Electromagnetic noise interference to collapse the quantum state superposition of photon particles.
And there is no quantum coherence in the. Well, maybe there is quantum coherence, but again, this is fully classical. You should treat this classically. It's dumb. It's unnecessary to try to treat this quantum mechanically. But what he's trying to make a point of, and he gets to this in a second, is he's like, and all these people doing quantum computing, they say like, well, because we have to make these quantum computers really cold, because if it's not cold, it'll decohere. What he's talking about is like superconducting quantum computers.
Yeah.
So an upside of photonic quantum computing. So for those who don't know, there are 3 or 4 if I say 4, I'm going to have trouble remembering the 4th one. There's 3 or 4 different modalities of quantum computing. There's photonic, like optical free space quantum computing. There is superconducting quantum computing. And there's like coupled spin quantum computing. And there's a 4th one that I'm not going to bother trying to remember right now. The superconducting and the spin coupled quantum computing, those are sensitive to heat. Photonic quantum computing is not sensitive to heat. Photons don't care what you do to the environment. Photons don't interact with each other. They don't mess with each other's coherence, which is one thing that makes photonic quantum computing really, really beneficial over like superconducting and coupled spin quantum computing. So he's blowing like this heat gun and saying, well, it should be decoherent. First of all, you're not talking about quantum mechanics. This is classical mechanics. Second of all, you're comparing apples to oranges. It's really dumb. So I wanted to say that. Do you have any thoughts on that? I don't want to monologue.
No, it's just he's calling this heat gun electromagnetic noise. Like, is he saying that the heat that is blowing through the air is electromagnetic noise, or is it the dirty motor that's the noise? Dirty being that the motor is potentially sending out some dirty electromagnetic waves.
No, I don't think he's thinking about it that hard. I think it's I think he's just talking about the air.
Hot air.
Like hot air.
But he's calling hot air electromagnetic noise interference.
Exactly. That's really dumb. I didn't even notice that. That's a good catch.
Yeah, he's not tall enough.
The most you're going to do with heat is you're going to change the refractive index of the air a little bit.
Which isn't the test.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, he's not tall enough to ride the ride, I think is what we're finding out. Okay.
Go to 501 for just a second.
Okay.
A short one.
It makes sense because somehow photon particles of light know when they're being measured.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
sure.
Oh my gosh. They never. Oh, they don't. It. Yeah. The terminology of observing to. Oh, thank you. Observing to it, right? The observer effect. It's not that it's a human being observing it. Like you learn that in like the second half hour of learning about quantum effects, right? But exactly. he didn't make it that far.
Exactly. You have basically said what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just really. And by the way, like I want to say to the audience, like not knowing quantum mechanics does not make you dumb.
Oh yeah.
Not knowing quantum mechanics and pretending you know quantum mechanics is what makes you dumb. So I want to be very clear. When I say this is dumb, like people are dumb who say this. I'm not saying anyone in the audience who maybe thought this way is dumb. I'm saying someone who comes and spews their stupid all over the internet.
Well, it's Dunning-Kruger. Yeah.
That's
what it is.
So, and I do want to get to the so-called measurement problem a little bit later, maybe, because he kind of casts it in terms of particles know they're being measured, and that's kind of the sensationalized, like popular science, like really lowbrow kind of way of talking about it. And what I think is kind of the most coherent view of quantum mechanics, the measurement problem almost goes away, not entirely, but it almost goes away. It goes away very naturally. So I want to talk about that a little bit later if we get the chance.
Okay.
And then finally, you know what? Let's be done there and let's go to my presentation because he says a couple other things, but we can talk about them as we come to them. So,
all right.
I will share.
And for some reason, that didn't update. Silly Zoom.
What didn't?
No, Zoom didn't update. That's not the right. There it is. Got it. Okay.
I'm just going to take the opportunity to say I'm going to jump out and head to bed probably. So good luck with the rest of the stream, Toon, and hopefully I'll see you in a few weeks.
All right. Thanks a lot, Dave.
All right.
Nice meeting
Take care, Cody.
bye.
Yeah, you too.
You too.
See ya.
All right, you can share. There you go.
What is going?
Let's see. I'm gonna make that a little
Okay,
bigger
so
on the screen. Are you gonna do
the other?
Are you gonna play this,
sorry.
or is this what we're gonna? Is this how you're gonna display it?
No, we'll just start. We'll just. So he later says, "Oops, what? Find me a single photon detector." Like they say that you need to measure the photons going through the slit and see what slit it wants through. Well, find me a detector that can detect a single photon. Okay. Well, you're not going to be able to see my links, are you? Sorry. I pulled up 2 links, but you can't see my links when I'm just sharing the PowerPoint. But there are at least 2 really good single photon detectors, very reliable single photon detectors. There are single photon avalanche diodes, and there are superconducting nanowires. I don't know a huge amount about these to be able to kind of talk about them as intelligently as I'd like to. I'll just say, whoever wants to actually know, yes, you can detect single photons. Look these things up. These are kind of 2 of the best ways we have. He next says something I'm going to go into in the next slide. That'll be my jumping off point. He says, what is the definition of a single photon? No one can tell you what a single photon is. No one can define a single photon. And of course, we absolutely can. Of course, you can think about it slightly differently. There are different definitions you can give. They all kind of come around to the same thing. They're all mathematical to an extent. But we'll talk about that in the next slide. Finally, what he says is quantum entanglement requires quantum superposition, because people talk about the quantum eraser experiment, but that requires quantum entanglement, which would require quantum superposition. And I want to talk a little bit later about a experiment that provides very good evidence that quantum entanglement, the way we understand it, exists. And this is kind of like a very faulty logic down here, this last sentence. This is very faulty logic, because if quantum entanglement requires quantum superposition, then if you have independent evidence of quantum entanglement existing, you have evidence of quantum superposition. So you can't say, because I've proved quantum superposition doesn't exist, I don't even have to talk about any of these other experiments that have to do with quantum entanglement. They go together. Like the experiments all kind of provide evidence of the same sort of framework. So that's what we'll talk about now a little bit. Okay. Any comments on this page before we move on?
Nope.
Cool. So let's try to define a single photon. What is a single photon? Okay, so the way I like to think about it, and this might not be the way every single expert in the field thinks about it, but this is the way I talk about it with my PI, and this is the way we kind of conceptualize photons. So imagine you have a bucket. This bucket is what I'm going to call a field mode, and I'll talk a little bit more about what that is. So a field mode is it's a solution to Maxwell's equations. So light, any light, anytime you're talking about light, you're talking about a solution to Maxwell's equations. And there's a couple ingredients, a couple knobs you can turn with light. And basically the 2 big ones, and this is underselling it a little bit, but to be simplistic, the 2 big ones are the frequency or the energy or the color of the light, and the polarization of the light. Those are 2 of the biggest kind of things that define a field mode, a particular field mode. So classical field, you have this bucket, this field mode that has a lot of water, and you pour a big bucket of water into it. A single photon is you take the same field mode, the same solution to Maxwell's equations, and you put a single drop of water in the smallest amount that you can, if you want to think about like a pipette, the smallest amount you can pipette into the bucket, the smallest little amount of energy that you can put into this classical field mode. The kind of joint state of the field mode being occupied by the smallest possible amount of energy is what we mean by a photon. And the smallest amount of energy that we can have in this field mode, the field mode has a characteristic omega. That smallest amount of energy is defined by h bar omega. Some people are are probably more used to seeing H nu. Some people say HV. So here we have, so this is my last kind of line. So when we talk about a classical field, we're talking about, let me bring up a laser pointer real quick. So this classical field that we call phi is this unit vector that tells you what the polarization is, basically.
Are you changing your screen?
I have a laser pointer. Can you see it?
All I see is timestamps.
Oh, what the heck?
Yeah.
That's not good. That is not good. Okay, I just switched the screen. Can you see the screen change?
No, it's still timestamps.
What the heck?
Did you do present?
I did, yeah.
Oh, so you're not sharing that present window or present screen.
Oh.
That's probably it.
Sorry. Okay, here we go. Can you see it now? Can you see what?
There we go. Yes. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
That's good.
I'm so sorry, guys.
That's fine.
Okay, so let's again laser. Okay, so talk about the field mode. The field mode is a bucket. When you have a classical field, you have a lot of water, a lot of energy in the bucket. A single photon is that same solution to Maxwell's equation, that same field mode with a single drop of water, the smallest amount of water, the smallest amount of energy you can put into that solution to Maxwell's equation. So field mode, a unique field mode, has a characteristic omega, a characteristic frequency or energy. The smallest amount of energy that you can, that you can put into the field mode, the smallest amount that defines a photon is h bar omega. Some people are used to seeing hf or h nu or hv. That's the same thing. So last thing I want to talk about, let's just define the mathematics of a field a little bit. So the field, it is oversimplified a little bit, but a good approximation is this polarization vector that tells you what way the field points, the electric field points. This is just a magnitude or an amplitude factor. And then this is the wavy part, the wave function. So a light field, a solution to Maxwell's equations that we call light, is just an oscillating electric and magnetic field. And magnetic field that changes in space and changes in time. So people might not be familiar with this, that e to the I something is basically cos. It's basically a wave. So this is the space part, this is the time part. When we translate that into quantum mechanics, we keep this this epsilon hat, this polarization, and this wavy part. But all we've changed is, instead of putting in this big amplitude, we're putting in we have this operator that this operator is defined as it puts a single photon of this frequency and this polarization into the field. So that's what we mean when we talk about a quantum field versus a classical field. So you can see it's very similar. All we've really done is replace this amplitude, this E naught, with this operator that creates a single photon. This is called a creation operator. You don't have to understand any of this, but for anyone who's interested, this is kind of the mathematics of field theory a little bit.
I mean, I think it's well enough understood, at least for people to. Oh, hold on, I have to. People can't see down in the lower right the frequency omega equals h omega.
Oh yeah.
So what is that?
Okay, so when we say the smallest amount of energy, we know what that smallest amount of energy is. For a field mode of characteristic frequency omega, that smallest amount of energy is h bar omega. That's the same if this is usually covered in like a Gen Chem 1 course. If you've ever seen like E equals HF, like the Planck-Einstein equation, or
yep.
E equals H nu, this is the same thing. H bar is H, Planck's constant, over 2 pi. Omega is 2 pi times F, 2 pi times nu.
Okay.
H bar omega is just a slightly more natural way of writing an IFIT. Because you get rid of factors for 2 pi elsewhere, like down here. So does that kind of make sense?
Yep.
All right.
Kind of.
So I want to talk a little bit about my own research about how we know beyond, going beyond the double slit experiment, which most people kind of have an idea of, and people will try to come up with like other explanations of like, oh, you're bouncing against air molecules and there are pilot waves and whatever else, like all runs the gamut of kind of feasibility, but there's all kinds of different ways you can try to get rid of the weirdness, the superposition of the photons from the double slit experiment. So I want to go a little bit deeper and talk about a couple other ways we kind of know that superposition and entanglement exist. So one way, this is the sort of thing that I work on in my PhD. This is called a nonlinear interferometer. So that's a fancy word. What it means is it's believable. People will believe me if I tell you with a particular type of crystal, that's what these blue things are. With a particular type of crystal, you can send in one photon, one laser beam, and it will become two photons. It'll split into two photons that their sum conserves the energy that was originally in this purple photon. So people will believe me if I say that you can create two photons from one. That's not that weird. It's called parametric down conversion.
So conservation of energy. Mm-hmm. How does that apply to this?
So you create so you send in a photon. Let's say this is a single photon. It can be laser beam actually. Let's say this is a single photon. You send the single photon in. You're getting rid of this photon, this purple photon, and you're creating with actually a very, very low probability. So the purple stays around for most cases, and then sometimes, very rarely, you'll get the green and blue. So the purple goes away, you get the green and blue photon. The green energy plus the blue energy is equal to the purple energy. So what you sent in is what you get out. So that is conservation of energy.
So like you use, it's not on the screen, but the Einstein-Bose equation to get the energy of the two photons that have been created, and they still sum to the same energy as the first photon.
Precisely. Yeah.
Okay.
So we usually say, so we call the purple photon the pump, the blue the signal, and the green the idler, or vice versa. It doesn't matter. So we say omega P equals omega S plus omega I, and that's the conservation energy condition. How we think about the conservation of energy in this case is the pump doesn't have a well-defined energy. Nothing in the universe has a single point delta function energy. Nothing in the universe does. So this pump has usually some like Gaussian bell curve of where its energy can be. So we create a photon, and we look at it like in this kind of graph. So down here is the wavelength of the signal photon, the lambda S, and over here is the lambda I, the idler wavelength. So wavelength is inversely related to energy. So if you're talking about one, you're talking about the other. So where each point in this graph is some pair of energies for the signal and idler. So the fact that this kind of lives around the middle, that's the conservation of energy condition up to that that bell curve shape for the pump. So bright yellow is where you have a high probability of having a pair of photons, and the dark purple is where you have a very low probability of finding a pair of photons with that pair of energy. So we don't have to go into that super hard, but what I want to talk about is this nonlinear interferometer is when we don't have one crystal, we have two. So like I said, the probability that this down conversion, this two photon creation happens is very low. So you're not usually going to get it happening in both of these. You can have it happen either in this one or in this one. So if it happens in this one, this is the sort of spectrum of photons you get, the energy profile, the energy relationships you get. If the down conversion happens in this one, you get exactly the same thing. And you have this kind of purple element. That's like a time delay. So that's like a phase that you impart onto your photon. So if quantum superposition doesn't exist, if nothing weird is going on, then we either get the photon pair out of this crystal, or we get the photon pair out of this crystal. We either get this or this. And so since these are identical, we get this. But if quantum superposition is real, we get this.
There you go.
So where did these stripes go? So there was an amplitude here that's not here anymore. Where'd that go? And it was also here. So you had a way of getting this amplitude here, and the way of getting it here, and you don't have it when you add them up. Where'd it go? Well, where it went is interference. Because there were two ways of having this event happen, having a photon pair get created with this energy profile, you can cause those to be out of phase. So like a trough meets a peak, and those will cancel out. Those entire histories will interfere. So that's goes over and above the double slit where you have two paths, two kind of slits interfering in space. Here you have like a higher dimensional space of histories, of ways an event can happen, and they still interfere. And that's kind of actually more fundamental to quantum mechanics, is thinking about these histories, these events that have two possible ways of happening interfere, so that they cancel out. So to recap, if nothing weird is happening, we should get one of these. If quantum interference is real, if quantum superposition is real, we should get this. Of course, this experiment has been done by these guys. I'll send these links to anyone who wants them. I'm not going to go to them right now. And of course, what we actually get is this. So that's a really cool, something I'm working on that is a really cool way of showing evidence that these quantum effects, that quantum mechanics is the correct way of understanding the world. Any questions about that?
That's pretty cool that these two crystals together then create that interference pattern.
Yeah.
Similar to how the two slits that are side by side, this is one after the other, they're linear. That's really interesting.
Exactly. Yeah. So instead of, so you can think about these like in the double slit experiment, you have these bands. These are kind of the same sort of bands that you get in the double slit experiment. Not exactly, but it's the same. It's the exact same concept. These bands are where destructive interference happens. So it's a really cool thing.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right.
Next, let's talk about another experiment that shows that entanglement is definitely the true story. So we're going to talk about something called Hardy's paradox. So I took this diagram from Wikipedia. So it looks complicated. We'll go through it in a minute. So you have basically two double slits. So think about this as a triple slit. And what you have is a positron, that's the E plus, and an electron that go through the two slits, and they share their middle slit. Oh, I'm sorry.
For this stream, it's not positron. We're calling it an electroph.
Electroph, okay.
Electroph, as opposed to an electron. See?
Oh, I see.
See? It's not a positron. We're messing around.
Okay, so the electroph has these two slits available to it, these two paths. Instead of having a slit, we have a beam splitter. It's the same exact concept. And the electron has these two slits available to it, and they share the middle slit. And most people are familiar with the idea that an electron and a positron, if they meet, if they occupy the same space, they will cancel out. They'll annihilate, is what we call it. So the way the interference happens in this case is let's forget about this whole left side for a second. Just look at the electron side. So the way this works, this is something called a Mach-Zehnder interferometer, if anyone wants to look that up, this kind of geometry, is that because of the interference, the troughs and the peaks lining up, what will happen is the electron, if it's free to go along both these paths, both the slits, will always end up at C. It'll always end up at C minus. It'll never end up at D minus, because that's where the troughs and the peaks cancel out. So D minus is where the troughs and the peaks line up, cancel out. C is where the troughs or the peaks and the peaks line up, they reinforce. So you always get a click here if the electron is able to go in the superposition around this kind of double slit. Same thing with the positron. The positron always ends up at C, never ends up at D. But if they block each other, if one of them blocks the other, then they'll annihilate, let me backtrack a little bit. They don't necessarily have to annihilate. Rather, if they could annihilate, then the electron can now, it has kind of this path deleted. It's like a detector that doesn't click. And so it doesn't go in the superposition anymore. It goes just around this way. It just goes through this slit. And so now it can end up at D. Same thing with the positron. If the electron's blocking it, the electron can now end up at D. Okay, so let's think about this logically a little bit, about what can never happen if quantum mechanics is wrong. So because of the interference, they never end up at D if the paths are unblocked. If they meet, they'll annihilate. We've already talked about that. So they should never reach their dark detectors at the same time, because if the positron reaches its dark detector, it means that if it had gone on the middle path, it would have annihilated. So it had to take this outer path so that it didn't annihilate. So it can end up at D, but the electron in that case isn't being blocked because the positron is over here. It's not blocking the electron, so the electron can go both ways. So the electron has both paths available to it. It'll definitely end up at C if the positron was here. Same thing, if the electron was here, the positron will definitely go to C. So if they both end up at D, it's like they blocked each other. But if they blocked each other, they were both on this middle path where they would have annihilated. So they can never both end up at D if quantum mechanics is wrong. Guess what happens? They can both end up at D. And what we find when we kind of do the math of what has happened, what's gone on when we actually get this click at D, is we have projected onto, we've forced the kind of the retrodiction, what we have to have known the state between these beam splitters is what we call a Bell state. This is an entangled state where if the electron was on U, if the electron was on U, the electron is plus.
It's okay. You can say positron.
If the positron was on U, then the electron had to be on V, and that's in a superposition with if the positron was on V, the electron had to be on U, or that's just the labels of these paths. So when we kind of do the math and project onto this, we find the only way we can get a click at both these detectors when the electron and positron are both present, but always get a click at the C detector when one of them is missing. The only way that can happen is if we had this state, this Bell state, this entangled state. So just having one of these, which is kind of a more classical state, the positron is definitely on U, the electron is definitely on V, which is what kind of people would like to think. That does not work. We have to have this superposition, this Bell state, which I think is really cool. This is a cool paradox that, again, provides evidence that no kind of classical reasoning, nothing that gets around this quantum weirdness that I don't like to use actually works. This is the only thing that works. So any questions about that?
All right, so that's pretty cool. But now what if you're instead, so this is at your emitter at the bottom, right? It's sending out.
Yeah.
How is that? It's sending out both an electron and a positron?
Yep. We just say they get emitted at the same time.
Okay, so you didn't cover what the emitter is or anything like that.
No, because when this experiment is actually done, and it has been done, I forgot to link it here.
Okay.
I can send anyone the link to this experiment actually being done. This experiment was actually done with photons. So you produce the photons actually by this down.
Oh, I see. Process. Okay, so that's how you get the photon. Okay, go back to that one there. So then now Facty brings up an important thing here. What if instead of an electron or an electron and a positron happens, or instead of two photons, what if you get a pushytron and a pulleytron that goes? Does that happen too?
It should, yes. Basically any interaction that kind of knocks the particles out of this arm will do. The electron and positron thing is not essential at all. Any interaction you can imagine that kind of disrupts.
Yeah, but specifically, what about a pushytron and a pulleytron?
I would have to look that up. I would think that would work. Yes. Does a pushytron and a pulleytron repel or attract
each other? I think they're antiparticles, so they annihilate into they annihilate into density and buoyancy when they meet.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. It would definitely work with those things.
Okay.
Okay. So the last thing I want to talk about is what I've hinted at above, which is quantum mechanics is not weird. So quantum mechanics in a nutshell, thanks to Feynman. So I like Feynman's approach to quantum mechanics. We'll talk about this in just a second, which is basically this quote. So if there are multiple possible ways that a process can happen, the total probability for that process happening is related to the sum of the probability amplitudes for all of the possible ways. So probability is a probability amplitude squared, by the way, just in case anyone's wondering. So this is kind of Feynman's golden rule that he presents in this book down here that I highly recommend anyone check out, QED, The Strange Theory of Light and Matter. So this is Feynman's golden rule that encompasses a lot of quantum mechanics. Like you can almost reproduce all of quantum mechanics with this rule. We can express it mathematically like this. If you want me to go over this, I will.
It might be a bit much for this.
Yeah. So this is kind of the mathematical form of this rule. So this is the plain language. This is the.
We'll leave this as homework for Clive Wells and PhD Tony.
Yes, sounds good.
Okay.
So the take-home message is quantum mechanics isn't magical or weird. It takes, and I'm pulling this directly from Ruth Kastner's book, it takes the reality of possibility seriously. So quantum mechanics, when we talk about, so you don't have to look at this whole equation, but just a ket, like a block with a angle bracket next to it.
Yeah,
that denotes a quantum state.
Oh, okay.
That is the possibility of whatever this quantum state describes happening.
So all right. So let me ask here. So I see an open angle bracket, and a pipe, and another pipe, and a closed angle bracket. So are there like three different quantum states listed in there? Is that what that's saying, or what do these the pipes signify?
Okay. Yeah. So. Let me try to explain it without having a whiteboard or anything in front of me.
Don't get too if it's too much. It don't worry. I was just curious.
No, I can explain. The pipes next to each other. It actually, if you've ever looked at probability calculus, P of parentheses A pipe B is the probability of A given B. That's actually what these Dirac notations basically say. So instead of probabilities here, we're always talking about probability amplitudes, which is a probability amplitude squared, basically. So the pipes next to each other signify TF given TI with some operator acting. So some evolution, some kind of change to the state TI, then what is the amplitude after you've done that you get TF, whatever TF signifies, that given that you started with TI. is what this says.
Oh, okay.
So this is called, fancy word for it, you can look it up, is called the propagator. So when we're talking about these quantum states, what these denote is the possibility that a possibility exists with some amplitude, and that possibility is for what's inside the brackets kind of stands for, whatever it signifies, whatever it symbolizes. So when we're talking about possibility, go back to double slit experiment for a second. If we take a measure and we know the photon went through the right slit, then we no longer have these multiple possible ways for any point on the screen to get a photon. Now we just have one possible way for a spot on the screen to get a photon. It came from the left slit. So now the other way is not possible anymore because we know that the other way didn't happen. So these possible ways no longer sum up. Now we only get the one way, and that's where the interference goes away. So that's the way I like to think about the quote unquote measurement problem. That is what we mean when we say wave function collapse. That's what we mean when we say we've taken a measurement. We've somehow eliminated one of the possibilities, or all of the possibilities but one, or something like that. And so because the possible ways no longer exist, we're no longer summing them. We're just taking one possible way. That's the only way it happened, and the interference no longer happens. So that's the way I like to think about it. Maybe someone else has a different perspective, but
there might be 2 or 3 people that are tracking.
Is Sleeve Wells tracking with us?
Yeah, it could be PhD Tony. He said it's mind bending, so and I think he likes that. We got Michael King, who I think was talking about some of this stuff and offered to come on and talk sometime about it. And then yes, and Sleeve Wells, of course, he Sleeve can this is child's play for him, of course. Yeah. He was doing this in 2nd grade, I think.
I'd like to answer questions. I assume some people.
All right, yeah. So if anybody has questions for him here, I don't know if I can put together anything that's sensible. Partly because I'd like to say it's partly because I'm tired. I think, though, more likely it's just a bit, I'm not quite tall enough to ride the ride.
Well, I'm probably not the best presenter on it. Like I probably go a bit too high level, where like I assume people have like some background, some knowledge of what I'm talking about then.
And the general population, you get a super broad, right? People that have very different, things where they're super good at, and then the rest of us are we're generalists in the things that we haven't put our effort into. So Jeebus does have a question. Says, okay. Is the observing thing related to the uncertainty principle? You measure the location of an electron and lose the velocity / direction, or something such. It's been ages since high school.
That's the uncertainty principle is. Yeah, it basically talks about measurement. The closer you measure the position, the less precisely you measure. It goes a little bit deeper than that. Even if you measure the position to infinite precision, you have the fancy word we like to use. You've projected the momentum onto every possible momentum value equally valued, equally probable. So yes, you can think about the double slit. You can think about a lot of these things in terms of incompatible observables. If you measure a non-commuting observable like momentum, you've lost information about position, and vice versa. And having a well-defined position is kind of like being a particle. Having a well-defined momentum is kind of like being a wave. So the more you measure the particle-like properties of a particle, the less you've measured its wave-like properties, is kind of the way that all relates.
All right, I got a few other questions. For reference, when you look at this later, I've sent them to your DM on Facebook Messenger, so you don't need to look at them right now. Later, when you look, you'll know. Real Cygnus says, does he have a preferred interpretation of QM overall?
Yes, I definitely do, and I'd love to talk about it sometime. My preferred interpretation, I actually gave a little bit of lip service to it in my last slide, is Ruth Kastner's possibilist transactional interpretation. So look that up. She has some really good kind of like meso level, like not too easy, not too high level, meso level books on it that I can recommend that basically boil down to what I was talking about in that last slide with a little bit of extra kind of machinery, which is that what we're talking about when we talk about quantum states and like the dynamics and what happens to quantum systems, what we're really talking about is possibilities, how possibilities evolve and interact, which is kind of a mind-blowing thing when you think about it. You don't think of possibility as being an ontic thing. You think of it as being an epistemic thing. You don't think about it as being out there. You think about it as, I can think about like what the possibilities were for some situation, but that wasn't actually true. Like if I say, I don't know, if I'd gone to Ruby Tuesdays earlier, I wouldn't be hungry right now. That kind of only exists in my mind in the classical world. There's nothing in the world that makes that true. In the quantum world, there are ontic, like real world truths to these counterfactual, these modal statements about possibility. They actually have real world consequences. And I find that really fascinating. So that is the interpretation I prefer. It's a possibilist transactional interpretation.
Okay. And then there are, I haven't heard that. I'm vaguely familiar with Many Worlds and Copenhagen. Okay. So those are two, and you have a different one.
Yep.
There's probably a bunch more.
Upwards of a dozen altogether.
Okay.
The most popular three are Copenhagen, Many Worlds, and something called pilot wave mechanics.
Okay.
So
that's a whole different thing. PhD Tony says, could your guest tell us a bit about Bell's theorem?
Okay. I wish I knew a little bit more about Bell's. So the math of it is not that complicated, but I've never sat down and done it. It basically says, so the plain language version is that if you have two entangled particles that don't worry about what this physically means, but if one is up, the other is down. If the other is down, the other is up. If you have those two entangled particles, you give one of the entangled particles to Alice, she goes to the moon. You give the other to Bob, he stays on Earth. Anytime Alice measures up, Bob will measure down. Anytime Bob measures down, Alice will measure up. You can account for that classically, because if I have two coins, a dime and a quarter, and I shake them in a bag, and without looking, give one of them to Bob, one of them to Alice. Alice stays on Earth. Bob goes to the moon. Bob looks, sees he has a dime. He knows Alice has a quarter. So there's a way to account for a certain amount of this kind of correlation, this sort of entanglement classically. Bell's theorem puts an upper limit on how much of that correlation you can account for with that kind of quarter and dime analogy without having to express it as this quantum superposition of like 1/√2 up, down, 1/√2 down, up. Bell's theorem puts an upper limit on how many of the correlations we can have, because what Alice and Bob can do is they don't have to measure up and down. Alice can measure diagonal this way versus diagonal that way, or Bob can measure diagonal that way versus diagonal that way, and so they're the correlations they'll get when they compare will be related to the angle of like where that diagonal was, like the relationship between those angles they've chosen. The amount of correlation, it turns out, is related to cos squared of that relative angle over 2. So Bell's theorem says that's, or quantum mechanics actually says that is the amount of correlation you should see. Bell's theorem says the amount of correlation you should see is less than that, basically. And so when you compare, you can compare, is it less than that, or is it exactly what quantum mechanics predicts? And it turns out it's exactly what quantum mechanics predicts.
I'm not quite following. I'm not quite paying attention. I'm a little bit on the chat here. We got some detractors in here. I'm trying. So racist Ronnie. Nice. Yeah.
That's a good name.
Super name there, dude. Anyway, this is a science themed chat, not a whatever you're talking about chat. So he's been timed out for 5 minutes. So I will say this, racist Ronnie, all future comments, because I've had it with you. Okay. All future comments need to be on topic, or I will hide you on this channel. So your very next one will be your next opportunity to be on topic. And if you don't like that, that's fine. Find somewhere else where you will be welcome. This won't be it if that's your topic of choice. Okay, we got Adam Johnson that says, since it's impossible to destroy energy, when the matter gets annihilated, does that mean just converted to a different state?
Yes, 100% yes. When the electron and positron annihilate, what they annihilate into is a photon going that way and a photon going that way, where 2mc squared equals the energy of this photon plus the energy of this photon.
Okay. Is it just one photon, or sorry, just 2 photons? Or could it be just 2 photons. Is it sometimes 6 photons? Or is it only just 2?
I haven't looked into that a lot. There are like processes where you like to higher order, you can get multiple things out instead of 2. I think that applies in this case, but I would have to look up.
Okay. All right.
There's usually like a higher order term with a much lower probability for like 4 photons instead of 2 photons in things like this, but I don't know about this specific.
Okay. All right. Because when they at places like CERN, they smash things together at high energies, and what comes out conserves all of the things that need to be conserved: energy, momentum, spin. What else? There's a list of things that get conserved in these interactions.
I think there's something called lepton number that I know nothing about that's also conserved, or maybe it's baryon number.
I think baryon number sounds right. Yeah.
Yep. Charge is conserved. Energy is conserved. Momentum is conserved.
Yeah.
Those are the big ones. I'm pretty sure there are probably others. I think color charge is conserved.
QCD.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why I was asking, because I didn't know about. I would always figured that annihilation was somehow similar, and that it would be, but I never looked it up or read about it, that it could be any number of other things, as long as all of the things that need to be conserved are conserved.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, okay. And we've got something I think is on point here. Frisco Gorder said that's the fine structure constant. Alpha, in case you nerds are curious about the numbers, it keeps me up at night. In college, about 2 decades ago.
Oh yeah, alpha is it's related to, I don't remember exactly. It's related to like Planck's constant times the fundamental charge of the electron over the speed of light, something like that. It's a unitless constant. So anywhere in the universe an alien finds our physics, they're going to have the same alpha. So it's not going to depend on like whatever unit system we're in. It's a pure number, so they're going to have the same alpha. So in that sense, it's kind of a more fundamental unit, and it's approximately equal to is almost exactly equal to 1 over 137. So physicists like the number 137 a lot because
and that goes right to Frisco Gorder says, my only question, why does it have to be 1 over 137?
I know, yeah.
That's a common thing we find, yeah.
Yeah, Feynman said all good physicists put this number on their wall and worry about it. Pauli, here's a cool story. Wolfgang Pauli, he spent his life obsessing over 137. Where's 137 come from? He died in the hospital room 137. So he got put in this hospital room. He was like, I'm going to die here. Like, I know I'm going to die here. And he did. Was
it just chance, you think, or did... I don't know anything about the history.
I'm sure it was just chance. Yeah, it had to just be chance. There's actually a Dream Theater song that talks about that.
I didn't know that. I love Dream Theater, so...
on the Distance Over Time album, it's Room 137, maybe. What's it called? But it's about that. It's about the Pauli thing.
Okay, I had been so the early days of 5G nuttery. There were a bunch of people that thought that 5G was 60 gigahertz. It never was. It can't be. It's illegal to use for phones because it's an unlicensed frequency spectrum. And but for some reason they thought it was going to be used for 5G. The highest 5G cell phone frequency is like 42 gigahertz, so they're not really close to 60. So there's multiple reasons why it's wrong, but they claimed that the sickness that was going around in 2020 was caused by 60 gigahertz, and which is ridiculous because it was never used in 5G. But they said the reason why is because of the reason why also 60 gigahertz is an unlicensed spectrum. So when the different unlicensed spectrums tend to be selected in part because there's some natural phenomena around that number. So 2.4 gigahertz is an unlicensed spectrum. That's what Wi-Fi routers was initially at. Now it's a couple different frequencies. And that's because of the way it interacts with water. And that's why your microwave oven is 2.4 gigahertz as well. So it doesn't transmit very far because it gets absorbed by water. Same thing with 60 gigahertz. It gets absorbed by oxygen. And the reason it's going to get around. We're coming around to it. The reason why it gets absorbed by oxygen is because in O2, the two oxygen or the two electrons that are shared, they have opposite spins, I think.
Oh yeah.
And the fine structure of O2, the spins get affected by 60 gigahertz. And because of the Pauli exclusion principle, they can't be at the same spin. These two, they can't both be at the same spin. So when you get the 60 gigahertz interaction with them, it changes the spin, raises it. I don't know exactly. It's been a bit. And then, so that's why 60 gigahertz doesn't transmit very far because it starts to interact with oxygen. Of course, it does well in space because not so much oxygen. Anyway, and then this was the really tenuous thing that these nutcases thought. They're like, oh, spin? What's spin? Spin magnetic something? Oxygen, magnetic something? And then they're like, oh, it makes your blood not able to absorb oxygen because of the blood, the iron in your blood and oxygen. Like,
dear Lord,
this weird like goat rope of oddball things. Like, how did they get to this crazy thing? And I hunted for the genesis of this nutcase idea, and I could not find it. I spent weeks finding every single place that talked about it, and then going to the people that talked about it and saying, where did you get it? And then, oh, we found it here, we found it here, we found nowhere. I could not find the provenance of it.
Interesting. That's an interesting mechanism. I mean, I guess there's like a paper that like nanowire thin thread, like a logical through line there, but
yeah.
Like,
well, it turns out for the most part, when oxygen absorbs it, it almost instantly emits a photon of 60 gigahertz as well in a random direction. And that's why you can't send signals. Well, maybe not. I think it isn't necessarily 60 gigahertz, but the point is that it gets absorbed and scattered.
Interesting.
So
it's a very interesting.
So 60 gigahertz does work, but the cool thing about 60 gigahertz is that it does not propagate far. So you can have many hotspots in a small area, and they don't interact with each other. So you don't have to fight for bandwidth as much.
That's something I don't know that much about is like antenna and like emitter physics. Like, I know you actually know a fair bit about that. That is not my field at all.
Well, it wasn't my field, but as a result of the 5G nutcasery, I did beef up a bit on it. I mean, I took one antennas class in college. It wasn't. I was interested. I thought it was cool. A lot of it is just resonance. That's really at the heart of it, right? You want to have an antenna that picks up at a certain frequency. Well, you build it to be physically a multiple or a division of that frequency. That's the easiest way to make an antenna. So then the question is, well, how do you make an antenna that works for multiple frequencies? And then there's different ways to do that. So, okay. Michael King says, who seems to have some background in this topic, I think, says, can we ask him about renormalization?
Okay. It's not something I know the most about. Renormalization pertains to when you do quantum field theory. So let's look at it the Feynman way, back to the Feynman golden rule. If there are different ways for the electron to interact with a field, like the spin of an electron to interact with the electromagnetic field or anything like that, what actually happens is that you have a series of Feynman diagrams where every possible interaction, you try to draw every possible interaction of that electron with that field. But it turns out there are infinitely many of them. There are infinitely many what's called, this is not my field actually, so I shouldn't speak too confidently on it.
So
I believe it's called loop.
Couch your words loops with a whole bunch of I don't knows and I'm not sures.
Yeah, exactly. It's what's called loops, where the electron might split into two photons and then recombine and become an electron again. Or it might split into two photons, and those two photons might become electrons, and those two electrons might split into two photons, and those two photons might become electrons again, and so on and so forth. And there's these, so it's like a loop with a lot of points around it. Like, how many points along the loop do you have to go to kind of get back your original electron? And it turns out you can draw an infinite number of these loops. They keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And so what you really need to do, what you'd really like to do, is to sum every single one, because that'll give you the most accurate answer. Of course, we cannot sum an uncountably infinite number of loops. It might be countably infinite, but whatever. We can't sum it. And if we could sum it, like if we try to do it with an integral, it will diverge. It's not a converging integral.
So it's a nasty infinity.
Exactly.
Says Michael King.
So
yeah.
What you have to do is you do your math, you get the infinities, and then I think it's basically you divide by infinity to get one back, because normalization pertains to the probability, the sum of the probabilities for everything is one. So renormalization means it basically goes to infinity, and then you cheat and put it back to one. And that's a very kind of inelegant, very non-beautiful in the, I think when he wrote that comment, he name dropped Dirac. Dirac famously said, equations that describe reality should be mathematically beautiful. Renormalization is not mathematically beautiful, so Dirac hated it. So that is Dirac's problem with renormalization.
All right. Astrocate says, can our guest explain the strong nuclear force?
I cannot. I am not a nuclear physicist. I know nothing about that. I'm sorry. I apologize to Astrocate. By the way, if anyone wants to, like, any flat earther or quantum denier wants to debate me on quantum denialism, or if anyone wants to debate me on like quantum interpretations, I would love to have either of those debates. So
there you go.
Everyone's in the chat.
Hit me up if you got some beef with Cody. So, all right, people were talking about good movies, and so I had to throw out a couple good movies for people. Gummo.
Not seen it.
Manos: The Hands of Fate.
Not seen it.
Bad taste.
That's a famously bad movie.
Yes, yeah. Bad taste. Bad taste. There you go. There's a couple. If you really want a deep, a movie better than The Notebook, those are better.
I mean, I almost didn't come on when you showed your ignorance of Lord of the Rings earlier. So
wait, which what? The Silmarillion?
No, well, actually, two things. No, the boil 'em, stew 'em, or stick 'em in a stew thing, that is from Lord of the Rings.
Oh.
And then Dominic Monaghan, one of his two biggest roles is Merry in Lord of the Rings. So.
Oh, that's right. I only know him from Lost. Yep, he was in. Sorry, it's been long. Can I lay on the I'm tired excuse? Can I cash that in a little bit? I'm feeling it a little bit right now. I went to bed late and then I got up earlier than I was going to initially so that I could watch that amazing launch. Did you watch it yet?
I know I haven't actually.
Oh. No spoilers, but everything blew up.
What?
I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
You
said that so like calmly.
You know if everything blew up. Like it would have been everywhere. Like, yep, the booster came down hard right on the fuel tanks. Everything blew up. Complete loss.
There was someone in the chat, Aragorn, appropriately named, and another guy. The other guy, not Aragorn, was saying that Rings of Power is better than the Jackson movies, which is, of course, blasphemy.
Oh, wow. I've been using the font from the Hobbit movies in my Desolation of Flat Earth, like the Desolation of Smaug.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've been using that font, not because I just didn't dig the Hobbit movies. Like,
yeah, I haven't actually seen the Hobbit movies. I know I shouldn't say that. I'm a fairly recent convert to Lord of the Rings obsession. But
you were taking umbrage with me.
Hey, they're in a different league. Lord of the Rings is a different league than the Hobbit.
I mean, it's done by Peter Jackson.
Well, yeah, but it's not as good. Like,
I
shouldn't say that. But.
Speaking of Peter Jackson, have you seen his very first movie?
No.
It's called Bad Taste.
Oh, wait, really? Really? Okay.
It's amazing. And then, even more than Bad Taste, I like Dead Alive. With the Sumerian rat monkey, it's amazing.
Sumerian rat.
His first couple movies were B horror movies.
Interesting.
Yeah, the Hobbit was too small of a book for 3 movies. See, exactly. A lot of the time you take a book, you make a movie, you have to cut stuff out because the book has so much more detail than you can do in a movie. But They took the Hobbit, and instead of cutting things out, they just added a whole bunch of stuff in order to make 3 movies out of that one book. So,
Any other questions?
I think we've gone through most of the questions. Any more? Tag me here. I'll read through a couple super chats, see if we got anything interesting in here.
I'll hang out here for a minute.
Yeah, we got Michael King says, I want to be one contributing to the truth. I love your channel, MCToon. Chat is awesome, by the way. Thank you, Michael King. Bob says MCToon is going to Antarctica this December to destroy Flat Earth, but he needs your help to get there. Give now using any of the links to the right. He's been doing that this whole time. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. Tinkerfell says Flat Earthers sure do love their culinary Play-Doh, right? Adam Johnson says, is there a way to annihilate a potato-tron? And what is the antiparticle to a potato-tron?
Well, some antiparticles are just very uncreatively named, like anti-neutron, anti-proton. And of course, some particles are their own antiparticle, like a photon is its own antiparticle.
And neutrino.
A potatotron could be its own.
I think the antiparticle to a potatotron is a dirthytron.
Dirthytron, yeah. Yep. That's
there. You go. People can figure out the charge and spin of a dirthytron. Michael King says, explain how Dirac and company were wrong about renormalization being a problem. So yeah, Michael King has been saying a lot about renormalization, which I have no stinking clue myself.
I don't know that they were wrong. I mean, it works. We get correct results in quantum field theory. So it has to kind of work, but it seems very unphysical. So I'm not convinced Dirac was wrong. We don't yet have the complete theory. We don't. I think one of the hopes with the complete theory of quantum gravity is we'll get rid of renormalization.
All right. Borgamporia says, what is the meaning of life?
What is the meaning of life?
Well, I'm sorry. What is the answer to the meaning of life? Yeah.
Isn't that 42?
Correct. He was hoping that you'd get that right, and you did. Astrocate explain the strong nuclear force. And
I am sorry, Astrocate.
I will attempt to give in a second. I'll read this from Generally Shady first. It's a mad world. Best movie ever. All right. Thank you for that, Generally Shady. Okay, Astrocate. I am not a nuclear physicist. I will do my very basic understanding of the strong nuclear force through my rather tired brain. Let's see. Protons and protons in the nucleus of an atom would repel each other. So the strong nuclear force has to be stronger than the force of repulsion. So it binds them together. It has the messenger particles of the W and Z bosons. I think the W has a plus and a minus, and the Z does not have a charge. Is that right?
Someone's going to call me dumb if I get this wrong. I want to say W and Z bosons are actually weak nuclear force bosons. I want to say that. I'm pretty sure that the bosons of the strong nuclear force are gluons, right?
Oh, dude, yeah. All right.
Sorry. Tired brain.
Okay. How about this? W has a positive, negative, and Z does not. Okay. So yeah, it is gluons. Dog. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. There's bosons that keep. I'm digging. There's bosons that keep them together. But it's very limited in distance. And so as they get farther apart, they get to a point where eventually it snaps, like a rubber band snaps, it breaks, and then they stop binding. And so then you can have them move away from each other. And so I think the strong nuclear force holds protons together, but also holds quarks together. And
Yes.
yeah. So
Yep. And it also holds protons and neutrons, I believe.
yeah, in the nucleus, yeah.
So that's why U-235 isn't stable, because it doesn't have enough neutrons contributing to a strong force that don't contribute to a repulsion.
Yeah, where 238 is more
stable.
All right.
Yeah. There's some cool mechanisms in like nuclear physics. Like, I mean, I keep going back to it. Feynman's golden rule, I believe, is very, very important to nuclear physics. Like, there's some process, it's called the GIM mechanism, where Feynman's golden rule, there's two ways that a particle can decay, and the Feynman diagrams are out of phase, and so that particle does not decay. And by deriving that mechanism, the authors, G is Glasgow, and I and M are some Japanese names, I believe. But by postulate, derived, or they predicted the existence of a new particle that turned out to exist. So again, Feynman's golden rule. That's all. It all kind of
say his golden rule again.
Feynman's golden rule is if there's multiple ways for a process to happen, the probability for that process to happen is the square of the sum of the probabilities amplitudes of all the different ways of it happening.
All right.
I don't know if that's actually called Feynman's golden rule. There's a Pauli's golden rule.
Okay.
But if it's not called that, it should be called Feynman's golden rule.
Ooh, PhD Tony comes in with a good one here. Could your guest explain some of the ways in which QM validates special relativity?
All I really know on that is I don't know if I know that much about that. QED is basically our best, most accurate at making predictions theory ever, quantum electrodynamics. Quantum electrodynamics is quantum mechanics plus special relativity. So insofar as QED is extremely accurate at making predictions, we know that the assumptions that go into it, which are quantum mechanics, special relativity, have some degree of truth, some large degree of truth, probably. That's all that comes to mind when I think about does quantum mechanics validate special relativity. Maybe he's thinking of something else.
All right. I'm not sure. I'm draining right now. I got an hour and 20. I got an hour and 20 minutes to go.
What's closing ceremonies?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
I can share here. I'll do this. I will. I'll bring up the document, the green room. So the thing I used to track everything. So like when I've said, Ken G, can you do this? So everything was sitting in this green room document, and I sent that out to people who I'm like, hey, you want to join? I mean, you can just go to my my webpage, and it wasn't really secret, and you can just search for green room, and you'll see. I'll give it to everybody. You can look now, and I'll pull it up here so everybody can look at it. And it wasn't really that big of a deal to not see. I just didn't. I didn't want everybody. I wanted people to be surprised at what was going on. So here was the different people different things that were scheduled. I did not wind up doing the choose your own adventure in the end.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I will. I mean, if people want to do it, I love the idea that if you have something you want me to do, and if you want to contribute, like I get a lot of people send me a video. Hey, you want to debunk this? Yes, I do. I'd love to debunk everything. But the reality is that it takes me time to do it. I research it. I write a script. Not always write a script, but I put something together so that I can have a response to it that's good. I don't like to just do a live response and then put that out as a recorded one. I'll do a live response in a live video. It's a bit different. it's a more relaxed environment and less formal than when I'm doing a video. So if you really think, hey, I'd like to do something, if you want to try writing a script, jump in that Discord, tag me in a DM somewhere, because I won't be watching it constantly. If you're like, hey, here I have a script or an idea for a script, what you want? I'm in. Let me know. I'll give it a shot. Some people have done it before. Some have worked. Some have not. I don't know. Sometimes the editing gets to be the challenge. So anyway, here is the debunking playlist that I put together. This was how long I planned it. I even scheduled when I was going to put in the next live stream and the link to the live stream. I did this all ahead of time. So yeah, here was the launch, and here was the Simon Dan. Sadly, couldn't make it. Peter, Dave, Cody, and then nothing until 8 p.m. Yeah, closing ceremonies. I also had, did I say opening ceremonies? Yes. Which was really, I didn't light any torches, and I won't be extinguishing any torches.
I actually have a friend who said he asked a question here. I asked him to tune in, and I am not seeing his name. I'm trying to find it in the live chat. Oh, sorry.
Here.
You gonna go straight to bed when you get done? I can imagine you probably want to.
I probably won't. The thing is, as I mentioned to Raynard, I'm an extrovert. This type of stuff gives me energy. And so while I'm tired, I have energy.
Right.
So sometimes I have to go from having energy, even though I'm tired, to not having energy so that the tired can take over. So.
Yep, that makes sense.
Your mic is sometimes cutting out a little bit, just so you know.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm not really changing anything. I'm not sure what would be.
All right. Well, somebody's proposed, hey, how about racist Ronnie change your name? And so here, let me address it. So he's been in the chat here. He's been a bit disruptive, and he's like, I'm not trying to be disruptive. I just want to watch in peace. And of course, you can watch in peace by not commenting. People would not give you flack for commenting with your name, which is obviously quite racist, if you didn't comment. But and then Ronnie has been saying that he's been using a different definition of racism than what other people have. He says racism is the study of classifying people into different races or something like that. That's not what people mean when they use racism. No. So when you put that in your name, people read that, they use the definition that is the common parlance definition for it. And if that's not what you mean, it's obviously what you mean, dude. So
you don't get to choose the definition of words.
But yeah, you get to choose. When you say a word, you can choose it as long as it's a reasonable thing. You can't say you can't say the word pizza and actually mean tractor. Right? That just isn't a way to communicate with people. But if you do say, you could say pizza, and you can have in your mind pizza includes pineapple, and somebody else might have in their mind that pizza does not include pineapple. That's the kind of slight differentiation in a definition that's socially acceptable. But when you say racism is not the thing that everybody uses for the definition of racism, that's not a way to communicate with people. That's like saying pizza is tractor. Don't do that. So but like I said, we know that's not what you actually mean. You're being coy with that definition. Just like when a flat earther says, I'm not a flat earther, I'm a demonstrable realist. We know they're a damn flat earther. So I would say racist, Ronnie. Common definition is wrong. It doesn't matter. You don't get to choose the definition that is in 8 billion people's head. It is there no matter what you think. So if you want a different thing to be thought of when people read your name, choose that different thing. Until then, people will associate your name with the definition that they have in their head already. All right, go ahead, Cody.
I was going to say, it's just like the science versus aestheticism thing. Like, say aestheticism, and say robotinism instead of biblical cosmology. I hope Peter's watching. Hi, Peter.
Yeah, because that's a great point.
Yeah.
No current flat earther is actually a biblical cosmologist.
You were talking about Francis Bacon last night at some point.
Yes.
Wasn't Francis Bacon's idea of science, wasn't it actually closer to aestheticism than what we actually currently call science? Like, he was like, observe something and then try to kind of like work backward to explain the observation.
Yeah, the order was that's not the science. Order was backwards. Yeah, so his was, if I can remember right, it was basically start doing the experiment was just almost the first step. But the problem is, if you actually did start by doing the experiment, at what part did you think about what you were going to do so that you even knew what experiment to do? Well, obviously, if you start doing an experiment, you had to ponder something about the experiment. So you didn't actually start by doing the experiment. You didn't start by gathering, right? You started by thinking about it somehow.
Exactly.
So
and that's how we do science. That's how we do physics, at least. I mean, that's how we do most science. But
yeah,
physics is kind of the most prototypical of that. Like, you kind of think about a problem, find a hypothesis, make the prediction, and then kind of.
Yeah, it's the one that can most purely follow the cookie cutter scientific method.
Exactly.
Which, of course, is when we're talking to flat earthers, it's generally about physics. We're not doing sociology.
Right.
So, and still they screw up applying, trying to actually do scientific method based science, on purpose so that they can deny science. Of course, that's why they do what they do. But yeah, the most core, which Bacon didn't get and the logical positivists didn't really get, but they did come around later and say, that positivism stuff doesn't really work. I don't know if all of them did, but certainly A.J. Ayers did. But then, the root part, the most basic, if you're going to have a template to it, it's testing a falsifiable hypothesis.
Yeah,
that there... that is the one almost pure. There's certainly always going to be exceptions to everything, but if you're going to say this is the thing that if you didn't do science, if you didn't do it, it's not science, that's the one. Test a falsifiable hypothesis.
Last time I was here, we talked a little bit about like confirmation, like contra popper. And one thing I thought about, you were talking about this with, I think, Danny yesterday, is the statement, if P, then Q, Q, therefore P, is invalid. That's affirming the consequent. But if and only if P, then Q, Q, therefore P is logically valid. So
that's it. Clarify that distinction for the audience.
So the logical syllogism, if P, then Q, Q, therefore P is invalid. But the statement Q, if and only if P, Q, therefore P is logically valid. Yeah. So I wonder, I've been kind of toying with this. Could you think of scientific confirmation, like get around the problem of induction by not putting the confirmation between 1 and 2, or between 2 and 3, I guess, but putting the confirmation between 1 and 2, putting that if and only if, and kind of deriving.
I don't know if you can.
I don't think you can ever. I don't think you can ever have a truly like logically formal if and only if in science.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong,
without induction, I don't think you can say if and only if ever about something. You can only do it by induction. So people wonder, you want to do an experiment and you're going to test some property of matter. Okay, you're in the lab, you're doing it over with the apparatus and whatever. Here, let's do an actual thing here. I've got my dip compass, right? So I'm going to do the dip compass. I'm going to do this here, going to do whatever I do here, turn it this way, right? And now I've done it doesn't matter specifically, but I've done my work. I've used the apparatus and figured out, okay, this is the angle. Now, we can inductively figure out a few things of it, right? Does it matter what color the shirt is that I'm wearing? No.
Almost certainly not.
Almost certainly not. Well, right, you've obviously been through this before, but we can inductively say, no, it doesn't matter what shirt he's wearing. Right. All right. Can we inductively say, well, does it matter whether the door is open or not? No, of course not. We're talking about magnetism. But hold on. What if we don't know, right? We can inductively say that the door open or closed doesn't matter. But what if the doorknob has a magnet in it and the position of the doorknob changes so that it moves this?
Yeah.
Right? Oh, okay. Well, we can go test that by checking to see if there's a magnet in the doorknob. But what about that door? What about if the shirt that I'm wearing, the pigment is in it is ferrous and it has some iron in it so that it very slightly moves the compass needle? It could. Well, we can inductively know that the color of my shirt won't change it, but until we've tested it, we don't deductively know.
Right, exactly.
So can you, without induction, say if and only if about something?
I don't think you can. No, you're right. You absolutely can. So, because this comes, I like Popper. I don't agree with him on the lack of ability for confirmation, but he is following Hume, who I do not like.
Yeah.
Because Hume basically says every picosecond that the Earth didn't just accelerate into the sun at 180 times the speed of light is a miracle, because I can't induce from the previous picosecond that the Earth didn't go into the sun that it won't happen in the next picosecond. So, and that was his account of laws of nature. He said that's all that laws of nature are. And that's kind of, it ties in with the problem of induction. It's not the exact same thing. But it ties into that. Like, you can't induce laws of nature from, well, all you can do is induce laws of nature from regularities, but that's all you've done, because you have no confidence that the laws of nature will be the same, which for me, and we don't have to go down this road a lot, I know it's not your channel's focus, that in itself is evidence of theism, because we know intuitively, every person on Earth knows that the Earth will not accelerate into the sun at 180 times the speed of light 1 picosecond from now. So Hume had to be wrong. There has to be something that ties our mental faculties of induction to something that exists in the real world. And that kind of linkage, that kind of connection, I think is what you find in a theistic worldview.
So I don't know if I'm on that train, but I have to think about that.
If someone wants to debate me on that, I will debate that topic from morning till dawn, morning till dusk.
From dusk till dawn, another movie.
Dusk till dawn,
another movie. All right, it's 7, almost.
Yep. Do you want me to let you go?
I think I've got a couple other things I'm gonna do. Anyway, Cody, thank you very much for joining. That was a little more, I think, technically compelling topic than the earlier debate I had with the flat earther that just wanted magic optics to solve all of his problems.
Just a little bit, yeah.
So,
yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, all right, Cody, thanks. I'll let you close out Zoom on your own there. Yeah.
Sounds good. Bye.
Oh, hold on. Oh, no. It was about the renormalization again. Michael King, I don't. If you want to talk to him about that, you can talk to him. I can connect you on Facebook or elsewhere. Otherwise, I don't know, if you wanted to be on screen and have a chat with him about it, we could maybe set it up at a future time. Let me know. Oh, he's coming back in. He's coming back in.
To say, hold on.
Yes. So Michael King says, I had a question for him. Can't recall now with renormalization. He doesn't remember the question, but it's about renormalization. But I told Michael King, if he wants to chat with you, I can connect you on Facebook or however else you might want to connect. Or if you wanted to, you and him, he had offered, I think he said that he wanted to come at some point on screen, maybe. So maybe on a Thursday late night stream might be a good one.
Me and him?
I don't know. I'll just, okay. He says scroll back. Okay.
Is that what you were suggesting though?
I was listing multiple possibilities. So he says scroll back.
I'm open to anything. My friend, who I told you had a question, messaged me his question. I can talk about it for a second. Right. So he asks, what is basically the meaning of the inner product? So that left angle bracket, state, stick, right angle bracket thing that we talked about. And I said it was kind of like P of A given B. He asked, what that really is a dot product between two vectors. So what is the meaning of that? Why is that a dot product? And the answer to that is quantum states live in what's called a Hilbert space. So let's say a particle has a couple degrees of freedom. It can be blue or red. It can be shiny or dull. Let's just say those things. Shiny or dull go this way and this way, and red and blue go this way and this way.
What about dearth or potato?
Dearth or potato. Okay, that goes this way and this way. So I'm showing that like a vector because it's a vector space. Any mixture of those states lives in that vector space. Or actually, no, I'm sorry. So I'm sorry, I misspoke. So up and down are mutually exclusive outcomes. No, I'm sorry. At 90 degrees, I'm not used to thinking of this geometrically. 90 degrees, vectors at 90 degrees are physically, they correspond to mutually exclusive outcomes. So if two vectors are at 90 degrees, up is red and forward is blue. It can't be both blue and red. You can't measure it to be both blue and red. But if you have some mixture, that vector lives somewhere here. So the meaning of that conditional probability, that inner product as a dot product, is that when you take a vector that lives in that space and you ask what is the likelihood that it's blue, that's like finding the shadow, finding the dot product, finding the projection of that onto the blue unit vector, the blue axis. Does that make sense?
Not to me right now.
Okay.
I'm stuck on dearth or potato.
I understand. All right. Should I hop out now?
Okay, hold on. Here we go. We got it from Michael King. Could the infinities we can't compute be related to simulation theory? A conceptual framework such as a cubic model of space could exhibit infinite density under certain conditions.
Might have to have. That might be a real-time conversation. I'm not sure I completely get what he means there. And I'm not even the tired one. I'm not sure I completely follow. If he wants to chat sometime, I would love to.
Yeah, let's Michael King, I think this is an interesting line of questioning and a topic that might be interesting. So DM me somewhere on my website. You can find how to contact me. MCToon at mctoon.net is the easiest email address. Though DMs are better. I emails tend to be a little more weighty. So anyway, yeah, let's make that happen. Yeah, Discord's good. Okay, cool.
I will see you later.
All right, thank you. Got an interesting question from Uncle Charlie. So all subs, donations, super chats in the last hour extend your streaming time. Oh my gosh. What the whole point of this, the biggest goal is the Antarctica fundraising. So I will update the tally here right now. So could you I'll do this. I think it's got to be steep, but if the fundraising moves up, then I think I could potentially extend it. I could. So, all right. Let me check. I do have to hit the bathroom here in a second. That one is the same. I closed my PayPal on accident. That's fine. It logs me out after a little bit anyway, so it was generally logged out anyway. So, all right, we've got that. We got another one to add, so we'll have an updated tally here in a second. Hold on. Once again, I'll remind everybody, if you want me to not say your name, you got to let me know. I'm just giving you a warning. I do want to say a hearty thank you to everybody personally. So if you've said your name or if you've sent money on GoFundMe, it's already public. So hold on a second. All right, look, see David O'Brien here. Look at this. Okay, David O'Brien. I want to give it a. These are okay. Look at this. Okay, these are fine. These aren't blockable. Isn't density more a function of matter? That had to have been a mistake. I'll assume that's a mistake. Okay, but this one here from David O'Brien, that's fine. Don't block him for that. You see that right there? Is that on here? Yeah. Don't block him for that, right? I don't know the context. I don't, right? Baba Ali, even that. I don't, it's off color, but it's not there. He didn't go there, I don't think. So, just don't, it's okay. Okay. The tally was 21,071. The new tally, 21,725. Amazing. Thank you very, very much. So how could it extend? I'll draw a line at 22,000. For each 1,000 over 22,000, I'll do another hour. How about that? No, that's steep. I know it's steep. I'm tired, but I'm willing to do it for that. I think a lot of it is my wife's probably going to be saying, "What are you doing? What's going on?" Because I got to work tomorrow. I got a regular day work tomorrow. We got a monthly meeting tomorrow. So, William says, as a mod, I feel bad for not knowing what there means, although I'm sure I can guess. So I'll explain. Right? I don't mind horrible people coming in here and being horrible people. It's not a good look for the other people that are of their similar ilk. So I would figure the other people of their ilk would say, hey, let's not encourage our people to be horrible people. But if horrible people want to be horrible people, then okay. right? So flat earthers are almost universally horrible people. And their leaders like Quantum Eraser, Nathan Oakley, Nathan Thompson, Racist Austin, they are horrible people. And let them be horrible people. And I want the horribleness to be put on display. I want to shine a spotlight on it so that the non-horrible people can look at that and say, you know, should they come in the comments right here, look at this and say, wow, that's gross. So when racist Ronnie comes in and is racist and pretends to say that he's not, right, plays this little coy game. Okay, but so going there would be something that YouTube might have an issue with. So my channel is affected by my chat, and so my chat is what instructs YouTube's AI about, in part, the reputation of my channel. So that's about the biggest thing that's going there. But then the others is, you know, when they get, you know, really offensive towards people that you don't need to be offensive toward. That's the other thing, right? So you're making false accusations of a pretty egregious thing, right? Doing things with kids. No, kick them out. Just ban them from the channel if they're going to make a false accusations of adults doing things with kids. Which is almost any accusation of the sort, because if it's a real concern, that person would go to law enforcement. You don't go to social media if you think somebody's doing something that, right? If you want to protect the children, you don't go to social media, you go to law enforcement. If it is somebody that actually does have some sort of a conviction history, which would be the kind of thing where you're not making a false accusation, it's almost always not appropriate here. We're not talking about it. That's not the topic here. So again, it's not the type of thing to bring up. So that's what going there is. So if people make those types of accusations, feel free. Then there's a couple exceptions. We got a guy named 33UC. You can play whack-a-troll with him. So if he comes in, he makes a comment, the first one to ban him for 5 minutes, but do it for shorter because it's fun. Now we can do shorter, do it for a minute. Just ban him for a minute, and then the next time around, let somebody else win. But everybody feel free to just, you can all ban them, you know, dogpile ban them. It's fun. 33UC, he knows. I tell him, he's like, stop, you know, let me chat. I'm like, oh, no, you're our whack-a-troll. Please come back. Janusz Taka says 265 quantum $69 quantum. What that is? I have no idea what that is, but thank you for that, Janusz. I appreciate all the quantums. So, all right. I did say I have to go to the bathroom. Penguin, what are you doing, puppy? Penguin has to go sit down by my feet. She's a sweet little pupper. Okay. All right. Now, Austin, you probably saw earlier the Broverload that Austin did. Well, the Broverload has been made into a song. You want to see it? You get to.
I'm Nathan Thompson, Joe Biden. Oh, and the earth is flat. This dude thinks the earth is flat for me. Blah, brain coach. Oh, the battery's dead. Oh, bro, like you. Hey, bro, where are my AirPods? I was like, bro, no, bro. And I'm like, what, bro? Like a bro. I like, bro, cool story, bro. So I'm like, wow, I literally never saw the dude not drunk, bro. Like, literally ever, okay? It's like, dude, I gave it to you, bro. Get an F in life, bro. Hey, bro, cry me a river, bro. Oh, wow, are you what a psycho, bro? Ha, later, bro. Hello, what a psycho, bro. He said, have a nice, bro. I said, I'll pray for you, bro. Shut the F up, bro. You He's but bro, what a weirdo. I don't call the cops. They wear pentagrams on their chest. and they can only have 105 IQ. I'm not a big fan. Hey bro, Austin's such an idiot. I'm like, what? Because I got kicked off about right? What are you kidding me, bro? You know, bouncing golf balls on hammers and juggling. It takes a little SpongeBob doll starts hitting it. What? Bob is like the OG, bro. What a loser. You going too deep, bro, dude. This is the surface, bro, dude. Like, that's not okay, bro. This doesn't add up. It's a bad look for the flat earth. I will press chargers, bro. Don't make me do this, bro. The bromance is over. You much left, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro. Oh, I'm Nathan Thompson. Like, bro, like, calm down, bro. Like, all right, I'm getting bumps all over my stomach, bro. Like, they were smashing me, bro. They were feasting. That is his identity, bro. I'm Nathan Thompson. I'm effing Nathan Thompson. I am flat earth. I'm the best flat earth actress ever flattered. There's nothing without me. What a cool story, bro. He was in prison for literally nothing, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm like at 10 takes, bro. I'm not exaggerating. Like, cool story, bro. When you see the rainbow in entirety and completion, it's physical, literal evidence that the firm is still there. Rest assured, the earth's not about to flood, bro. You're good, but please stop talking crazy in the checks. I will continue to expose you. Like I said, the clip is only half empty, bro. Geo, bro. Like, love me, bro. Like, love me. I gave Geo the first bone he's ever had. Just get out, just leave, bro. No one cares. Memorize alternative things. Mr. Brain Train, Mr. Smart Genius. Guy flew out to LA and put on a duck suit and stacked toilet paper saying it was gonna go to the moon, bro. Purposely it misspelled the most important word, bro, to shut, bro. It doesn't add up, bro. Something doesn't add up. Something's fishy here, bro. Yeah, whenever I was like, dude, if you don't stop, go crazy, I'm gonna have to fight. He would just take off all his clothes, bro. Like, what a weirdo. Thanks for much love. I need a safe word. Keep taking that higher road, bro. It'll come back to you. I'm honestly feels disgusting and filthy. I feel like I need to take a shower.
Thank you, everybody. That was Broverload the song. I remember he has 160 IQ. It towers over your IQ. How do you know that he has 160 IQ? Well, he said so. That's how you know. All right, Michael King. Light doesn't experience time as it stops at 100% speed of light. That only photons can do due to limited mass. There's zero mass, right? So light is everywhere at all times according to Light. He's asking Jeeves. I don't think that's the case. I've heard that before, but I don't think that's the case. I don't know why. I can't give you any more than that. So, yeah, you could smell him through the screen. Oh geez, Racist Ronnie's back. Look, Racist Ronnie, why are you here? Oh no, that was a scroll back. Never mind. You're racist. That's okay. I've got Sly Sparkane sent me this one. So this is the quintessential thing. The sun could never set if the earth were flat. And so flat earthers have been struggling to try to convince themselves and other flat earthers that the sun could set. Even though there's nothing between you and the sun at a very high elevation, at a very a rather high angle, they're trying to convince themselves that the sun could set. So here we have Dearth in his kitchen and Sly Sparkane, this video here talking about it.
While working on another video, I came across this recording from Dearth. While he was cleaning up from a demonstration claiming that terrain was somehow responsible for sunsets, he felt the need to demonstrate that his counter was flat. Demonstrating across a perfectly flat surface, flat earth water, the sun would never set. Here, I'll let him explain.
To show that I am above the counter, the flat earth, I'm going to just slide this along a perfectly smooth flat earth. And I'm guessing that it doesn't set.
Nope.
Because the earth has bumps. To show that I am above the counter, the flat Earth. I'm going to just slide this along a perfectly smooth flat Earth. And I'm guessing that it doesn't set. Because the Earth has bumps.
So, thanks for debunking all those coin on the table videos, Dave.
Oh my god.
Yep. So you look at this. What can you see here? You can see the top of the table, the top of the counter. What do you not see on these two coin ones? You do not see the top of the table. Flat earthers always want to do this demonstration where you don't see the top of the table because it doesn't work for them. They must force the results. They have to force the results. Ark says, I'm off to bed up at 3 a.m. Thank you for the live stream. Good night, everybody. Make sure to donate. Let's get tuned to Antarctica. Thank you very much, Ark. The tabletop is the horizon. So when on those two bottom ones there, those two bottom ones are a demonstration of a physical thing getting in the way, not a flat surface getting in the way, right? When you are above the water, right? Standing at the beach, your eyes are above the water. They say the earth is flat, so your eyes are above the water the whole time. It's never not above the water. And the sun is some 1,000 miles, multiple thousand miles high, not touching the table, not touching the water like the coins do here. It's not even analogous. This is how desperate they are. It's not even analogous. But yeah, your eyes are always there like, what about the waves? You're 6 feet above the water. The wave immediately in front of you could be 6.5 feet and block you. But when that wave is just a little bit away from you, nothing below that little angle, right? And as the farther away it is, the less and less it could get, because you're not looking down to where the sun is. You have to be looking up to where the sun is on flat Earth. You have to. It's not optional. They don't say the sun is touching the surface. So these coins aren't even close to accurate. So yeah, anyway, Earth is like, but there's terrain, right? And so if let's see here, show this one right here. So look what he has right there. He has this, I think it's beer bottles or something. You see that? Yeah, you can see my cursor right there. These beer bottles, and he has the string going over it. He's like, that's a mountain. Okay, that's a mountain. But if you're at the ocean, there's no mountain there. And the sun still sets. So Tim has to go. All right, what's Tim doing? Where's Tim? Let me read. Oh, Wemmick God was timed out by Tim. Hold on. Dude, what? Why? Tim, what did Wemmick God say? Just that one thing? All right. All right, hold on. All right. All right, I'll make this clear. I don't want politics to be discussed here, okay? But it's not something to time people out for. The regulars here, I'll just say, please, if you're a regular, don't talk politics. If you're not a regular, Wemmick isn't a regular. I haven't seen him before today. I'll just say, Wemmick, don't talk politics. This isn't, we're not talking politics here. This is science, this is flat earth, this is, but nerd talk is absolutely welcome. If you want to talk about whether or not Star Trek or Star Wars is better, that's 100% on topic here every day. If you want to discuss whether or not the Silmarillion is better fan fiction than I don't know. I don't have an analogy for this. Whatever the analogy is, then that's absolutely great. If you want to discuss whether or not the TV show The Rings of Power is better or worse than The Hobbit, better than the movie, Hobbit the movie, then yeah, that's a topic that we all love to talk about here. If any of your questions revolves around the number 42 or the number 27, that's 100% every day of the week, the kind of thing that we're happy to discuss here. But politics, come on. Don't want it. I just don't. This is a place to go so we can avoid that kind of stuff. Firefly. Yes. I love that TV show, Firefly, a space western, so good. All right. Don't answer wrong. Read this question. Read it. Answer it correctly. And if you haven't, if the answer is no, don't be ashamed. It's okay. No Firefly shaming here. Okay. But it's such a good movie. And then what was the name? So it was a TV show and then a movie. I forgot the name of the movie. Okay. Wemmick, don't talk about racism. Just don't. Okay. That goes into the I'll put that in the politics bucket for the most part. Serenity. Yes. Serenity. Okay. How does a reaver clean its spear? They run it through the wash. Okay. I haven't watched it recently enough to identify if what the joke is in that. So, am I a fan of Stargate? I've only watched very small amount. So, hold on. Alejandro Vallejo says, come on, you can't possibly think the Rings of Power show is better than The Hobbit. Not that neither is good. Okay, the reason why I didn't like The Hobbit, I haven't gotten through all of Rings of Power yet, so whatever. I didn't like The Hobbit because they put too much into it, too much fluff into it. There is some parts of it that were a bit inconsistent. Like it wasn't quite right. They had to bring in elves from the Lord of the Rings movies into it. I mean, you like the elves, but it just wasn't quite there. That wasn't so bad. I didn't really mind that they brought the elves in. I thought it was okay. It was some of the later stuff where they were like on the hills above the town, and there's a bunch of extra stuff that they put in. It's a bit foggy. I didn't like it enough when I watched it. So, all right. It is a weakly held position. How about that? But you're absolutely welcome to discuss that topic. So, all right, let me see. I did say I'll stick to it. $1,000 an hour. I'll keep going. 1,000 to that, not to me, to the trip. So I know it's asking a lot, but I'm tired a lot. So he goes, Wash, stupid autocorrect. I said Walsh. Tim Davidson says the pilot's name was Walsh, or was it Wash? I don't know now. He was killed by a spear. He was a beloved character played by Alan Tudyk, or however it was spelled. I see. Okay. So now I can reread the original from Tim Davidson. So Wash is a character and a reaver is one of the bad guys. How does a reaver clean its spear? They run it through the wash. Wash being a person. Got it now. Michael King says, the next generation is my dream of the future of mankind, yet never had a dream about it. Shame. You never did? Never had a dream about it? Come on. It's okay. You can tell us. Pulaski. Yeah? Was it Pulaski? I mean, not for me. For you. Was it Pulaski? I'm not going to do a poll on whether or not I'm Pulaski or not. Because the answer is no. I was kidding. It's always no. All right. So anyway, Tim Davison says the pilot's name was Wash. He was killed by a spear. He was a beloved character. And then he fixed his autocorrect mistake. All right. The Star Trek experience was pretty convincing. I was beamed aboard the Enterprise by Riker. That's funny. Okay. I just looked at my folder. I have a folder right there. That's the conversation that Witsit had. The hyper racist one. Mark W. Only 1,000 per hour. The humble Witsit looks down on you for being so cheap. He wouldn't get out of bed for less than 20,000 an hour. There we go. Michael King says, okay, maybe. Deanna Troy, maybe a little perv. Or was it, my cousin, who I've met 3 times in person, he lives on the East Coast. He liked Crusher, Beverly Crusher. He's like, he couldn't stop talking about, no. Yeah, I didn't actually, Troy, not so much. 7 of 9? Yes. Tasha Yar? No. Yeah, okay, but no. 7 of 9. Yeah. But maybe who is up for a Geordie's, the lady that designed the Enterprise, and he brought on the holodeck, and he kind of had a, thing. But then she discovered when she actually came there, he was trying to get a little friendly. And then she discovered that he had this holodeck thing of her. And then she's like, dude, I'm married. Leah Brahms. There you go. Tim Collins says, I feel like stripping me of mod powers was absolutely unfair. Tim, remember, I said it earlier. I'll give it back. Hold on. Just hold up your hand, Tim. Hold up. However many fingers you think is the right number of fingers to hold up. All right. Say, I'm not gonna ban people unless they go there. All right. I'll assume that you said that, and I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back, Tim. So I asked not to talk about politics. You don't need to enforce that, right? Unless it's, too bad. Astro Kate said, on the next generation, let's give Groppler Zorn some love. All right. I got Groppler Zorn. What? Why is Groppler Zorn getting anything? Oh, wrong one. This one here? Zorn held the title of Groppler on the planet Deneb 4, involved with the supervision of Farpoint Station. He was the leader of the group, and his office was located in the old Bandy City. Zorn entered into negotiation with the United Federation of Planets for the use of Farpoint. Jean-Luc Picard, who represented the Federation, became suspicious of Zorn and the station itself. Zorn appeared nervous whenever any questions were asked about the station, especially on how the Bandy were able to construct it so quickly. he threatened to offer the station to the Ferengi. Oh, then Nathan Oakley would get it. All right, there you go. PhD Tony says, did you know that the actress who played Count Janeway also played Mrs. Columbo? I did not. Mrs. Columbo. Where? What? Hold on. Could refer to it. May. Where did? Oh, I'm getting so tired. There it is. There. Oh, geez, that's not the one. That's not the one. What is it? I don't do a whole lot on this one. All right, I'm lost. Never mind. I'll take your word for it, PhD Tony. Janeway was also the voice of the narrator for the junk pseudoscience garbage by Robert Sungenis called The Principle, the documentary he did about the Copernican principle, and instead trying to replace it with the Machian principle. So Copper in Quarter says, congratulations on reaching 21.1 thousand. That's amazing, and I can't wait for the final experiment. Captain Janeway. Yes, I know that, but I wasn't. Yeah, she was tricked into that. Okay. I got the link, Mrs. Columbo. So Mrs. Columbo, later called Kate Columbo, Kate the Detective. Kate Loves the Mysteries, American crime drama television series. From when? 79 to 80. There you go. So people, if you're a big Janeway fan, you could go watch all of these. And Kate Mulgrew, that's right. She is 69 years old. Nice. It's like you have to say that, I guess, right? There she is with the other actresses from Voyager. That one. This one. There you go. All right. So I do have some other things. Astrocade. Oh my gosh. People are giving me. Oh, okay. Hey, I'll just click links all night again. I guess I'm just a link clicker at this point. JanewayStatue.com. Leadership Exemplified. The Captain Janeway statue was a project by the Janeway Collective and installed as a monument to the Star Trek Voyager character on October 24, 2020. It celebrates her leadership, her connection to her future birthplace, Bloomington, Indiana, and her accomplishments and the accomplishments of those inspired by her character. Well, that's pretty cool. I didn't know about that. So we got Bob says, Toon, go to Antarctica. Toon need help. Toon need money. Zoomy says, Kate Mulgrew has had to come out on Facebook and tell people she did not believe in that BS and was lied to about the actual documentary, but couldn't get out of the contract. Ah, I see. And Max says, I adopted a stray white cat this past month. I haven't had a cat for 2 years. I'm so happy. Her name is Cat, and she's all white. I'm in love. You named your cat Cat? I love it that you named your cat cat. Who names their cat after an animal or another animal? That'd be weird. I'm glad you named your cat after a cat. So funny. All right. And NASA Security Force said that was a little wrong. I don't know what was a little wrong. Did I miss it? All right. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. We got Astro Cat said that. We got PhD Tony's, Groppler Zorn. Okay. I like checking in every once in a while on this goofball here. People often send me links to him, to his videos. So, all right, let's see if there's anything here. Street lamp and grid pattern. Crescent moon. ISS over Saskatchewan. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is a month ago. Let's see what he has to say.
Okay, trial number 2. So, a personal message to MCToon, Simon Dan, and all of the idiotic globies out there who know that it's a problem out there.
So just for reference, this guy has declared that he's smarter than all of us, so much smarter than all of us, that the gap between what he thinks our intelligence is and his intelligence, this chasm here, he has declared to be so large that it deems being called idiotic to be down there. That's how smart he is.
Because they cannot accept the truth. It bothers them, and they know it's flat. They are doing this for entertainment purposes only.
Well, it is entertaining, Mikey. I'll give you that.
So here is a statement for the moronic globies. This is in response to whatever statement you made last.
Okay. Mikey Smith should be leader of the free world.
Which is nonsense. Doesn't matter what you say. MCToon, Simon Dan. What you have just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard.
Oh, but I said you should be leader of the free world, Mikey. Okay, if you say so. He was yelling at kids last night? The sheep told me to wake them up. Now, I don't know if you know, but Mikey has, let's see, will he show his car? He has pimped his ride. Let's see if we can find Charles Welch. If you know the time code, I'd love to know.
He shuts up and listens. Watch, all these guys will come chasing after me. Hey! You fucking moron! Hey! What? Yeah, that's what it's about. I got my stuff here, right? Oh, I got a few of that. Where's my other things? I had a few of those. Oh, I put them right here. Oh, we got one on this side. Yeah. What's the word?
This is awesome.
Yeah, well, it's the truth.
Tucker, apparently she has to redo them because she has to redo them for the 10th time.
Yeah, okay, no one wants to talk or what? Everybody's afraid of me or what? What are they doing? Yeah, come around.
How did you leave us?
Well, you know.
Because you ripped up his pamphlet.
Because your attention
span.
That
wasn't us. That wasn't me.
Your attention span is like 4 seconds or so.
Can you just explain to us why is your thought like?
Well, I want you to explain to me why you think you live on a globe when there's no proof.
So there he is, riding around in a car that's all pimped out talking about Earth is flat. And people ask, where's the evidence for flat Earth? And rather than giving the evidence for flat Earth, he instantly deflects. It's a standard thing. It's all they can ever do.
Oh, like, you know, the globes in school, it's a circle.
Yeah,
everyone
but
says it's a circle.
That's a piece of art, okay?
If it was flat, you'd end up just driving right off.
I feel like people like
Again,
Elon
why do you
Musk
presume there's an
or
edge?
NASA would display photos. Why would they lie to us about the Earth?
So now it's a pizza flying through space.
Hear me out. The Earth is flat. Pretend this is the Earth. It's flat.
Yeah.
Driving. Eventually, there's an edge.
Why is there an
If
edge?
it's round, look, you just keep.
But why is there an edge?
Because it's flat. Everything that's flat has an edge.
If the why?
Where's the edge of this road?
I'm not.
Man, I hope you're gonna listen.
Oh, I didn't do anything last time.
No, I know. These guys are driving me nuts.
Look at him.
He's already there.
They're all coming back.
Especially that guy. A Mercedes car can go to hell.
Why?
Because they're dorks.
Is the Earth flat?
I don't know. You tell me.
Back again. What's going on? What's new?
What's happening?
I see you came back to the mall.
Tell me what's
after calling
happening.
my mother fat.
Hey, remember when you called his mother fat?
I do remember that, actually.
You remember me? Is the Earth flat?
Warrior game?
The what game?
Remember the Game 7 Warrior game in the finals?
Yeah.
Can I get a pamphlet? When you were out by the crushed can?
Yeah.
I can get a
The
pamphlet?
crushed can.
Yeah, like, okay, don't.
Well, the old crushed can used to be right here.
Give it to them. They're gonna rip.
Is space a cartoon? Okay, shut up. Shut up. Everyone, shut up.
Pizza fucking
Shut up, please.
All right. That's what he does. He drives around yelling at people in his car that has a giant wedge on the top that says flat Earth. He's not well. He's getting worse. Yes. He's not well. I want to see if I can find his car. So this picture here, you see that picture? That is, he took that through binoculars. And I think that it's his phone camera that took the picture. And he's like, that's the real star Betelgeuse. That's what it really looks like. Because somehow the binoculars are more real than a high-end telescope. I don't know why. So, don't say that star's name 3 times. Okay. Yeah, they're just playing with him. They think he's mentally damaged. They are not wrong. Again, in decades past, people like him would have been in an institution because he wouldn't be a damage to himself. And so, but now he's not, because he's not a damage to himself or a harm to himself, right? But unfortunately, he's so far gone that he's not really he's not convincing anybody. He's not doing anything to get anybody swayed. I mean, look at these couple hundred views, and I think it's mostly us watching. So watch them. So stop stealing my video and editing them.
All right, guys, we're going to talk about this TikTok video from Banjo's live stream. I mean, not from his YouTube channel.
So this is crazy. This is Mikey Smith. That's a picture not of Banjo, but of Fittest Flat Earther, who's super dumb. But Banjo is publishing it. Crazy.
This is not Mike Priestar's video. This is my video. He has edited this video, and I, first of all, do not trust this guy whatsoever. He is an agent 100%. He is his body language does not match what he is talking about. He is too calm, too relaxed about talking about manipulated things in this world. I do not trust this guy one bit. You can tell from his body language and the way he talks. First of all, this is the original video. And again, this video here on TikTok, they are only using the top light in my video. And this guy is claiming it as his.
It's standard fare for flat earthers to do that. What are you going to do? That's what they do. Okay. You want the Dearth Potato song? Dirt or potato song? I'll give it to you. Because Mikey, he's only interesting for so long. So here we go. Dirt or potato.
Pick it up. Is it dirt? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it dirt or a potato? Check it out. Dirt or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Dirt or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on! Yo, can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt for a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt for potato, let's go. Skank it up. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dirt or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dirt or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it dirt or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, rude boys. On the garden patch or a silly trick, will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guessing flow.
I have it on loop. I need to undo that. Hold on. I said to Link, Max, have you played the game? Have you seen the game? If you haven't, you come on in. There we go. Turn off the loop. I sent you a link. All right. If you've played it before, then you're cheating, but that's fine. We can do that. You can cheat. You can cheat. All right. Setting it up. Do these music tracks have their own YouTube vids? So that one does not, and I might not do it, at least for a little bit. I want to have a few people play that haven't seen the game yet, right? So when you're talking with people out of here, don't call it Dirt or Potato yet. Just call it D or P. Say, have you seen D or P? And if you haven't, then they might need to play D or P. So, all right. Oh, we get to see Cat Named Cat first. This is going to be good. You can did you have your mic set up?
Yes.
Oh, there we
Can
go.
you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes.
Hold on. Let me mute the stream 1 second. Yes, I have a cat named Cat, and he's so white and so fluffy, but he was asleep, and I woke him up, so he's kind of
a little antsy,
a little bit annoyed, but he's so beautiful. And I picked him out of the street. I say hi to cats all the time, right? And I was going to the gas station to buy a Coke, and I said hi to him. And when I was coming back, I say hi to him again, and he just followed me home. So, okay, yeah, I guess you're mine now.
Is that how it works in Uruguay?
I mean, I don't know. He's a white cat, and summer is about to start here. So, you know that white cats are kind of in danger, like fair-skinned people with the sun.
Oh.
So it kind of broke. Yeah, they get skin cancer. So it kind of broke my heart. And I got him. Yeah.
So, all right. So you speak Spanish and you have a cat, but in Spanish it's gato.
It's gato, correct.
And what is that cat's actual name? Is it cat or gato?
No, it's cat.
So you have a gato named Cat.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. So how would you say that? Say the whole sentence in Spanish.
Tengo un gato que se llama Cat.
There we go. Okay. All right. Have you seen Dirt or Potato Played?
Yes, loved it. Love the electro swing.
No, not the song. The game.
Oh, no.
You have not seen the game.
No, I haven't. I had to go because I had a lady over last night after I was halfway on your debate.
You had a lady?
I kind of left.
You had a lady over?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. You should get a pair of these. Be like, oh yeah, I had a lady over. All right. How do you say potato in Spanish?
Papa.
Papa. All right.
Which is also the word for dad. But the word for dad just has like a tilde.
Tilde over what?
Like it's not tilde. The Spanish accent, you know, that little strike above the
grave.
Grave, that.
Yeah, yes. Okay. All right. So the way Dirt or Potato works, the game, is I present you two options, and I will share this to you. Hold on. Don't look at the stream yet.
Okay.
So let's see here. All right. There's this. I'll share this to you. The game is played by looking at the pictures, and then it was very well spelled out in the song, but you look at the pictures and you have to determine whether it's dirt or potato. You have two things, and you're just going to say whether left or right is dirt and which is potato.
Awesome.
So, all right, I need to get out. Let's see. I got the scoreboard. There it is. FDFE. He did okay, but he did not nail it. He did not nail it. So, all right.
The song, it's one of those AI that you make.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Sounded fairly decent. I love electro swing.
It's ska is the style. All right, you're seeing the screen right now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Oh, I need to get you so that they can see you as well. So give me a second here. That's not what I meant.
How long do you have on the marathon?
4 minutes until I can call it.
Oh, awesome.
Unless I said I'll keep going as long as I keep getting moving the trip for Antarctica forward by 1,000 every hour. So, which is a lot, I know.
Oh, after the game, I have a little story to tell you. Some development after your debate yesterday with Javier.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I have some.
I'm guessing that he declared victory because I got tired of his nonsense. Yeah.
He did, but he made a vote, and 84% of his chat voted that he lost. That was funny.
Oh, that's nice. All right.
Yes.
They can see you. They can see your reaction. So, all right, here goes. This is the first one. It's an easy one.
Yeah.
Which one is Dearth?
Potato to the left. Potato to the left. Dearth to the right.
All right. And the answer is, hey, you nailed it. You got one. All right. All right, the next one here. Dearth or potato?
Potato to the left, dirt to the right.
All right, let's reveal. Nailed it. All right, next one here.
Oh, it's getting harder. Okay. Hold on, let me zoom up to the big screen because I'm kind of blind. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, potato to the left, dirt to the right.
All right, and the reveal. There you go. You got it again. All right, next one.
Potato to the right, dirt to the left.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Close. It's actually the crypt keeper, but I can understand the confusion. So you got that one wrong. Don't worry, Craig got that one wrong too.
The hairstyle is pretty similar.
I know.
That's a really nice callback to my childhood because I used to read the books and also watch the show.
All right. We've got, which one is that? Is that? Hold on, I gotta.
To be fair, I didn't know that you could cheat, but it's okay. I'll be ready for
right.
for the next one.
I mean, they've both got hair, sort of.
Yeah, kind of. Potato to the right and dirt to the left.
Oh, you got it. Oh, that wasn't a trick one. I thought that might have been a trick one. Okay, here we go.
Oh. Oh my God, this one's hard.
Yeah.
I'm going to say potato to the left, dirt to the right.
Oh, you got it backwards. Dearth is on the right. Okay, last one.
Dirt in the left, potato on the right.
No, they're both Dearth again.
This is a fun game.
All right, you got 4. You got 4 points. And there it is, everybody. Dearth or potato. Okay, is there more to the story, or was that?
So, because I thought that Javier was having kind of a problem with the language. So as soon as you ended the debate, he opened up his StreamYard. So I went in there and I got his email address to schedule a debate.
Yeah.
But he kind of wanted to debate right then and there. And it was like, dude, I'm busy. I can't debate you now. But he started saying the regular derpy things. And it is kind of amazing. The same thing that happened when you debated that guy from Argentina.
Yeah.
I get the exact same sensation because of hearing the Spanish accent, which is quite different than the Argentinian accent, but saying the same thing. So I got his email address trying to going to try to set up a debate with him, but in Spanish to kind of give him some leeway there with the language. But on his chat, there's also a flat earther from Uruguay.
Really?
Yes. And I was flabbergasted because the public system, the school system here, it's mandatory and it's fairly decent. So people here are in general educated. So yeah, I'm going to try to set up a debate with the Uruguayan flat earther.
Wow!
And he was kind of mad because I told him that I don't know any of the Spanish-speaking flat earthers because I move in the English circle, and he was super triggered by. He was calling me like Anglo lover or some stuff like that. That was hilarious. But yeah, I didn't. It's interesting to find kind of those communities that you don't really know they exist, like the Spanish, but it was super weird getting to hear that there was a flat earther from Uruguay. So I might be doing that soon, but it's going to be in Spanish. So I'm trying to figure out a way. I will either download the video, caption it, and put it up again as an on-demand thing for our Spanish-speaking, our English-speaking friends, or trying to see if there's any way I can have it like closed captioned live. But I think I would trust me doing the translation more than the automated system. The Zoom translation works, but you miss a lot of the finer points of what they say. So I'm
the nuance,
mowing
of course,
that over.
All right. Well, while you're here, I'm going to hold on. Let me get. I'm gonna do one final update, and we'll see. We'll see if I keep going or if it's time to.
So everyone in the audience, it's time to make it rain. So get your wallets out, get your credit cards out, and start sending the money.
All right. Let's see. One more here. Okay. That one's the same. So somebody asked me just now, actually, Will Duffy asked me, are there flat earthers prior to Math Powerland, but really not in video form. It was, you had to go to forums and stuff. You had, before him, you had the Flat Earth Society was Daniel Shenton. No relation to Samuel Shenton. There's a gap in time, I think, between Daniel Shenton and Samuel Shenton. So I don't know, it was shoestring there. Mm-hmm. And before that, it's all just shoestring going back to Lady Blunt and Robotham and
right.
And that. So, okay, what am I looking for? I'm looking for my paper.
Jim on the Coast sent a really funny comment. Said, "I thought potatoes were grown in dirt."
That's awesome. All right.
How has the experience been for you of streaming for so long?
It's been fun. Last night, I was getting pretty tired when Craig was on with me after I did Dirt or Potato the first time. And then right now I'm feeling I'm not like go to sleep groggy. I'm just a little loopy feeling right now.
It kind of shows.
Yeah.
For example, when I sent you the message, my cat is a he and you're a she. So it's like that point where your brain starts fumbling.
I miss a little details here and there, I guess. So okay, I got another one from Tom. So Tim Woodcock, $222.22.
Hell yeah!
Thank you very much. Okay, I said I drew the line at there it is. I drew the line at 22,000 as the baseline for doing additional and haven't quite gotten there, but it's $21,947. So I was right around, I think I was around 12,000 when I started on Friday. So that's 10,000 this weekend. So that's absolutely amazing. So thank you so much. And of course, the super chats and things like that go to, I mean, they contribute to it as well, but I'm kind of hoping that,
Are you going to do a final tally of the whole weekend, taking those things into account?
I didn't like get a benchmark of the beginning. I guess I could watch the first video and look what the number was in that those first moments. I could do that to get the actual correct amount of that I did this. So yeah, I'll do that. I'll get a final amount so I know how much this whole 50-hour live stream got. So all right, my wife just popped in. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm so excited that you're getting to getting there, very close to going. So it's going to be amazing.
Yeah. Well, it's not me. It's all of you. It's all of the people that have been here, have participated, have encouraged me, have sent amazing supporting words and things like that. So when I start to feel a little loopy and you guys start, you kind of joke with me a little bit, I love that. I love it.
Yeah, I've been popping in and out this weekend, and yeah, it's unreal. This community is so awesome. Everyone, even as a guest, I get so much love just from popping in the chat from a bunch of different people that I can certainly imagine how you must feel as sort of a spearhead for the community, or in this channel in particular. It's pretty great.
I to be able to, I got just Friday. Greater Sapien, he messaged me. When I was just watching videos, Greater Sapien was up there, right? He was the tip of the spear, and I'm like, that guy's, he's nailing it. And he took a break for a while, and he's done other things, and so he contacted me to do a collab with him. I hadn't messaged him. I messaged him on X in 2020. And so then this was the most recent time that we communicated. And so he sent me a thing to do a collaboration, which I owe him, which I can't do now. I'm too tired. Astro Kate says, thanks. By the way, thanks for clicking random links sent to you by a hacker. All right. So the question from Sim Kia says, how much do you need to raise to go a month in advance and remain till the others come? A month in advance? I would need an awful lot to go a month in advance. Chile
is kind of expensive.
Is it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Wow, okay. PhD Tony says the stream was okay, but could have used more geophysics. I have docked the super chat accordingly. So if you look at that, the final green room list there, I took that, I sent a couple messages out to people, and it filled up right away. I'm like, I can't fill every hour of this. It'll just be too much. So I'm thinking, because in my head ahead of time, I'm like, who should I do? And Tony, you were on the list. So Tony, I would love for you, if you have a topic to do that's not just flat earth related. I'd love if you had something like that, because that's kind of what Cody did. So apologies to the people that are amazing that did not get invited on this weekend. It's nothing. It was just, there was actually a limited number of time slots to come in, which shows how great the community is, how broad the reach is for the community. So anyway.
Let me ask you, would you do it again?
Yeah, of course. This was great. But my family supported me so much. So,
Oh, yeah.
And they had to sacrifice too, right?
Yes, definitely.
My wife brought me food. My my daughter brought me stuff. My son helped. I sat in here all weekend instead of doing some of the things with them. Like we planned things. Like my wife did things that she would have done, would not have typically done if I was not busy. So it worked out. It worked out very well for that. So
yeah, it's a team effort when you have someone in the house kind of indisposed. They're kind of the unsung heroes of all of this, right? And it's amazing the support you get from your family to just have you on the computer 50 hours straight. It's a task.
Yeah. All right. Well, there is. I'll put up the final tally. Max, thank you very much. I'm gonna wrap it up.
Thank you.
Here.
I'm so happy for you. I can't wait for the final experiment. It's going to be so good.
Yeah.
So good.
It will be a watershed moment, if nothing else. So. All right. Well, people, thank you very much. The final tally there we see over on the side is 21,947. So we'll call it 22,000 out of the 40, which is what I need to go. It's a little rough on the exact amount because I haven't, purchased the plane ticket. I haven't, booked the room. Well, the room is booked. I'm going to owe Critical Think and I are going to share a room hotel. I haven't gotten the get my butt out of trouble insurance, things like that. So all that to liberate the Flurf tears. So people, thank you very much. And I think on the way out.
Was that the only song, Dearth or Potato? Was that because I think you remember you said you had more songs. Did you introduce any other one I missed?
I did not introduce any new songs other than that one. What I did is I put them in my OBS in a more organized spot, and I actually put the length of the song in the name of the scene.
Right.
So I know how long it is, right? So I know that Austin's Broverload is 2 minutes and 56 seconds, but the Broverload song is 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Mikey Smith's Uh-Oh Spaghetti's O's is 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Dave Weiss's A Scammer is 3 minutes and 1 second. So I think I shall, as an outro, play Dave Weiss is a Scammer. Because he was offered, Dave, remember this, he was offered a free trip to go to Antarctica to put his words into action because he was one that Will Duffy had identified as saying the 24-hour sun was a big deal and was a make or break thing for whether or not the Earth is flat or a globe. And he ran away like a scared little baby. So Dave Weiss, you're a scammer.
Yeah, indeed.
Yo. In the his house, plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life, but before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the Earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirt H in the his house. That's the hood's house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life, but before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the Earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. But turn up, that's the line I'm preaching. Sell my app is what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
while I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo,
Dave
Dave
Weiss
Weiss
is
is
a
a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy to make that green. I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. TITRH, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
One more. I got one more. Rick, thank you very much to push me over. Look at that. Current $22,002. Thank you so much, Rick. Thank you so much to everybody. It's been fantastic. I hope you all enjoyed it and got something out of it. I've been very touched. Thank you very much.